If you were to ask Sarah Boone how her life was going, she would have said it was amazing. Within the past year, she had just finalized her divorce from her over a decade-long partner, Brian, who she believed was holding her back. She had her own apartment with her longtime boyfriend, Jorge, where she would regularly host the light of her life, her son, Lucas, and everything was going her way. She was an overachiever through and through, and although her marriage had ended, she was looking forward to brighter days. Everyone who knew her thought the world of her, and knew that despite the hard times she had been through, she was going to make something of herself. She spent her days actively looking after Lucas, riding bikes and chasing him around the apartment complex, keeping up a happy and healthy co-parenting relationship with Brian, and all around putting her best foot forward. But all of that would change one night with a simple game of hide and seek. Welcome back to another episode of Dreading, brought to you today by Incogni. Today we are going to be covering the case of Sarah Boone and Jorge Torres Jr., and the absolute absurd lies that were attempted to be passed off as true. This video came highly requested by multiple subscribers and patrons over on Patreon, and I hope to do it justice, despite the fact that there is minimal reporting around the case. This case is still developing and has yet to go to court, so the information that I had access to was limited. So this video will not be as in-depth as my past content. But before we go any further, a word from our sponsor. Did you know that health insurance companies can actually raise your rates based on your online activity? These companies purchase health-related online search data to access your level of risk and adjust their rates, and they do it by utilizing data brokers. Every year, the number and the scope of data breaches worldwide are rising. According to the 2021 Annual Data Breach Report by the Identity Theft Resource Center, there were 68% more breaches in 2021 than the year before. And there is a significant chance your personal, private information has already been sold to a data broker without you even realizing it. These third parties sell everything from your name and email, all the way down to your social security number and address, and they are known as data brokers. These data brokers then aggregate your personal information and sell it to unknown businesses that use it for their own benefit. Fortunately, there is a way to protect your right to privacy. Unfortunately, that would mean spending years manually requesting each and every broker to delete whatever information they have on you. That is, unless you use Incogni. Incogni reaches out to data brokers on your behalf, requests your personal data removal, and deals with any objections from their side. You just have to follow 3 easy steps. First, create an account and tell them whose personal data you want them to remove. Second, grant them the right to work on your behalf. Then third, do whatever you want. Incognito will handle the rest and email you with the updates along the way. The first 100 people to use the code DREADING at the link below will get 20% off of Incogni. That's 20% off of you maintaining your right to privacy online and making sure your social security is actually secure. Again, the first 100 people to use the code DREADING at the link below will get 20% off of Incogni. And with that said, let us begin. As I stated in the introduction, Sarah Boone thought the world of herself. She wholeheartedly believed that she was a wonderful wife, mother, and support system for everyone in her life, and that she was a shining pillar in her own community. If she did go through hardships, it wasn't her fault. She worked tirelessly to make sure that everyone around her knew they were loved and cared for. However, that in no way was the case, and many people who were involved with her actively laughed at that assessment when it was indicated to them by police during this investigation. Sarah had been an overachiever in school. However, when she became a wife and mother, she began to spiral. She felt trapped and isolated, as if she was now just expected to give all of herself to her newborn son and husband, and she hated it. According to the police interview with her ex-husband, Sarah began to collapse into herself and fully rejected the life she created over the years.
And how long would you say the alcoholism has been a part of her life?
Well, I mean, it's always been a part of her life. It seemed to have gotten worse and worse. I think more or less kind of since we had Lucas. And I think a lot of it was the fact that she kind of, I guess, maybe felt trapped or something.
Okay.
That, I mean, before that, whenever she wanted. You're outside having a drink. Oh, I want to go play pool. You go over across the street. You play pool for a little bit.
Yeah.
That's not happening anymore when she got a kid.
Right.
So
How old's your son?
he is 9. The alcohol has gotten worse and worse and worse over the years. That's one of the main reasons why I divorced her. I just couldn't deal with it. I mean, it got to the point where, on weekdays, she'd go out, and I guess the George person is one of the people she had met, because I separated at one point and went over to my parents' house to live for a few months. And I guess she met him over at the pool place or something like that. But I'd come back and we were in therapy trying to work it out. And on a weeknight when he's got school the next day, I've got work the next day, she was out till 3 o'clock in the morning when the bar closes, and she'd bring people back over on the back porch. One time some random person walked in my house and started screaming for Sarah at 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning when we're trying to sleep.
While Brian would stay home with Lucas, making sure he was looked after and taken care of, Sarah would go out to bars and get wasted, trying to reclaim her glory days. She partied like a teenager, drinking in excess and blacking out constantly. She would stay out until early morning hours, often bringing back a gaggle of men and women to keep the party going in the house she shared with her family, not caring of how dangerous that could be. Brian discussed waking up multiple times to upwards of 20 strangers in the house, just hanging out and drinking to excess, all the while their son was in his room sleeping. Brian realized how dangerous the situation was for their son, how any number of men or women Sarah brought home could stumble into their child's room and harm him, and he begged Sarah to get help, but she actively rejected the idea, unable to deal with what she was doing. When Brian would tell her that her drinking had gotten out of hand, she would lash out violently, striking him multiple times and scratching his face, arms, neck, and torso, screaming that she was fine and he was the problem.
What can you tell me about her?
I don't. She's generally not. She can get a bit violent when she drinks. Not to this kind of extent. I don't know what happened exactly. But,
right. No, I'm just looking for.
But that was part of it.
And you said when she drinks that she can get physically aggressive.
She can. She did it to me a lot, where she'd hit me and stuff like that. She's tiny.
What do you mean hit though? Like open hand smack you, or like try and punch you?
Yeah, she'd punch me. More arms. She many times would use her claws. I scratches on my neck at times, on my arms. Things like that where she'd dig with her claws.
Okay.
I never got that drunk, and I had restraint. I never touched her back. I think George didn't have that restraint, and at times he would hurt her back. So for all I know, all the times he got arrested, she started it. I don't know. I wasn't there, so. Mm-hmm. But I know she could get violent at times.
Okay.
But I don't know. It wasn't anything too much. Just.
Right. Yeah. You don't feel like she was a huge threat. I'm assuming, right?
No.
Yeah. Like you could handle yourself.
Yes.
Their fights would come to an end when he would lock himself in another room, or she would leave the home, going once again to a bar in the area to drink. In Sarah's mind, she didn't have a problem. She wasn't an alcoholic, and she wasn't doing anything wrong. She just liked to have a couple of drinks throughout the day, and Brian was making a big deal out of nothing. She could not mentally handle the idea that what she was doing was in fact a problem, and instead had to create a scenario where Brian was the bad guy and trying to control her. Because of her drinking and growing volatility, Brian felt uncomfortable leaving Lucas solely in her care, so when he would go to work, the boy was usually left at another relative's house. Sarah's friends and family were all well aware that she had a problem. However, none of them felt comfortable talking to Sarah about it. It wasn't just Brian who she would lash out at, but them as well, and for the most part, they just quietly stopped speaking to her. While out, Sarah began to have various affairs with a variety of different men who, like her, would be drinking in the middle of the day. It was at one of these bars that Sarah met Jorge Torres Jr. Jorge was working at Ace Hardware at the time. Like Sarah, he also had kids of his own, although he rarely ever saw them. Jorge and Sarah had one very important thing in common, and that was their drinking habits, and the relationship formed around that. Brian, for what it's worth, wanted to try and keep the marriage afloat for the sake of their son, and requested that Sarah and he go to counseling, but she would reject his offer outright. Once again, in her mind, he was the issue, not her. He should be the one getting therapy. He knew she was actively cheating on him with Jorge and other men, but it wouldn't be until a man showed up at the home, belligerently drunk and screaming to see his wife, that Brian would eventually separate from Sarah for good. Sarah at this point would realize that she had crossed a line and tried to repair the relationship. She told Brian that she would stop drinking, seeing other men, and would finally go to therapy with him, which is all Brian had really asked for. However, after a few sessions, he realized it was a lost cause. According to Brian, while in therapy, Sarah would continuously misremember certain events, entirely deny that certain things she had done had happened, and would lie to the therapist about obvious things. To him, it felt like she was more concerned with looking good and keeping a certain positive self-image than fixing any of the issues, and he knew it would be better for him to just cut his losses. After the separation and subsequent divorce, Sarah became a wayward presence in her son's life.
The rotation real quick. So Monday, Tuesday, she'll have them. Wednesday, Thursday, you'll have them, and then you rotate each weekend.
Yeah, well,
Like it's every other weekend.
how it's supposed to work. Generally, it's 1 or 2 times, maybe a week. I think she had him last Tuesday was the last time he was actually over here.
And spent the night?
Yes.
Okay.
It's probably another week before that.
What's your son's name?
Lucas. Lukas.
L-U-K. And Boone?
Yeah.
You think he stayed here last Tuesday?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it was last Tuesday.
Was, well then, okay, so you technically have him more than she does. Is,
Oh, yeah.
Is that where you're getting?
Yeah, that's why I said I was going
so
to the
even
lawyer.
though
I was
that's
trying
how
to get
it's
things
supposed
changed.
to be, you still have him.
Yeah,
the majority.
it's not a good day. George is in a bad mood, or whatever else reason. I think sometimes just she wants to stay up and drink and can't really do that if she's got to wake up and take him to school the next day.
Right.
Any number of different reasons. So
Sarah would rarely see him. Sometimes, when it was her turn to pick up Lucas from school, she would simply not show up, leaving the boy waiting for hours until the school would contact his father. Other times, she would pick him up and, according to her own landlord, she would leave him unattended, running around her apartment complex without any sort of supervision. Worse still, she would cut visits short, calling Brian after a couple of hours to pick up their son, saying she wanted to go out drinking and didn't want him around. But Sarah had found a new excuse as to why she wasn't able to be present with her son, and that was Jorge. As mentioned previously, Jorge had a good amount in common with Sarah, mostly in that they both loved to drink. However, they were both entirely toxic people. When agitated, both Jorge and Sarah would often instigate physical altercations, pushing, scratching, and attacking whoever they were with for little to no reason. And when the pair moved in together, they became the target of each other's ire. According to those who were around the couple, Sarah would usually start the arguments, accusing Jorge of everything from cheating to stealing money, and she would claw his face, neck, and arms. Where Brian had never laid a hand on his wife, and had always pushed her away and then left the situation quickly, Jorge would retaliate, kicking, punching, and hitting until the fight was over. When interviewed by the police, Sarah and Jorge's landlord would go on to state that early on in their tenure, Sarah had stated that Jorge was abusive to her, and she wanted to get his name off the lease.
You had told us that Sarah would confide in you about her and George's relationship. Can you tell us further what she would tell you?
Yes. Sarah, shortly after she moved in with George, she came to the office to talk to me. We noticed bruises and stuff on her, and she asked me if she could talk to me privately and asked how she would be able to get George off of the lease. Is there any way to do that? Which prompted, deeper conversation. She proceeded to let me know and was showing me a lot of bruises and marks. There were handprints, scratches. She even at one point had to go to the hospital. Through multiple conversations that we had, it steadily progressed. She had a very large gash at one point in her shin. She had to go to the hospital and get that taken care of. I'm not exactly sure what it was from, but I think it had to do when they got into a fight outside. And something got broke. I think it was one of their wine glasses or something. But, she came to me at one point asking, what do I do? Like, how can I get rid of him? I've never dealt with this type of situation. I just counsel her as she continued to come to me and explain to her that, she had to make a decision if she was going to stay with him or not be with him. If she, was going to try to work things out, they needed to seek out therapy, help, something. It wasn't too long after that last conversation that I found out the police had come and George was arrested. I don't remember about how long it was in between time, but there was another incident after that where they both got arrested, all for domestic. The complaints throughout their whole term, roughly about 20 to 30 noise complaints, fighting, arguing, banging on doors, loud music. It was just always something pertaining to their lifestyle. I do know that I have seen both of them intoxicated as early as 9 o'clock in the morning, and I mean staggering, falling down, intoxicated, both of them. There was a noise complaint that I had received about some fighting one day that was going on, and Sarah was actually wandering around the property very drunk, barefoot, not properly dressed, I'll say it like that, sitting on the side of her building over by the retention pond. When I was told about that is when I approached Sarah, sat down, talked to her. I even had also separately went and talked to George and told them that once they had sobered up, I needed to have a meeting with them. The following business day, because this was a Friday, I do remember that, I went to see them Monday, roughly about 12 o'clock. They were sober. They apparently had some epiphany, that they were going to straighten themselves up and start acting right. And they did very good for, basically until now. I haven't gotten any complaints since May of the past year, But up until that point, the complaints were consistent, monthly, always.
Would you ever speak with George by himself? Like, did he ever confide in you about their relationship?
The one time where, like I was just saying, that when I talked to her, she asked me to go talk to him. But she's like, please go put the fear of God in him. Fear of God in him. I'm a very stern property manager. I don't tolerate a whole lot of crap.
Right.
And she knew that, and she seemed scared of him at the time. So I said, sure, no problem, just stay here. We'll go talk to him. I went over, sat down, talked to George. I talked to him for about 30 minutes altogether. And, George had explained to me that she was actually the aggressive one. And the reason she ended up with marks is, in my perception of what he was trying to explain is that she's very hands-on, in the face, dramatized in talking and explaining or fussing or whatever they might have been doing.
Right.
And I believe that because Jean, my assistant, doesn't even like to deal with her, would avoid her like the plague, because she was always drunk and she's very hands-on. There was one day, as a matter of fact, it was that same day that I talked to George by himself. She kept grabbing me by the arms to the point that I told her, I said, touch me one more time, we're going to have a problem. I'm either going to contact the police or whatever we need to do, but you can't keep grabbing on me. I had asked her several times to quit touching me. And because of that, she would do the same thing to Jean, and Jean didn't like it.
Right.
So, that's what he was explaining to me, is she was always the touchy one, the aggressive one, not that she was hitting him, but she would be like in his face, or she might, push him, or, little things like that. And she would block him from coming out of the room or whatnot, and he would take her and move her. You know what I mean? And just, that's the way he had explained it to me.
Right.
She has told me, even literally to Monday, I have been told by her several occasions that he has drugged her around by the hair of her head. I've been, told about by neighbors. I'm sorry I don't have it anymore, but at one point a tenant actually sent us a video clip via text of them two fighting and beating on each other out in the backyard. There was another complaint incident about a ladder being propped up to the wall. That George was using to climb over the wall to try to get back into his apartment, sneaking in and out. There was another night, sorry, I forgot to tell you about this too. I got a call for one of my vacants in building 24, 4724, which is not their building. There was a tent set up on my vacant back porch. And it's apparently where George was sleeping for a couple of nights because she had him out of the house. I have another tenant here who may or may not speak to you, I'm not sure. For that reason, I don't want to give you her name just yet without talking to her, but George and her fighting that a different evening had actually wandered into her home. He was so drunk and had no idea where he was, and when she came home, luckily her kids were not there because she's a single mother with 3 kids. George was actually upstairs in her house hollering, looking for Sarah, thinking he was in his apartment. So we've had some incidences with them in that aspect, but nothing has ever been so bad that, I didn't feel that we could resolve the problem. And like I said, we haven't had any issues since May of last year. No complaints, no nothing until this. So we thought, hey, they're doing great. Maybe they fixed the problems. I mean,
has she come to you since May of any issues?
No,
Okay.
not one time.
Friends and family also witnessed multiple fights between the couple, leading to them encouraging both parties to end it and leave each other. On multiple instances, Jorge would leave the apartment for the night and crash at his parents' house, but the next day, Sarah would immediately come over and pick him up, and they would act like nothing had happened. Their immediate neighbor, Elijah Walker, spoke to the police and press about how much the pair argued, and how at one point he found Sarah asleep on his back porch. She had been locked out of the house by Jorge and in her drunken stupor crashed on his back porch, thinking it was his. About a year into their relationship, while Sarah was still technically with Brian, Sarah went out with Jorge to a bar. After about an hour, Sarah approached another man at the bar and asked to bum a cigarette. According to Sarah, Jorge became agitated upon seeing Sarah talk to another man and promptly left the bar. Later that night, when they were both back home, Sarah claimed that Jorge grabbed her by the hair and then dragged her up the stairs. She also stated that he kicked her in the eye. Notably, according to the police records, she wasn't able to recall how she came to be on the ground for him to grab her by the hair and begin to drag her, but did have multiple red marks around her face, coinciding with her statements. According to Jorge, Sarah had been the one who attacked him. Jorge told the police that after arriving home from the bar, they argued like Sarah had stated, but she lunged at him and began to strangle him. He had been sitting on the stairs at the time and tried to push her off of him, kicking her in the head in the process. Like Sarah, he had marks around his neck that indicated he was telling the truth about being strangled. However, neither party would sign a statement with the police, and both denied medical treatment. The police, unable to determine who had been the primary aggressor due to the injuries being on both parties, arrested them both, releasing them the next day after they both sobered up. In 2019, Boone called the cops on Torres and stated that he had once again gotten upset with her speaking to another man, and, while she slept, threw her off of the bed and began to assault her. He was immediately arrested and a no-contact order was put in place, but their relationship continued on. Oh, thank God. With her actively going to each of his court dates and not respecting her own restraining order. Eventually, Boone would weaponize a restraining order against Torres in an argument. Though they had stayed in a relationship, she had come to his court dates, and she in no way was respecting the restraining order. She called the cops on Torres one night when he, according to the police record, came into the apartment and took her credit card. Originally, she claimed he broke in and stole the card, but later she stated she had let him into the home to get it. He was later arrested and returned to jail, where he was sentenced to Alcoholics Anonymous and anger management. Even still, the couple stayed together. Torres's family hated Boone, and, according to her, believed that the relationship would kill him. They believed because she would instigate fights with him, striking him until he defended himself against her, and then call the cops, stating that he had started the fight and assaulted her for virtually no reason. They called her a, quote, white dragon, and after witnessing her start multiple fights with him, they stopped allowing her to come to their homes, and unfortunately for Jorge, his family's assessment would be proven correct. On the evening of February 23, 2020, everything had been going normally for Sarah and Jorge. According to Sarah, they spent the night drinking wine and doing a puzzle in their living room. However, while drinking, they got the idea to start playing hide and seek in the apartment. During the game, Sarah saw a small suitcase in the living room which was usually in a closet, and joked to Jorge that it would be funny if he got into it, at which point Jorge willingly got into the case. Sarah then zipped it up almost all the way, using a small paperclip because the zipper was broken. She made sure to leave a small opening, big enough for 2 fingers to reach out of the bag so that Jorge could get himself out and breathe. Jorge and Sarah laughed for a while, until Sarah got tired and decided to go lay down in her bed upstairs. Still a bit drunk, she passed out and believed that Jorge would join her when he got himself out. The next morning, she would wake up at 11 a.m. to an empty room and assume that Jorge had simply woken up before and was downstairs on his laptop. She would stay in bed for about an hour, but eventually she would get up after realizing the home was uncharacteristically quiet. It was when she went into the living room and saw the suitcase still zipped up and on the floor that she remembered putting him in it. She quickly rushed to the case and unzipped it, and was greeted with the long dead body of Jorge Torres Jr. She removed the body from the suitcase and put him on the floor to check for any signs of life. When she saw there were none, instead of doing the normal thing and calling the police, she called her ex-husband, Brian. Brian was used to Sarah calling at all hours of the night and day and talked to her a couple of days before, when she requested he send her more money because her bank account was in the negative. He had been calling her since 10 a.m. that morning, as it was her day to pick up and host their son, and he figured that she was calling either to say she wouldn't be taking him that day or she was on her way. He had no way of knowing the horrific scene she would try to entangle him in.
Location of your emergency. 4748 France Court, apartment 3.
4748, what's the street name?
France, FRANTD.
And the apartment number?
3.
Is this a police or medical?
My boyfriend is dead.
Okay, send the line for the fire department. Do not hang up.
Fire rescue. That's the location, Mercy.
That's 32.
No, please don't leave.
4748 France Lane, apartment 3.
France Court.
France Court.
Yes.
Okay, is this near Mackenzie Drive?
I don't know where that is.
Okay, fine, okay.
It's Hillwood Park Apartments.
Okay, 4748 France, correct?
Correct.
All right, correct. Now tell me exactly what happened there.
My boyfriend and I were playing last night, and I put him in his case and we were playing. And
Okay.
like kind of hide and seek kind of thing. So I fell asleep and I woke up and he was dead in the suitcase. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
Right, okay, what's your apartment number?
3.
Apartment 3?
Yes, like he has like blood coming out of his mouth, and I don't know if like he had like an aneurysm or what happened.
Right, okay, all right, okay. Listen, we're getting help out there too. All right, okay. Okay,
Now?
okay, yeah, man, listen, we're on our way out there. You're at 407-716-8684. Okay, is he hanging from somewhere or what, ma'am?
No, I pulled him out of the suitcase. I tried giving him CPR.
Okay, so he was in a suitcase?
Yes, and I fell asleep.
Okay, how old is the boyfriend, ma'am? 42-year-old male. All right. Okay, we're sending help out there. Sheriff's officer way out there?
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Listen to me. Okay. I just need to confirm this one. All right. I understand. I just need to confirm this. Is he awake at all? Is he conscious at all?
No, he's purple.
Is he breathing?
No.
All right. I need you to get him on the floor, flat on his back for me. Okay?
I did. I tried giving him CPR.
All right.
I tried giving him CPR.
Yeah. Okay.
But nothing happened. He's purple.
Okay. Listen to me. There's a defibrillator available. I need you to get it for me. Okay?
What is it?
You have an AED available?
No.
All right. Do you right by him now?
I'm sorry?
Are you right by him now?
Yes.
Okay. Lay him flat on his. Okay, ma'am. Listen. So listen. Is he cold and stiff?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, he's not necessarily cold, but he's stiff. And he's
Right. Okay.
purple.
All right, listen to me. Listen to me. I want you to lay him flat on his back for me on the floor.
I did.
Removing the pillows. Okay.
Yes, I did.
All right. Okay.
He's stiff and purple.
Right. Okay. Listen. Okay, man. That's fine. We're still going to do compressions on him. Okay. All right. Place the heel of your hand on his breastbone, right in the center of the chest, right between the nipples.
Yes.
Put your other hand on top of that hand.
Baby, I'm telling you. Just by looking at him, you can tell.
Okay. And
Please. Okay, he just gurgled.
okay. Okay. Listen to me. All right. I want you to place the heel of your hand. Okay, right between his chest, right between his breastbones.
Yes.
Put your other hand on top of that hand.
Yes,
We want to pump his chest to me hard and fast, going to this twice per second.
I'm doing it again.
Okay, no, just keep on pumping. That's all you need to do for me. Keep on pumping his chest for me. I don't need you to stop and talk or anything. I just want you to count out loud for me, okay?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. This is mixing.
Okay, ma'am, just keep on pumping his chest. That's all you need to do for me, okay?
Yes. Come on, please. Hurry up.
Okay, ma'am, they're driving here as fast as they can. Okay, don't stop to say hurry up. Just keep on pumping and counting.
I'm still doing it while I'm talking to you, okay?
Okay.
Still doing it.
All right, just continue pumping his chest. Count on a second count with you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Please hurry.
Okay, ma'am, they're getting there as fast as they can, okay?
He's stiff and he's purple.
Okay. Keep pumping his chest for me, ma'am.
I'm still doing it, okay? Still doing it. Just don't make me count.
Right, okay, that's fine. You do a good job. Just keep on doing it for me. That's all right. They're getting there as fast as they can, along with the sheriff's office also, okay?
Please.
Okay. Keep on pumping, ma'am. 1,
We were playing hide
2,
and seek.
3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep on pumping for me, ma'am.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Believe me, I'm doing it, okay? We were playing hide and seek.
Okay. All right, I understand. All right, just keep on pumping for me, okay? Okay.
Please hurry. This
Right,
is
okay.
horrible. This is horrific. What happened? Like, what happened?
Okay, ma'am, just keep on pumping his chest for me, okay? They're in the parking lot. They should be up there shortly, okay?
Yes. I'm still doing it, okay?
Right, okay, good. And you found them in a suitcase, you said?
Yes. We were playing hide and seek last night. I fell asleep. I think they're here.
All right, just keep on pumping his chest until they take over, okay?
I am.
Okay.
I am.
Okay.
I am.
Okay.
Open. Come in. Can I stop pumping now?
Let them take over for you, okay?
When was the last time anybody saw him? Last night. Okay. We were playing hide and seek. He hit another. It's okay, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's been down too long. There's nothing we can do for him.
Hello, ma'am.
And so we're there, obviously.
All right.
Yeah, no, my boyfriend. Is your boyfriend? Okay.
Does he have any kind of medical?
No. No, not that I know of.
Hello?
Hey, ma'am, the fire department's going to take care of you now, okay? Yeah, so we'll see you there.
Alrighty. Hello, ma'am, is still there? Hello?
The following is the police body cam footage taken February 24th, 2020.
Who pronounced?
She did. Oh, right there.
Did you call it? What time did you call it? Hello there. Hi. You live here? Yes. Okay, I'll talk to you. We gotta get some information from the fire department.
The property manager. I don't know if I should go tell him really quick or just so he knows what's going on.
Where is he at?
He's walked that way.
Oh, don't worry about that. We'll take care of that for you, okay?
Can I go? I had a cigarette lit.
I'll get it for you, okay? Wait 1 second, okay?
I really need something to drink.
Okay,
I got my Dr. Pepper on the counter.
okay, we'll take care of you. Give me 1 second.
Sarah just found and performed CPR on her dead boyfriend, a man that she stated that she loved. His death, according to her story so far, was a tragic accident that occurred because she drank too much the night before. However, she is incredibly calm and put together. She is concerned about telling her property manager what happened. She is thirsty and wants a cigarette. She tells the police officer, a person who was there to talk to her, about how she accidentally killed her boyfriend, and she is more concerned that her Dr. Pepper is on the counter. This behavior is incredibly unnatural. Usually, in times of high stress and mental anguish, you would see someone either entirely detach emotionally, to which they would come across completely stoic, or you would see them be visibly distressed. But Sarah is neither. She is calm, collected, and a bit annoyed that the police won't let her go in and get her drink from inside.
It's Armand too.
Put the time that you called it.
Yeah, I put that right there.
You got the time you called it? Okay, perfect. You can't go back inside. What's going on? Who is he to you? Boyfriend?
Yes, for like 3.5 years.
What happened?
He and I, we drank last night.
Imagine if a person you loved and dated for 3 years died suddenly. This is a person you would have obviously entwined your life with and saw a future with. And one day they die, completely out of the blue in a tragic accident. Now imagine it's your fault. The deluge of emotion you would be feeling would be immense and completely overwhelming. But when recounting how long they had been together and how he died, Sarah is annoyed. She adopts what I can only describe as a snotty tone of voice towards the officer, as if it's stupid that she has to explain herself. Again, this is completely unnatural and not the way one would behave given the circumstances.
What's going on?
Sorry,
I just got here, so fill me in.
No problem. Like, he and I were putting a puzzle together. We've been doing some artwork together.
You are putting a puzzle together?
Yes, we have a puzzle that we started in there.
Okay.
We've been doing art, trying to take stuff off the wall to make new art put up there, like having a good time with one another. But we're drinking. We had a bottle of wine last night.
Okay.
So then it's like we decided to play hide and seek, right?
Okay.
So he gets in the suitcase. Okay.
Who is this guy?
That's my ex-husband, my former husband.
How did he live here with you guys?
No, I called him over here.
Okay. Okay.
I didn't know what to do.
Okay.
I didn't know what to do.
Okay.
So then he came over here.
Here, let's talk in private, okay?
I called you guys.
Mhm.
I tried giving him CPR. The problem is I fell asleep. I fell asleep.
When did you do CPR?
This morning when I found him.
Before you called?
Yes.
1 o'clock right now.
I tried. I was awake, but I actually got out of the bed at like 12:30ish, whatever. So I came downstairs and I was like, oh, he's in the suitcase still. And that's when I found him and I took him out. I tried doing CPR and then I called him and then I called you guys.
Did he get here before the fire department got here?
Who?
Your husband?
She is able to quickly express and drop emotion. As she talks about her morning, her voice gets shaky and high-pitched, which would lead most to believe that she is being overcome with emotion and guilt. But she drops it the moment the police officer asks if Brian arrived before the fire department. Let me play it one more time to showcase how quick the change is.
Oh, he's in the suitcase still. And that's when I found him and I took him out. I tried doing CPR and then I called him and then I called you guys.
Did he get here before the fire department got here?
Who?
Your husband?
This is ridiculously unnatural and would no doubt stick out as a false display of emotion to the police officer.
Or your ex-husband?
Yes.
Okay. Where does he live at?
Right down the street.
Okay. So you were playing and who dipped him up in?
I did, but then I fell asleep.
Okay, okay. Well, you're okay. I wasn't here. I'm just trying to figure out what
I
happened.
fell asleep, so I don't know if he suffocated or like had an aneurysm or a heart attack or
What
what.
kind of medical conditions does he have?
None that I know of.
Nothing that you know of.
None
You
that I
didn't take
know
any
of.
medicine
No,
last night?
no.
No medicine.
All we had was a bottle of wine. Literally, just a bottle of wine.
Okay.
Doing puzzle artwork. Then we decided to play hide and seek. That's all that happened.
Okay, okay.
So I don't know if he had a heart attack or what in there. Like, I don't know what happened.
So how long were you doing CPR on him prior to you calling 911? You tried that all morning?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I called him while I was
What
doing
time
CPR.
did you start? Probably give me a rough ballpark. Here, let me fill this deputy in, okay?
Please, may I have my Dr. Pepper? I am
Hold on,
so
one
cotton
second,
mouth
one
right
second.
now.
Again, she is more concerned with getting back to her Dr. Pepper, a drink that she began drinking before she decided to remove Jorge from the suitcase he died in, than what is currently going on.
Ma'am, and you can't talk to him until we get done with this, okay?
Just don't leave, okay, Brian?
Thank you, ma'am.
Well,
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm getting Lucas.
I know.
Do me a favor. Stand over there by that car. Give me 1 second. Just give us a second, okay? We gotta...
Somebody else on that call a break and
It's on the counter.
I can't remove anything from out of the house.
Bravo, but
Thirsty, like, I'm
Here, I want you to sit down because I don't want you passing out. This is probably a lot for you to deal
I
with,
need
right? Sit.
Ma'am,
I don't.
some water. Just water.
I can get you some water, okay? Just I want you not on your feet because I don't want you passing out on me.
generator call.
I need water.
Okay, I'll get some for you.
You're trying to Charlie, but you're on it.
So you've had a second to kind of collect yourself. Tell it to me again. You guys were playing last night, drinking a bottle of wine,
Putting puzzles together, doing
doing
artwork.
puzzles, artwork. Okay.
Had a bottle of wine, and then decided to play hide and seek.
Mhm.
So he
What
gets.
time was that? Do you remember?
I mean, I know that I was in bed probably by like what, 12:30.
Okay.
Well, I went upstairs at least, and I fell asleep,
Okay.
forgetting that he was
So
in
you
the
guys
suitcase.
were playing the hide and go seek.
Yes.
And at some point you put him in the suitcase?
No, he got in the suitcase. So
Okay.
he thought it would be funny to be put in the suitcase. So I was like, okay, well, I'm going to joke with you and I'll zip you up and make him, squirm a little bit, whatever it is. But then I fell asleep.
Mhm.
I fell asleep.
Where was the suitcase?
Right
When
where
he got
it
in
is.
it? Right down there?
Yes.
You zipped him in there?
Yes.
Thought he was be funny, a little
It
joke?
was. We both were laughing about it. And
Okay.
then I fell asleep
Where did you fall asleep at?
upstairs.
In your bedroom?
Yes.
Okay.
Totally forgetting that he was in the suitcase still.
Okay. And then you came back downstairs
This morning, or this
around
afternoon, yes, when
the
I got up.
ballpark. What time?
12:30-ish. I was awake, but I totally forgot that he was in the suitcase. He can tell you there's a lot of things that we have been going through. Jobs,
Yeah, he did tell me. Some
life,
domestic
all that
stuff.
good stuff. So I just totally
So you
forgot.
began to do CPR on him?
Yes.
From
Yes.
About
And he
what time
gurgled,
this morning
like he
did you
gurgled.
start doing that CPR?
No, it was the afternoon. It was afternoon
The
because
afternoon?
I was awake, but then I finally decided to come downstairs at like 12:30-ish, whatever it is, and I was like, I forgot he was in the suitcase, and he wasn't moving. Nothing was happening, so I unzipped it, took him out, and started doing CPR on him.
Mhm.
He was on his way over here. I called you when he got here.
Once he got here, you called us?
Yes.
Okay.
And air was coming out, and he was gurgling, but
Mhm.
I could just tell by looking at him.
But you knew how to do CPR? You were doing that on your own?
Yes.
Okay.
And then
All
the
right.
person that was on the phone with me also, I counted with him doing.
And he's got no medical? He doesn't take any
I
medication?
don't know. I don't know medical wise. I know he doesn't take any medications whatsoever.
Okay.
The only thing, like I said, I don't know if alcohol had something to do with it, but we had a bottle of wine.
Okay. All right. Here's, I want you to sit back down because I don't want
Can I
you...
have one more sip of water, please?
Yeah, go.
Denver, 29 residential, audible, 1303 Island Bay Drive.
I'll do what I can to get you a cup because I don't want you to have to keep doing that.
Maintenance didn't have the proper to cancel the indication at the front door. The motor unit on the channel.
The cups are like right there.
Okay.
44 motor
Sit right here. Don't talk to the ex-husband right
Oh,
now,
I won't.
okay?
I won't. Can I have a cigarette, please?
Ma'am, I can't take anything out of the house.
It's on the back porch.
Nope, all of it. It's secure, okay? I'll try my best to get you what you need, okay? Maybe one of these deputies has a pack from someone, you know, sit down and I'll try and get you what you need, okay?
Just cut, please.
Okay. I don't want you on your feet. Hey, Sarah. You get enough water? No, if you want to stay seated, I don't want you getting lightheaded. So remember I said the detectives were going to come out and talk to you and go from there. You know what I'm saying? They're here. They're going to ask you a few questions and then go from there, okay? All right.
All right, Sarah. My name's Chelsea. My partner Scott. To my understanding, you reside here. Okay. Is it just you?
And George.
Okay.
And I have a 9-year-old. It's 50-50 with Brian, my former husband.
Your former husband. Okay. But you reside here with George, and then your son lives with you, or it's 50-50?
Yeah.
Okay. So from what
Rodriguez
has told me, she explained last night that you guys were drinking a bottle of wine, and around midnight, you decided you guys.
12:30ish, yeah.
Okay. You guys decided to play hide and seek.
Well, we were playing hide and seek, and then
Was your son home at the time, or okay?
no, with my with Brian.
Okay.
Decided to play. We're just stupid like that. Like,
Sure.
we were putting puzzles together. We were doing artwork. You can see the puzzle that we finished in there, and then the artwork, and then decided to play hide and seek, just being stupid.
Okay.
So he decided to get in the suitcase. So I thought it would be funny to, and he was laughing about it too, to dip him up in there. I go upstairs and fell asleep. So this morning or this afternoon when I actually got up out of the bed, I thought for sure he was downstairs on the laptop because he was being really quiet. But then I came downstairs and I'm like, where is he? Like, and then that's when I found him.
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
Jesus Christ. What happened to Jorge was incredibly obvious to those who were on the scene. Jorge had clearly suffocated in the suitcase he was trapped in. However, Sarah continuously tries to distance herself and the investigation away from the fact by stating, "I don't know what happened. I don't know if he had a heart attack or an aneurysm." She seemed entirely unable to process or consider the fact that this event was caused by her, and instead tries desperately to remove herself from potential responsibility. Sure, he died in the suitcase, but it was probably another medical event that just so happened to coincide with him being locked in a small piece of luggage.
Okay. And then you weren't sure about if you woke up this morning
It was afternoon. I mean, I was
or
awake,
this afternoon.
but I just didn't want to come downstairs. So
Okay.
I just laid in the bed for a little while. And then I eventually came downstairs and was confused about where he was. And then I was like, oh my God, he's in the suitcase still. So I pulled him out and I stretched him out and I started to try to do CPR on him. I called you guys. Well, I called Brian.
Okay.
And then as soon as he got here, which is 30 seconds down the road, I called you guys.
Okay.
And the person on the phone had me do the concussions continually still and count with him until you guys showed up.
Okay. And so as a part of our investigation, we obviously have to go inside the house. We have to look at things. Are you okay with us
Yes.
going in the house and looking at things?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And forensics, so we have to have our forensics crime scene investigators come out. Are you also okay with them coming inside,
Do
taking
whatever you need to
photographs
do.
and
Whatever
okay.
you need to do.
Okay.
Can I ask, is Brian, I'm sorry, George, was he diagnosed with any kind of medical history?
Not that I know of. Not that I know of. I don't know. I mean, he doesn't take drugs. I mean, we'll have the occasional bottle of wine here and there, but I don't know, like,
That was going to be my next question. So you guys don't normally drink? You just drink once in a while, or?
well, I'm going to say, like, okay, I guess normal drinking is, like, we will have, like, a glass of wine or two, like, while we're cooking dinner. Sure. We'll come here and we'll play a board game with him and little games here and there. But, I mean, it's not, like...
A couple of beers a day?
Well, but I don't understand, though, like, for the little bit that we had, like, not had anything to do with it. Like, I don't know if he had a heart attack or a stroke or an aneurysm or what happened to him. I don't know.
And were you guys together all day yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. Here?
Yes.
Like neither of you left the apartment yesterday?
I think he drove up to the convenience store to get cigarettes.
Okay.
But I mean, you could walk there.
Does he have any history of using any drugs? I know he doesn't now because you said he doesn't, but
I don't know.
as far as you've ever known him, you've never
No.
seen him.
No. I mean, he's from Philadelphia, and he grew up in Philadelphia, and then he went to Massachusetts, and then from Massachusetts he came down here. So I don't really know like a whole lot of like medical history or.
How long have you guys been together?
Almost 4 years, like 3.5 years.
You guys been living here the whole time?
Yes.
Okay. He's never been to the doctor or to the hospital during that time?
He and his brother got into a really bad argument at one point. He had to have facial reconstruction, but he has been in the hospital from that. And then I talked him into going to see like a regular physician so he could get just like a regular like checkup thing.
Yeah.
But there were no red flags.
How long ago was that?
The surgery or
Yeah,
the doctor?
both.
Both.
The surgery I think was at this point what 2 years maybe, 2.5 years. The checkup was probably a good 2 years too.
Okay.
And the suitcase is still in there?
Yep.
Is it normally stored down there? Did you guys travel recently?
No, he was going to start putting some of the what do you call it? Donations in there. So that's why.
That's why it's out?
Yes.
Okay. You guys didn't recently travel somewhere or anything like that?
After you zipped them up, did you move the bag around and mess with them at all, or you just zipped it up and walked away
And I both
laughing?
were laughing about it, but I went upstairs and I fell asleep.
Okay. But what position was he in when he went in? Was he sitting on his rear end and his head up and he just kind of bent over?
Okay, so like this is the suitcase. Like this was his head and then his knees right here and his feet were down.
So he was laying on his side?
Yes. Yes.
You just closed the flap and zipped it around
Yes.
him? Okay.
We were playing.
Understandably, okay.
So he said that I needed to tell you guys about his family. Like, who do I talk to about that?
We're gonna do that once we walk through and see. Yeah, we're
not going anywhere. We're gonna be here for a while.
Like,
this is gonna be a while.
I'm afraid for my life.
After causing the death of her boyfriend, Sarah immediately attempts to take the victim role in regards to the police by claiming she is now afraid for her life.
You know that. I'm
Why
afraid
is that?
for my life. His family have never liked me. I'm the blue-eyed white devil, is what they call me. So they've never liked me. They've never taken me in. They've never accepted me. I'll put it that way.
Have you called any of them?
We talked to his daughters yesterday.
No, I mean, like, about this. Does
No.
anyone know? Okay.
That's
So
why
no one's gonna know until we will be making that notification. So
they're going to
it's
kill me.
okay.
Do
Well,
they live local?
Yes, they're down the road. They're going to kill me. His kids are going to kill me in Philadelphia. They're going to kill me. This was not intentional.
okay.
And they're not going to understand that. They're not going to accept it.
We're gonna do a thorough investigation, and we will definitely make sure that you don't feel scared when we leave here. Okay.
Immediately, the officers would no doubt know there is something wrong with this statement. Sarah saying that Jorge's family doesn't like her because she is white, and they have never accepted her because of that fact, is not reason enough to believe that they would be physically violent towards her or harm her in any way. Just because the family of your partner doesn't like you doesn't mean you are in danger of being harmed by them. Sarah's continued statements that Jorge's family is incapable of understanding that what happened here isn't her fault, and that they are dangerous people who will kill her because she is white, would no doubt make them more suspicious of her.
And my 9-year-old.
Well, he's at school, or he's with your husband.
I know. Well,
ex-husband.
Your husband said that, or your ex-husband said he made arrangements for your 9-year-old to be picked up.
Oh, okay, Mom. Probably. Okay.
Okay.
All right, we're going to go inside if that's okay.
Yes, please, but can you guys just keep me posted?
Of course.
So I know what's going on.
Yes, ma'am.
And don't.
All you have to do is get their attention if you have a question or you need to talk to us. He's standing right there. She'll be right here.
Yeah. Okay, but will you guys tell me, like, so you're telling me, like, you won't call whoever it is without telling me, right?
No.
I mean, I have all their phone
And we're
numbers if
not
you need
calling.
them.
We're not making phone calls. We're actually going to speak to them in person.
Yeah.
We
That'll be
are.
later
They're
on.
going to. Okay.
It'll
You'll
be
know
later.
prior to us making any
I'm
contact.
not going to be here.
Okay.
They're going to kill me.
Okay.
We'll address all of that,
Yes.
okay, before we leave. Okay?
This was.
Okay?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
If you're getting the sense that the police don't believe her and think she's being overdramatic, you would be right. Her continued insistence that his family was going to kill her and that they shouldn't tell them about his death without running it by her first is more than unusual. It was suspicious, given the fact that most people over the age of 20 don't randomly decide to play hide and seek while drunk. The detectives already believed that Sarah had played a more deliberate role in Jorge's death.
She wants to say something. She wants to talk. Come on.
Well, we're
Don't
here,
know
so
anything though, like why or how.
So we will not know the answer to that because we're not doctors. So what's going to happen is he's going to go to the medical examiner's office and he'll have what's called an autopsy.
Yeah.
That'll be first thing tomorrow morning. I'll know a lot, hopefully a lot more tomorrow morning as far as him. But I cannot. There's no way I could say how, why.
So just by looking at him, like, why is he purple?
Out of all the things to ask, she asks why he was purple. Because he's dead, Sarah. That's why. What else could that possibly mean?
Oh, that's normal when someone passes away. Lividity turn.
as soon as the heart stops beating, the blood starts to settle to the lowest points of the body, and then it becomes very pronounced. So that's just called a public bleed. It happens every day.
I'm like really scared. I want you guys to know that.
You have, you have all these deputies here, so while we're here, nothing's going to happen to you. Before we go and make any notifications, you'll have plenty of time to leave or do what you need to do. Whatever you need to do. Okay? And we can talk about that more in length. But, yeah, it's not going to be a surprise.
Real quick, and then.
But like, I don't like. This was totally like not intentional. Like, that's what I'm scared about too. Like,
We'll have all the answers. We'll have a lot more answers tomorrow after medical exam. Like you said, what you're seeing here is common. This is us coming out to a
protocol.
scene. Yeah, his age, no real medical history that
I
we know
know of.
For him to have passed away, we come out.
I
and we
know.
do an investigation. Yeah. We come out and do an investigation. Medical examiner's office will be sending people out. This is what we do. If he was 75 years old and had a history of heart condition, we wouldn't be here.
I just don't know what his. I don't know what it is.
Exactly, and that's what we're here to find out. We're just here to get the answers. The answers that you want, the answers that his family's
I
gonna want.
just really want to see my son. Like, I really need to see my son. I mean, I know I can't go anywhere, but
Right.
So do I just like sit out here and wait for you guys?
If you would, yes, please.
Is anybody else having to show up, or everybody's here that needs to be here?
My team's here.
Yeah.
That needs to be here. The medical examiners will show up when we call them, but we're not ready for them yet. So they're gonna take him. They're gonna take some photos, take him. But that's towards the end of it, and they'll be called well in advance when we're ready for them. But we're not ready for them at this point, so we won't be calling them quite yet. Okay. So like I said, I gotta go do some paperwork. They're gonna chat with some people, and then we're gonna come back and talk to you if you're okay with that.
Yes, please.
So just give us a little bit more time. Like I said, I need to go and do that, and he's gonna go do
So,
what he needs to do.
like, do you guys tell his family like today or after
Yes,
tomorrow?
We have to.
It's the law.
We have to go make contact with the family.
Yeah.
They have to be notified.
Once our investigation is pretty much complete here, once we leave here, we will be going to.
But again, you'll know. We're not going to just go and do it without you knowing. You'll know. We'll talk to you prior to doing anything like that.
But how? I mean, I understand what you guys and how you do it, and you know. So, but like, what do you just tell him? What do you tell his parents? Like, what's the reason?
Passed away.
We tell them what we know at that point.
Yeah.
We tell them the truth.
And that we're gonna be waiting for the autopsy results, and I will be at the autopsy in the morning, and hopefully the doctor will be able to give me some of what they think and see.
We'll give them their number. They can contact them and get it from them.
But yeah, they're gonna know what we're here, what we're investigating, and that
they're gonna think I killed him.
Why would they think that?
They always have said that. They've always have said that.
Knowing the past history between Jorge and Sarah, it makes sense for his family to believe that Sarah would eventually lead to his death. Their relationship was volatile, and they were both abusive towards each other. But in one instance, Jorge's own brother fought him after Sarah told him that he beat her up. So they were not entirely callous and uncaring towards her. They had witnessed the pair argue and attack each other, and they had recently seen Sarah weaponize the restraining order she had against Jorge in a manner that they believed to be malicious. Sarah attempting to rewrite the narrative as them being demonstrably unfair and aggressive people who hate her for her skin color is a blatant attempt at manipulation, one that you would think she would understand wouldn't work, given that the police have access to her and Jorge's past records. But even still, Sarah attempts to tell them that any negative feelings they might have had towards her are unfair and that she is in danger. After speaking with Sarah and going over her version of events, the investigators hit a couple of sizable roadblocks. A number of things Sarah had stated didn't make sense. If Jorge and her were playing hide and seek, why would he have had her zip him up in the suitcase, seeing as it would defeat the purpose of the game? If she had only 2 glasses of wine that night, how would she have passed out and forgotten where Jorge was in a matter of seconds? Why had she called her ex-husband before calling the police? As more questions piled up, they continued to collect more evidence, starting with Boone's phone, which she shared with Torres. Multiple different outlets stated that she willingly gave up the phone when it was asked of her, but it was part of a search warrant, meaning she had little choice. And it was on that phone that they found one of the most disturbing pieces of evidence in any case I have covered. The following is the last known footage of Jorge Torres Jr. and was taken by Sarah Boone. Though the footage itself isn't graphic, it is distressing, as it shows the haunting final moments of a man's life. If you do not wish to see the footage, please skip this part, as it can be distressing to some. Your mental health is important, and the only person who can protect it is you. Please be mindful before we continue. I will give you a couple seconds to skip.
Sarah.
For everything you've done to me.
Sarah.
For everything you've done to me.
Sarah.
Fuck you.
Sarah.
Fuck you.
Sarah.
Stupid.
Sarah.
That's my name. Don't wear it up.
Sarah. I can't fucking breathe, babe. Seriously.
Yeah, that's when you do when you choke me.
Sarah. 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 Sarah, I can't breathe, babe.
That's on you.
Sarah, I can't breathe.
It's on you.
Sarah.
Real or ransom. I want to get video for it extra. Because I got this.
Sarah.
Real or ransom.
Sarah. Sarah, I can't breathe, babe.
Oh. That's what I feel like when you ching on me.
Sarah.
Fuck you.
Fucking breathe, Sarah.
Yeah. You should probably shut the fuck up.
Sarah.
In Sarah's original statement, she talked about how Jorge and her joked while he was in the suitcase, how they laughed at the absurd situation, and how it had been nothing but fun to them both. But this was clearly not the case. Sarah had locked her boyfriend up in a small container and taunted him, telling him to shut the fuck up when he said he couldn't breathe, and even appeared to knock the luggage over. Whatever had occurred that night, it hadn't been the unfortunate accident that Sarah had claimed. With this piece of evidence, as well as statements from her ex-husband, landlord, and the Torres family, the police brought in Sarah the next day for further questioning.
I'm gonna have you sit in the green chair that doesn't move. Appreciate you coming in.
Yes, ma'am. I want to ask you about these whenever we have a moment.
Sure.
At the beginning of the interview, Sarah has absolutely no idea they have found the videos that were on her phone, or that they have any evidence against her. The two investigators will continue to have a cordial tone with her, to appease her ego and keep her guard down. That way they can gather as much information as possible from her. It's pertinent that they keep Sarah at ease and comfortable for as long as possible, as everything she is saying, and each new lie she tells, can be used against her later on.
So obviously, he received his autopsy. So I'm going to read you your rights again because we have to talk about that. And since I'm talking about the incident, we just have to do it, just like we did yesterday.
Protocol?
Just like we did yesterday. Remember I read you the rights? Your rights? Yeah. So it's the exact same thing, but since I'm asking you follow-up questions, I need to read them to you, okay?
Sure.
All right. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning without charge. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one, one can be provided for you before questioning without charge. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me?
No.
And do you understand what I just read you?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. So this morning we went to his autopsy, and we were informed of some injuries that he has by the doctor. So I want... so he's got scratch marks to his back.
I know what that's from.
Okay. And it's called a contusion. Do you know what a contusion is? So like basically you're getting hit and then you get a mark from it. You'll get bruising. Like someone hit you or something like that. It's called a contusion. So he had some injuries to his left shoulder. He had a cut near his lip. We could see his mouth was a little
I haven't laid a hand on him.
Okay.
Also too, he fell off my son's bike.
Okay.
So I don't know, and he's notorious for running into the wall or the hall tree. So
Okay. What about the scratches? Because there's also sex.
Yes.
Okay. Because there's also like a scratch on the back of his neck, kind of going, but it's going straight across.
I have no idea what that's from.
And they're all recent. They occurred recently. It wasn't something that occurred post or that occurred a week ago or 2 days ago, 3 days ago. They definitely occurred, the night leading up to when he was.
In all honesty,
I've already explained on this channel that when somebody makes it a point to punctuate a sentence with the phrase, in all honesty, truly, or honestly, that indicates deception. They are trying to point to their honesty when they're being dishonest. Although that is not always the case, in these high-stress situations, it tends to be a red flag. Sarah is put on the spot, and in order to try and explain away the injuries that Jorge had on his body, she says he is infamous for running into walls, and that he recently fell off of her child's bike. Both of these things are completely far-fetched, and her over-exaggerated body movements punctuate her lies. By this time, they had already spoken to Brian, her ex-husband, multiple times over, and he had indicated that when Sarah would attack him, she would come at him with her fingernails. He told police he was left with scratches on his face, neck, arms, and torso, and they are more than aware that the scratches left on his back were not from sex. Again, the police will not push her on how ridiculous these assertions are, especially the one about him running into the wall so hard he dislocated his shoulder and simply didn't notice, because they are fact-finding. Pay attention to her overexpression when attempting to look confused or concerned. She has a tendency to bulge out her eyes, to look bewildered, but fails each time.
All honesty, we have not gotten into it.
Okay.
That's why, The only thing I thought you guys were going to ask me about, which I was going to be honest with you anyway, are the scratch marks on his back.
Mhm.
Everything else, I have no idea what it is. No idea what it is. Nonetheless, I've had my son over the house too, so.
Well, your son was there when? When was he last there?
Oh gosh.
From my
week?
understanding, he was there like last Tuesday.
I don't know if it was Tuesday, but yes, he was there last week. So.
Well, we're talking about Sunday.
Yeah.
We're just talking about what occurred Sunday. Because, like I said, the injuries they occurred within that time period.
So you're talking about day before yesterday.
Sunday leading into Monday. You called us yesterday at 1, but the incident, you guys were painting and stuff the night prior.
Correct.
So we're talking about Sunday and then
That's
into
why
Monday.
I'm thoroughly confused, because we had a good time sitting on the back porch having wine and smoking a couple of cigarettes, and then decided to go inside and literally paint, do puzzles, and play, and listen to music. That's why nobody got out of sorts. This is what's mind-blowing to me. Like, I have no clue. Nobody laid a hand on anybody.
He also had, like on the left side of his forehead, he had basically bruising, and on like his head and his skull.
I have no idea.
As if something hit him.
I
considered
have not
force
touched him.
trauma.
I have not touched him. I have not touched him.
Then how would you get those injuries?
Tell me and we'll both know. I have not touched him.
Yesterday, when we took photographs of your overall body, and they did the buccal swabs, did they go under your fingernails?
No.
Okay. Are you willing to let us
Absolutely.
swab underneath your fingernails?
Go for it.
Okay.
I have no idea, and I don't want to seem out of sorts, but I have no idea. We had a good day. It was a good day. We've had good days lately, even considering everything that's going on with our jobs and life in general and ex-wives and everything. It's been good. Like, I don't even know where this is coming from.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
said
even
the
know.
last physical was probably, you said, I think, what, a month ago? Where you got the injury, right? You said that was a
I'll
month
say
ago?
a few weeks, give or take, yeah.
A few weeks. That was the last, like, physical altercation between the two of you? Yeah, you said a month ago he hit you with a curtain rod.
Yeah, with a curtain rod. That's why I can't believe you guys didn't take that either.
Wow.
Like, we've been good. I don't know if, like, it's since the last time he got out of jail. Like, we've been good, and he's been having his classes and seeing his probation officer, who's amazing. So.
What do you mean by good? What's your definition of good?
The probation officer?
No, you said you guys have been good. What's your definition?
I've been good.
Throughout the beginning of the interview, Sarah has subconsciously used we when talking about the relationship. Her constantly stating, "We've been good," is her admitting unconsciously that both her and Jorge need to work on themselves in the relationship, and he was not the sole aggressor. But hearing it back from the male detective, she realizes her mistake, and instead pins the blame solely on the man she killed.
I don't think you all understand. He comes at me all the time. He comes at me. So it's either I flee or try to go upstairs and go to sleep. That's usually what it is. And I don't know if you talked to Brian about any of that, but most of the time when I flee, I go over there. So.
Right, but you're saying that you guys have been good, and when I asked you yesterday, the last incident that you could remember was the curtain rod incident, which you said was a month ago, so.
Give or take.
Right. So what do you mean by he comes after you? Like,
he gets belligerently drunk. Like, I don't know if you all have looked through my phone yet and seen any of the pictures and the videos that I have taken. And at one point, I started documenting everything.
Okay.
So you all will see in my pictures bloody fingers, split foreheads. He split my nose. I've got this.
Right.
I don't know if Brian told you about it, where I had to have I had one really bad surgery, but then it got really, 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 really bad, where I had to go like 4 or 5 more times afterwards for them to tend to it, from him poking me in the back of the leg.
Right.
So it's.
Then why are you still with him?
Everybody asks me that. When I tell you guys this, I really love him. Like I do. And I feel like I can help him. Like I feel Like, I could help him, which I did, because he came a really long way from where he was in Philadelphia to moving back to here and to dealing with everything else that he's been dealing with. I've really helped him. I've bailed him out of jail, 3 times. I've gone to every single hearing and every single arraignment, everything that I did for him.
I paused here to take note of what she had said. Her talking about being truly in love with him, going to every single court date for him, and helping him is well and good. However, while she is staying with him and going to these court dates, she has a no contact order on him, meaning that despite her willingness to see him, he would be breaking the law. According to his family, she weaponized this against him and would ask him to come see her, and when he would do something she didn't like, she would call the cops to get him arrested. While battered and abused partners do have an extremely difficult time leaving their abuser, in this instance, both Jorge and Sarah were mutually abusive to each other.
Gone to see all his public defenders, go to the state. I've gone to the state. I did everything for him because I'm trying to help him, because I had hope in him. And he was trying. He was really trying. And then he starts to think about things, and I think he gets overwhelmed, and then it's like, the next thing I know, he's drinking. So it's like, oh man, I know where this is going to go, so I'm going to go upstairs and read a book, or I'm going to go for a bike ride, or I'm going to do something else, where I don't want to drink. I don't want to drink. The occasional wine, whatever, or if it's a weekend, that's when you have a good time. You don't have to wake up the next day. I have to wake up the next day and do things. I have to tend to Lucas. I have to take him to school. I have all this stuff to do. He doesn't know how to, I guess, maintain himself, where I can do 50 things at once and still know the 50 things more prior that I need to get done. He can't process like that. He didn't process like that, so he would literally, not literally, but have smoke coming out of his ears. So the next thing you know, he doesn't want to deal with it. I'm going to go get something to drink. So the majority of the time, I would hang out outside or do something else because I don't want to drink. And every time, his job broke his heart. And it made me sad because he had so much pride in his job. And the store that he took care of so much totally went downhill. And that broke his heart because he had put so much work and effort into fixing it up. And his manager was awful and basically gave up on all of the employees. So I think that had a huge bearing on why he would drink so much. His ex-wife is bonkers. She was all over him all the time. Send me money, send me money, send me money. How can I send you money when I don't have a job? And he's still trying to take care of me and Lucas by paying a bill here or there, getting some groceries. So he always had something on his mind, which is why, again, I got the puzzles and the paint to try to get him off of it so we don't have a drink, or he doesn't have a drink. So when you all see my phone, you can see all of the damage he has done to me and the videos of him smashing my television because he's belligerently drunk. Where most of the time, I just don't want to be there. And I try to help him. I try to calm him down. Eventually, he just passes out.
Well, yesterday it made it sound like you guys were just drinking like a glass or two. Like, yeah, you obviously had the bottle, but you told me on recording like that you were not drunk, he was not drunk, you guys were having a good time.
I can't get drunk. Number one, I do not want to get drunk.
Sarah says 3 completely contradictory things in a matter of seconds here. She states she doesn't get drunk, then stops herself, because she knows they probably have talked to Brian, who would have no doubt told them about her constant drinking and how she often came home completely wasted. Then she states she can't get drunk, and then goes on to say that she never wants to get drunk. These are all completely untrue, and her own records contradict this. Simply being in such a high-pressure environment in this police interrogation has left her scrambling, like the good and dutiful partner, mother, and wife. But she seems completely unaware that that perception is at odds with reality. She keeps bringing up evidence on the phone. and how there is proof of what happened on the phone. Many have speculated she simply didn't remember taking the videos of Jorge's final moments, while others have stated she simply deleted the videos and thought the police wouldn't be able to get a hold of them. Either way, she is entirely unaware of the damning evidence they have, showing her malice and intent to kill her partner.
I don't like being non-complimentous, having my wits about myself. I don't like feeling out of control.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I'm just saying, you're making it sound like he's a raging alcoholic today, and yesterday I was kind of asking you those questions, and you're like a little defensive, like, no, we're not alcoholics.
I'm not.
We are not, you know. But you guys were both sober on Sunday, to your knowledge, because when I said you went and passed out, you were like, no, I didn't pass out, I just fell asleep. So now it's kind of like, what is it? Were you guys drinking and it got out of hand and it got physical?
No.
Or is it...
Sunday was one of the better days that we have had in quite some time. He's dancing with my dog. You can see that too on the pictures, him loving the dog. He loves the dog and dancing around, having a good time, and just being happy kind of thing. He doesn't know, I can get like maybe 2-3 glasses of wine, and I'll be fine. But I have to have my wits about myself because I don't know what to expect.
Well, let's talk about Sunday. What was Sunday? How were you, like, how many glasses of wine did you have? How many glasses of wine did he have? The bottle was gone. I mean, I don't know if you poured any out. Yes.
No, that was from previous.
You said that there was a half bottle left
yeah,
over.
about this much.
And then that you had wine, well, I don't even know how the wine, how'd you guys get the wine for Sunday?
I'm guessing he went to Publix.
Does he like leave the house and you stay home, or do you go to Publix? Like, cause
sometimes I'll go with him.
Okay. Did you go with him Sunday to Publix?
So most of the time what happens is, because the convenience store where we get cigarettes is here, and then Publix literally is cattywampus to it.
Okay.
So what he'll do is he'll go by Publix, and then on the way back, catch the convenience store.
Okay.
So
is that what he did Sunday?
I'm guessing that's what he did, because the next thing I know, he's walking in with a bottle.
Okay.
So it's him trying to be nice, so I don't have to go out and do it. Plus, there's stuff that are around the house that I had to take care of. So that's usually what will happen. Or I'm folding laundry, and he'll go run out and do whatever.
Okay. So, where were you guys at on drunkenness, not drunkenness on Sunday? You told us you weren't drunk.
No, I was not drunk.
Right.
I was not drunk. So with him, I don't know. I know when it's like, oh, okay, man, where I have told him, slow down. It's starting to catch up with you. Slow down. Slow down. And another thing, too, is I don't like listening to music with him because he gets too involved in the music, and the music that he listens to is a little rough around the edges, and, like, it makes me fractious listening to his music. So I kept asking him, let's just you and me talk. You and me will just be the ones that are talking, which was fine, because, I mean, we were playing with the dog, whatever, and then it's like, okay, now let's do the painting. We just did the puzzle, took a break, now let's do this. Sure enough, sat down, we're sitting in there talking, laughing, talking about new movies, we're watching movie trailers while we're doing painting and all that other stuff. So it's still background noise to him, because I think that's what he's used to, is having background noise, where me, I can sit in here all day with not a peep. But he always has to have some kind of background noise, which I didn't mind because the trailers were cool, and he was interested in showing them to me, getting excited about movies that were out or upcoming.
Okay.
So
on your laptop you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay.
And I mean, and then it was...
But you said it was a good day, like, you guys didn't have any...
Just a general reminder, Sarah's determination of events, in which she is trying to get the police to believe, is that what happened was nothing but an accident. That Jorge and her are the kind of couple that does fun things like play hide-and-go-seek with two people, with one person helping the other hide. Yet she constantly degrades Jorge throughout the interrogation. She is saying she doesn't like his music because it's too rough around the edges. She doesn't like to drink, and doesn't like it when he does because he gets too aggressive. She had to treat him like a toddler and take him from craft to craft the night of his death. Repeatedly, she takes every instance she can to speak negatively about him, even when it would make more sense for her to say they were reckless and fun-loving.
Conversations about your relationship, you guys didn't go down like the rabbit hole, like had too many to drink, and you guys start getting...
Nope, when I tell you this, it made me so happy that he actually listened to what I had to say with just, we'll get through it. This will be fine. It's just, it's a small hurdle that you and I together will get through because...
I'm talking about the money, jobs,
daughters,
stress.
Yes.
Nothing
No.
relationship-wise, though? Like, no issues, did you guys have a conversation about your relationship, or was it just about,
just
like,
what's going on right now?
Got it.
I try to evoke it from him so he gets it off his chest because I call him the volcano where eventually he's going to erupt.
Right.
And what he has learned in his classes is to communicate, which is a huge thing in a relationship,
Right.
where he has been practicing communication. So he actually talks to me about things and unburdens himself. Put it on me. I'll sit there and try and figure it out for you like I have almost everything. Not a worry. Just tell me. Get it out of you.
Right.
But it was, when I tell you, I was so happy. Like, it was such a good day. I kid you not. The weather was beautiful outside. I'm the one that had him go inside so we can do puzzles and painting and listen to music or whatever else he wants to do. So then he starts doing whatever it is we're doing together in the living room and then starts talking because I think he gets comfortable with, okay, you know what, we're here, it is a good day. Let me go ahead and explain myself. So I know. Nobody else knows, but I know. Nobody knew George better than I did. I say that I knew George better than himself. And I tried in every way, shape, and form. Ask everyone. I helped him. I took care of him. I miss him a lot, and I didn't even sleep last night. I miss him a lot.
I mean, is there any chance it got to be too much for you and you couldn't handle taking care of him and...
I never stopped.
Trying to...
I never stopped. Okay. That's what I'm here for. I never stopped. I'm here now because I'm still trying to help him.
Yeah. We just don't... I mean, it's unexplainable how he got these injuries, and...
I have no idea.
You were the only one with him.
100% right hand to God. I have no idea how he got them. Nobody touched anybody. Nobody touched anybody.
Okay. You had mentioned that you would take photos, videos, just kind of like a proof and just in general.
Yeah, I started documenting at one point, but that was way before, I think, the last time that he got arrested, where he was flying off the deep end.
Okay.
But then I had him bailed out. I got him out of jail.
Right.
But because he had violated the pretrial diversion, this time it's probation, so you don't have a choice in it. You have to go to see your probation officer. You have to go to these classes. It's court-ordered. Where it took him a while to get used to it and understand, they're not messing around. I even went down and met his probation officer, which I say she's wonderful. That's one of my questions, too, I need to talk to you about. Hugged me and said how much she knows that I take care of him. She called me personally one time when George was at work, when he was working. 42-minute phone call. She and I just saying how grateful she is that George has me. And she knows how hard I'm working to help him, just as she is and just as the classes will. So once he started actually going on a regular basis to the probation officer and then to his substance abuse class and his, I don't know what BIP stands for, Matters Intervention Program. And actually listening to what it is everyone had to say, he changed. Like I could see a change in him, where before lashing out, he would think about it. And would always come home and show me his papers, and we would look over his papers together. Where it's like, wow, you actually are learning this in class? And some of the stuff that they would show them, like videos, he would come home and be like, Sarah, I'm so sorry for what I've done to you. Because for a video that he watches to make him feel that way, where it's like, oh man, I have done her wrong. But he's changed. He changed.
Sarah's enormous ego and her inflated self-worth is on full display here. According to her own friends and family, Sarah was an aggressive, angry drunk. She never made time for her son and often left him in the care of others, including men and women she didn't know. She had no job, was using Brian for money, and often screamed at him until he sent her any sort of cash. She would lash out at those around her and demand their respect, even when she was assaulting them. But she truly believes that she was helping Jorge. Not only that, she will constantly talk about what a good parent, wife, and person she was all around.
And that's why you're still with him, even though he's done all these things to you. And
when I tell you I love him, I love him.
Even when you love somebody, you have limits.
Everybody tells me that. All my neighbors don't tell me that. The office property manager.
At some point, somebody gets enough, then they have to do something to defend themselves.
I would just flee, and I don't know if you would like to see on my phone, or I think it's actually on a laptop. I actually, because, and you have to understand too, I have, like, prior to classes in PO, kicked him out. How many times? I had him arrested. How many times?
But you also went down and bailed him out.
I know.
The next day.
I know.
What's on your laptop?
What was I going to tell you? Oh, previously, I actually looked up how to file a restraining order.
Okay.
Because I would take him out, his parents, because of them constantly having to take him back in, his bags of clothes, all his stuff. The last time, the father came out and irate and just not even, I don't even know if he knew Lucas was in the car. Just opened the back of my car and just started throwing all his crap in, just throwing it. Like the car would jostle, he was throwing all his stuff. At that point, because I continually did it, not continually, I think I maybe did it 3 times, and he has nowhere else to go, they got fed up and said, nope, either you're staying there or you're staying here. But if you're staying here at their place, it's permanent. You're not going back over there anymore. So what happens is, he pursues me. So I don't know if y'all know where Katie Way Trail is. Okay, so it's literally right there from our apartment. Would ride his bike to work, but before he would leave extra early and come up to the wall, stand on top of his bike and poke his head over because he would know that I would be outside having my morning cigarette and cup of coffee. And I would also know too what time he would get off of work, where I would know, come getting off of work, he's going to do the same thing. So it's not like I ever got like a break from him, where I told you all yesterday, or whenever it was, I started to feel that it was too much togetherness. And when you have too much togetherness, friction happens. So I'm going to go ride my bike. I'm going to go upstairs and read a book. But every waking moment, he wants to be with me. So, and mind you, our townhome is either upstairs or downstairs. So it's like, if you would like to sit downstairs and watch a movie or play on the laptop, look up some jobs, you're more than welcome to. I'm just going to be upstairs maybe watching one of my shows or maybe reading a book. So, and then when that would happen, we really needed that. So what's for dinner? And then we would cook together and eat dinner and then crawl in the bed and watch a movie.
Are you talking about this is like recent? You kind of like lost me. Like what are you?
It was a little while ago.
But now you're talking about tension building up and that you need space. So have you been feeling that way lately or?
No.
Okay.
No. Okay, my thing is too, so you all know, I hate that you can't talk to her, but Dee, his ex-wife, when I say a monster, she's a monster. Like she withholds their children from speaking to him. So he gets upset about that, and then she like completely berates him about money, about the father that he is, what he did to her, all this other stuff. It doesn't matter. I mean, mind you, this has not like been recent, but which is why he didn't even bother calling anymore, because he knows that she's going to answer and he's going to have to talk to her, so therefore he can't talk to his daughter. The other time he talked to her, made her top to Cookie. That's on my cell phone too, so you can see it.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter.
What does she have to do, though, with anything about what happened Sunday and into Monday? Like,
No, I'm just saying, like, previously,
Okay.
why the incidents would happen is she plays a big part in it.
Okay.
On top of job
Yeah.
and money and groceries and all that.
Okay.
Sunday, when I tell you this, I have no idea. I have no idea.
Is there anybody else at the house?
Nope, it's just me and him.
Since talking yesterday, do you remember any, like, timelines better? Like, what time you guys were playing, what time he was zipped up in the luggage, what time you went upstairs?
We started because we cleaned the house a little bit, did some laundry.
You started the activities around 4, you said?
Yes, around 4:30ish, and then...
You just said that it was dark when you were playing hide and seek, and I'm just curious if you remember.
But when we were outside, that's where we would start and talk about things, and then eventually I was the one that had him come inside, so we could
About
do
what
stuff.
time, do you remember what time that was, is what she's asking.
And you said you went up to bed around midnight, fell asleep around 12:30ish. But those are the only times I have. So I have 4 and I have midnight. So there's a big gap. So I'm just curious, like, if you recall when you went upstairs to hide in the shower, or
like when we started to play hide and seek.
Yeah.
Well, we went inside probably about, if I had to guess, we weren't out there too long. Maybe about 6-ish. Then
You're talking about from hanging out outside and like. Okay.
Well, we have 2 beach chairs that are out there. And just enjoy the weather.
Gotcha.
Plus, it started to get dark and gnats and mosquitoes.
Yeah.
So let's go inside. I don't want to be out here anymore.
Okay.
All right, let's go. So we're doing whatever. We did it for a while because that puzzle, I don't know if they took it or they saw it. Worked on the puzzle again, finished it. Started to paint. Well, started listening to music for a little bit. Started to paint. Can we turn the music off? No problem. Start at the top, paint, whatever. Maybe, gosh, that puzzle, we worked on that for probably a good hour and a half. So 8 o'clock-ish?
Is when you went to hide upstairs originally?
No, that's when we were like painting. So then it's like, okay, well, I don't want to paint anymore. Let's just, come on. Okay, you want to play hide and seek? What he does is, okay, tag, you're it. Which it's like, okay, we know. Okay, take off. That's what we did.
And then you went upstairs, and then he didn't come up, and you came down, and the suitcase was there originally because you guys were planning to do donations, so it was already there. Have you guys ever played you said you played hide and seek like probably 3 times in your relationship. When you have played, have you ever zipped him up in a suitcase prior?
No.
Okay. So it was just kind of like that prop was there, and it was there, and it was in play because...
Why do you say it like that, though?
I would never do that.
You would never zip them up in a suitcase?
Sarah trying to state here she would never zip Jorge up in a suitcase because it's against her morals, despite having done that, is obviously absurd. It's also absurd that she told the detectives that Jorge and her only played hide and seek 3 times their whole relationship. Had she truly wanted to make this look like a tragic accident, she would have stated that the couple played all the time, and they frequently hide in small areas to scare each other, and it had never been a problem before. Her insistence that this was a truly strange thing to have happen makes her look even more guilty than she already does.
Well,
I mean, we were playing.
No, I know,
that
but
time,
I'm saying, I'm talking about hide and seek, which is a game, so...
The suitcase originally is in our closet, buried all the way to the back. I know the CSI people saw our closet. Our closet needs to be cleaned out really bad. My son's clothes need to be cleaned out really bad because they don't fit him anymore, and I'm tired of looking at them. So he took it upon himself, including that suitcase, to take it downstairs so we can get all of our clothes, our donations, and everything, and just leave the whole thing by the clothing and shoe thing at my son's school.
Gotcha. No, I'm just asking, in the past, like, have you ever zipped him up in anything, jokingly or not, but obviously
No.
I understand, you know, you're claiming that Sunday it was a joking matter. You were laughing, he was laughing. But what I'm just asking is in the past, like, is it something that
Absolutely
you
not.
guys normally do?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
We were actually this last game running out of places to hide because we have a townhome where it's upstairs or downstairs. So.
Okay, so do you remember making any videos or maybe having any any photos, videos that you remember doing on your phone on Sunday?
No.
No?
I think I took a picture of a dog.
Okay. But your phone is password protected, you have the password, he has the facial recognition, so it's not like someone else could be on your phone.
No, I have both.
But you have the face and the password.
Yes.
Yeah, but he only has the face, correct?
No.
To be able to get onto your phone, you told me that he looks at the phone.
Oh, I misunderstood. I thought you were asking if I did. Yes, it's me.
Okay. Does he have access to your phone? Because you said it's a shared phone. Okay, how does he have access?
Sarah, can I borrow your phone? Yeah, it's right there on the kitchen counter.
Okay, but how does he get into it? Because it's password protected.
He'll come and get it to me, and I'll just do the face thing. Where sometimes too, like look, he'll joke with me and say, okay, I need to borrow your phone, and he'll hold it while I'm cooking or doing something, do the facial recognition.
Okay, so he doesn't know the password and he doesn't have the facial recognition.
No.
But he is the only other person that would use your phone, I'm assuming, other than.
Well, Lucas.
Right. But Lucas wasn't there Sunday. Right. So, to your recollection, no videos on Sunday?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I mean, I guess I maybe took a picture of them, the two of Tess and
the dogs,
and George and them dancing, but I mean, it's just Tess.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I have something that I want to show you that we found, and it was from your phone.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see it?
If you need to move it around, go ahead.
No, I don't remember that.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me.
Your battery's about to die.
Shut it down.
Oh, okay.
Let me.
The battery doesn't last very long.
Yeah, it used to last a lot longer than that. I don't know what happened.
Okay. Let me just grab something.
All right.
This computer shutdown was either extremely well planned or incredible timing. The detectives are playing their ace in the hole and showing Sarah that they have the video she took the previous day of her maliciously taunting her dying boyfriend. If Sarah had truly been aware of this video's existence before now, and it was the product of a blackout, her mind would be racing as to what the video is. They already showed her a small clip of her taunting Jorge, so she knows that it makes her look guilty, and that alone will cause her stress to build. If she was aware of the video, as I expected she was, but simply tried to delete it, now she is aware that the police have direct evidence of her guilt, and her mind will be rushing to try and explain away her callous actions in the video. The next couple of minutes where the female detective gets the computer charger and Sarah is forced to sit down, knowing that the evidence of her guilt is about to be played, will be incredibly illuminating. Let's watch as she tries to convince the detectives of her innocence in the face of certain guilt.
No, I was just simply asking because you had a look on your face when she asked you if you've ever done that before. You looked kind of shocked and.
No.
Okay, but why did you say it like that? Like.
I don't think you all understand who I am.
Okay. Well, tell me.
I mean, I've always been a straight A student. I am an outstanding mother to my son.
Okay.
I excel at everything. I would not do that.
You wouldn't zip somebody in a suitcase?
Well, I didn't completely lock it. I mean, I opened it with one finger. I left enough in there for him to get out.
Okay.
And I wasn't planning on going upstairs and going to sleep.
Sarah is in her 40s. It would have been 2 decades since she was in school. Therefore, her continuously defining herself as a straight-A student means nothing. Earlier in this very interview, she wasn't sure when her son had last been in her home, and moreover, both her ex-husband and current landlord described her as neglectful at best. Similarly, she isn't an overachiever, or even an underachiever, as she refuses to even attempt achieving. She doesn't really even do anything. She mostly just chooses to rely on her ex to give her money. Her idea of herself as a woman who could never do anything wrong is completely delusional, and she isn't aware of that fact. At this point, she knows that the police have talked to those around her, but she expects that they would have heard nothing but good things. At this point, she's trying to distract from the evidence that's about to be shown by repeating just how good of a person she is. It's nearly comical until you remember that a man died, and her son has been neglected by her for years.
Okay. No, it's just the way you said it.
You guys are scaring me.
Why?
Well, we just want you to watch this. It came from your phone. Don't you want to know what's on it?
Yes, please. Is it long? Because I don't know how much I can take.
No.
I don't know how much I can take.
I don't know how to find it.
Do I have to watch this? I continuously throw up. I don't sleep. I don't want to see it, if that's okay.
Well, it's on your phone, and you can either explain it or we take it for what it is.
Yeah. We're just trying to give you the opportunity to tell us what's going on. That's it.
It's that long?
2 minutes.
No.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me. Fuck you.
And
Fuck you.
That's you, your voice.
Stupid. Sarah. That's my name. Don't wear it up. Yeah, that's when you do it. You shook me.
I don't want to watch it, please.
Last time we talked to you, you had said that you put him in the suitcase, he had 2 fingers hanging out.
I flipped him over. I flipped him over, and that's where it was.
There's 2 different videos and a still picture where, yeah, it shows you flipping him in different positions and him saying that he can't breathe and you saying fuck you.
So this is upside down. So in order for him to have gotten into it,
it was flipped up.
Right. It was flipped up normal.
Yes.
Like as if you're packing something. So this is upside down.
Guys, this is killing me right now.
So this image is upside down, and then this small video that occurred 11 minutes later, it's flipped over the other way, closer to your dining room table.
Okay.
Now he's obviously still in there. So he didn't, how did it go from the back to the front?
I flipped it.
Okay.
My plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep.
Well, that's what you did.
Yeah.
But not intentional of.
No, you told me you went upstairs because you were
Stop
getting
here.
ready for bed.
Stopped here.
Okay, but
Where's here?
show me where you can see any fingers coming out, because there's the end.
It's, and his head's right here.
Mm-hmm.
So going like this, rather than going all the way up, it's like this.
But why is he saying I can't breathe, and why is he pushing on it as if he can't get out?
And it doesn't show a hole.
There's no hole. There's no fingers. I don't see his fingers. There's no hole.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I don't know, like, what you want me to tell you.
I'm just showing you, I'm just telling you what we see and what we've heard from the other video.
I understand.
He's begging for you to let him out. You're laughing in the beginning, and then in the end, it sounds kind of like a...
No, it's not malicious.
Well, saying fuck you.
It's not malicious.
Then what is that?
What does fuck you mean to you?
Sarah is beginning to get angry as she realizes she is losing control of the situation. She makes multiple declarations, like the video that they played showed Jorge and her messing around, that she didn't lock him in a suitcase, and that she wasn't being malicious when she said, "fuck you." When the detective immediately counters that "fuck you" is about as malicious as you can get, she snaps at him that it isn't, and it's clear she wants to fight. She is trying to control herself, as she is no longer in a position where her outbursts will be accepted, but she is furious here, trying to regain composure and control, and assert that what she is saying is true, despite it going against reality.
Well,
Like if I were to tell my
like he
partner,
does. Like, I get called everything but a white woman, so
Okay.
my intention was not to leave him in there. Please understand that. My intention was not to leave him in there.
but you went upstairs thinking that he could get himself
Yes.
out, but the video shows
That's
at
what I
no
told
point
you.
can I see his fingers. And
He'll
it
be up
looks
here any
like-
minute.
And then 30 minutes later, he didn't show.
And he's telling you
And I
he
didn't
can't
wake
breathe.
up.
Do you
He's
think
not
he's
able to get
joking? You told me he was laughing, and
We were
the
before.
video, there's no
When we
laughing.
first got in there, both of us were.
So how long was he in there for? Like, this video is at 11:12 when it starts, so was he in there for like a long time prior to
No.
recording this?
No. No.
So it goes from funny to no longer funny,
But
and
I
you're
didn't,
the only one laughing.
But I didn't think that he was, like, panicky. Like,
So pushing up on a suitcase saying, Sarah, 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 I can't breathe.
George has done that in the past before, too, where it's just, like, he thinks that he's woe is me kind of thing, where it's like,
He's never been locked in a suitcase, that's
No.
where he couldn't get out, so.
It's kind of, I thought it was
And
the
you know
boy
the oxygen
crying
is
wolf,
coming.
crying wolf kind of thing.
As previously mentioned, the entire beginning of the interrogation was fact-finding on the detective's part. They deliberately asked if Jorge and her ever zipped each other up in luggage before, or if the couple had done anything like this before, and she aggressively asserted that that had never happened. That question had been deliberately asked for this very moment, because now, her stating that Jorge would cry wolf and pretend to be in dire circumstances is negated by the fact she had previously said something like this had never happened before.
Okay.
And again, my plan.
But nowhere in there is he laughing, is he joking, he is begging. And you're the only one laughing.
Okay.
And you're the only one saying derogatory comments, like you're mad.
No. Please don't, I don't mean to sound negative, and I don't know if I can say this, but, like, it's like you guys are kind of trying to, like, feed me. Like,
no, I'm just trying to show you a video that you no longer want to watch because you probably don't want to know the outcome of how and what you said.
Well, I know what.
You know what's on that video now?
No.
You remember making that video?
No.
Why don't you remember making the video?
Probably because we had been drinking.
But you weren't drunk.
No. Just because I went upstairs and. Just
You
because
told
you're
us-
drunk doesn't mean that
You told us several times that you were not drunk. You said that you had your wits about you. You said he had his wits about you.
Mm-hmm.
You said that you don't like not having your wits. In my experience, if somebody cannot remember doing something to the extent of making 2 videos and a video and taking a photo, they are intoxicated.
Okay. I understand where you all are coming from.
Well,
I
we're
get
just
it.
trying to make sense of it. We're trying to
get it.
figure out
We're
what
trying
you're
to
saying.
figure out this
You
video.
explain it to us. We're listening.
I just did. Like, we were playing, and then, like, I thought it was. My plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep. My plan was not to. He'll be up here any minute.
But
But
you
again-
willingly went upstairs and went to sleep. No one forced you to go upstairs and get
My
ready
plan
for
wasn't
bed.
also to leave him in the suitcase.
So why didn't you take him out?
Because I went upstairs, and then I fell asleep.
But why didn't you consciously think he's asking to come out? He
I
can't
didn't do it
breathe.
intentionally.
What do you think is going to happen if you leave somebody in a confined space like that?
Well, I thought by not zipping it up all the way, it would be okay. My plan was not to leave him in the
And what was
suitcase,
your plan?
waiting for him to come upstairs.
And then when he did it?
I fell asleep.
You said you were up there 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, somebody not coming up,
Knowing that the last time you saw him was in the suitcase, 30 minutes later, you're like, maybe I should go check on him. Maybe I shouldn't.
No.
Well, that didn't cross your mind because it didn't happen.
That's like an assumption. Like, that's what you all are thinking. Just.
We're asking.
It's the whole.
You tell us.
It's the drinking. That's what it is. It's the drinking. I thought it was like, I thought he was okay. Like, I didn't,
He's telling you he's not. He's telling you, Sarah, I can't breathe. He's saying your name and you're like, that's my name, don't wear it out.
Guys, that's how we are with each other. Like, nobody understands our relationship. This whole suitcase thing never happened before.
Would you leave someone else in a suitcase? Would you leave Lucas in a suitcase jokingly? Because it was a joking matter. You put him in there jokingly. Would you leave Lucas jokingly in there? And you love Lucas, right? And you love
I wouldn't
George.
do that to him either. I wouldn't do that to him.
So I just.
Well, it's not like, again, I don't think you all understand. Like, it's.
I mean.
It's not that was not my intention.
Well,
y'all don't have any idea what I've done for him.
But by your acts, and that's exactly right. You get to the point where you've done so much for somebody and they don't show you any appreciation.
He did.
Not by your words in the video. I don't get that.
He did.
Because you bring up the fact that when he's choking you, you can't breathe. That's how you felt when he cheated on you. You couldn't breathe. And you verbally several times told him, just fuck you.
Well, you said it in the video, but you won't let us play the rest of it because you don't want to.
When I say cheating, it's on his phone.
Okay. Cheating is cheating.
I think so too.
Exactly.
It's your definition of cheating, though. So, I mean, that's what the word cheat means.
And that's what you told him in the video. That I couldn't breathe when you cheated on me.
No.
That's how I felt when he said, Sarah, I can't breathe. And you told him,
I don't know what you. This is.
What would you say if somebody told you that they had done this?
Done what?
Set somebody in a suitcase and went up and went to bed.
Do you all not think? So you all think that it's like, oh, good, I got him in there. Now I'm going to go to sleep. Is that what you guys are trying to assume, or trying to like?
We're just the video is very portraying of the opposite of what you told us.
No.
It does not. It is not leading up. It is not matching what statement you gave us in the car.
So,
and that's why we want to know.
And I don't remember doing those.
The injuries are not consistent with what you told us. So we have a lot of inconsistencies, and this video explains itself. It really, truly does.
You don't think that I had thought about that?
Thought about the video, or thought about...
But no, again, if you don't mind, please. So you all are assuming that it's like, oh, good, I got him in there, now I'm going to go to sleep? Is that what you all are assuming?
Well, it's not an assumption when that's what you told us that happened.
That's what happened.
And the video...
Yeah.
I mean...
But I'm not going to say...
You thought he could get out on his own. But the video shows that he can knock it out on his own.
But when I unzipped it with one finger.
From the outside.
But it had the hole in it.
And you're claiming that it had a paper clip, so that's what assisted you in doing it.
No.
That's what you told us.
When I had my sweatshirt, I said I thought it had a paper clip on it. It's got...
But the zipper part is broken.
Yes, which is why we were going to send it.
Yeah.
I just...
You were able to unzip it from the outside very easily, because that's the way they're designed.
But you could on the inside, too. I don't know how...
Well, why wouldn't he have gotten himself out if he could?
I don't know. Like, I don't know if he saw, like, where the hole was. I don't know.
I didn't see a hole.
No
I didn't see no fingers
You're
sticking
the only
out.
one that's what I'm saying. Like, he's in one position, and where his head would be, we should be able to see fingers. And then when it's flipped over onto this right side, again, his head is closer to us facing the video, so we should be able to see fingers. And we don't see anything. We see no movement of him trying to unzip it or physically unzipping it. All we see is pushing up, trying to push out of it.
Please do not assume.
I'm not assuming. I haven't assumed anything. I follow evidence.
But my intention was not
Again, oh good, I got him in there. Now I'm just going to go to sleep.
What do you think someone that knows nothing about this or hears just a little bit like, oh, they were playing around in a suitcase
She's been drinking
and then watches
probably
that
went
video?
to sleep. That's what happened.
But you let him out before. I mean, you put him in, so why didn't you take him out?
Because I was upstairs and I fell asleep.
No, before you went upstairs. You, like, consciously had to walk upstairs. You obviously remember going to bed because you were able to give me a time frame on that. And you specifically told me that you went upstairs.
My intention is not for this to happen. I am sick about it. I've never done anything like this before in the past. I am sick. Especially with that. I thought I couldn't sleep last night. I don't know.
Well, here's the thing. You tell us last night, you vividly remember this when you told us last night, that he was laughing, you were laughing, you put him in the suitcase, he has two fingers sticking out, and you go to bed. Now we see something totally different, and it actually shows you upset and, again, using derogatory terms to him when he's begging for his life to get out of that suitcase. So what
but my thing
you
is
say
that
we're assuming, we're not assuming,
but
we're
the
telling
finger,
you what's on there.
so it just happened to be that whenever I was videotaping or doing whatever else it was, just happened to not have that in it.
Okay. And you also, in the video, you can't see any holes. There's nowhere in that where the zipper separates and you can see a hole. If there's a hole, he's pushing on it, begging you to get out. We should probably see that hole that
He
you're
essentially
talking
would have
about.
been able to get out.
Yeah.
Alcohol.
Based off what you're telling us, he should have been able to get out.
Okay.
But the video shows him attempting to get out, begging to get out, and he can't. So that's just what we're trying to figure out. I don't know if maybe you had too much to drink, you zipped it up all the way, and then,
I did not zip it up all the way.
Okay, well.
I did not zip it up all the way. This is horrific, okay? Horrific.
It is terrible.
Yeah,
Horrific. I don't think I'll ever be right because of this. Ever be right. Dealing with everything else that I have in my life, personally. And then this.
Okay.
Whom I loved. It was not intentional. I will put my hand on the Bible. It was not intentional.
Let's say for a moment Sarah was being honest, and it wasn't intentional. She didn't mean to zip it up all the way. She believed Jorge would be able to get out, and her telling him that he should shut the fuck up because he couldn't breathe was all in good fun. And she was just made aware and had to watch every second of the last things she ever said and did to her partner being that. Would this be her reaction? No, probably not. Again, any normal person would be horrified seeing their actions encapsulated on film the way hers was. It's been less than a day since his passing, and she is witnessing herself verbally assault the man she purported to love, and she can't even muster a tear. Even if any part of this had been accidental, which it assuredly wasn't, her callous, uncaring reaction betrays her continued insistence that she is innocent. I'm going to play the rest of the footage in its totality, as her downward spiral and escalating aggression, mixed with her inability to grasp reality, is interesting to watch. Gaslighting as a term gets thrown around frequently, but this is an instance in which a person is desperately trying to gaslight two much smarter individuals into believing that what she is saying is accurate, that her leaving her boyfriend in a suitcase is not at all suspicious, and that she isn't technically at fault for anything.
I would not do that to him nor anyone else.
But you did.
Not intentional.
You intentionally went up to bed.
I didn't intentionally go to bed because I'm thinking, okay, good, he can get out.
How did you not intentionally go to bed? You said you went upstairs and got into bed. That's intentionally going to bed.
Waiting for him.
And he doesn't come, but you don't go down to check on him.
So I happen to go to sleep. When I say go to sleep,
and what do you normally do when you go to bed?
Do.
What do you normally do when you go to bed?
What do you mean?
What is a bed for? Going to sleep.
Right.
So you go to
bed
to do what? But obviously
you can tell too that, like, I've been drinking also.
You go to bed to do what? Okay. You kept telling us, hey, I wasn't intoxicated. I wasn't this. I wasn't that.
Being drunk and intoxicated, which, yes, you can tell that I had been drinking, but.
Okay. So if you weren't intoxicated, then why would you ever leave somebody in a suitcase that's begging to get out, that's telling you they can't breathe?
If I hadn't been drinking, you still think it would be the same thing? Where it's like, hop in, I'm going to go to sleep. Is that what you all are trying to do? To portray me as?
We're not trying to do anything. I'm simply asking you to explain to me what happened.
Everything was fine and dandy.
I wouldn't call it fine and dandy.
Was fine and dandy.
Explain
You all
to me how.
don't, okay, for me to tell you this, again, mind you, I've been without him for a day now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, I mean, I don't know what you all want me to tell you, because this was not in any way, shape, or form, hand on the Bible, intentional.
Okay. So you just left
I
him there to
didn't kill him.
You left him there to teach him a lesson?
I didn't mean to leave him there. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You got up and walked away. How is that not intentionally leaving him there?
Because I'm looking at the hole, knowing that it's there. He'll get out no problem. Because you don't.
And then he doesn't. But you don't go check on him. You say you're up for 30 minutes and he doesn't come up. You don't go down and check on him?
I'm in the bed.
You even moved.
And off.
You admit to moving the suitcase like over. So
you roll it.
You roll it out. Like, it's not like.
I didn't want it to be like that. Don't.
You didn't want him to be upside down. How do you even get upside down?
Right. You guys are killing me right now.
I just want you to hear.
That's how he talks to me most of the time. I don't know how you want me to say it.
I'm just trying to figure out what you would expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a suitcase.
I didn't mean to leave him in there.
Okay.
What's your reasoning for not calling 911 sooner?
Because I didn't know what to do and how horrific it was. I called Ryan, and 5 minutes later I called you guys? Not even 5 minutes. Nonetheless, that I had to I was trying to do CPR. I had to get him out and try to do CPR and then called you guys. And then was continually doing CPR with the dispatch on the phone, where he had me count out loud to help me focus on what I was doing.
It just, I don't know how, I mean, you can sit here all day long and say, I thought he was going to get himself out, but that he didn't, and you went upstairs, and you stayed there for 30 minutes before you fell asleep.
But can I say, too,
You chose not to ever at any point during that 30 minutes walk back down and check on him.
No, wait 1 second. Because I know, with you all, and then, because you continually ask me, time frames, where I told you, I don't bother even looking at the clock most of the time. So it's a guesstimate. So for all I know, maybe it was 10 minutes.
Okay. But the point is, you left the living room where he was begging for help and went upstairs. Regardless of how long you were there, you left. You say,
I thought he was the boy calling wolf. Again.
Okay.
So when he asked to be let out, what's your reasoning for not letting him out?
When I was upstairs?
No, when he's asking on the video. He asked multiple times. He asked to be let out. I can't breathe. Why didn't you let him out?
Well, number one, I had no idea it was going to end like that.
Okay.
Number one.
Okay.
Number two, just, you know what? I'll give you 5 minutes or so in there. They'll give you 5 minutes or so.
5 minutes for what?
Well, based off the video, one video is at 11:12 and the next one's at 11:23. So you actually gave him at least 11 minutes per video recording. So my thing is, when it stopped, he asked multiple times. I mean, why? Why did you not let him out? It's just a simple question.
To be honest with you, I mean,
Were you punishing him?
No. Just.
Well, that's what you're saying in the video.
this is what you get, this is
Yep.
what you make me feel like.
See, and then it's all backfired on me. Like, it's all backfired on me. And I understand the severity of this.
Yeah, he's dead.
It's awful, I know.
Okay.
It's awful. And I will tell you both this right now, too. I will never drink alcohol again.
Okay.
Like, I will never drink alcohol again. I don't care what it is in any way, shape, or form.
But let's get back to this. What was the reason for leaving him when he's begging to be let out? I don't understand that.
What I have a feeling was, and again, it's the whole time frame thing. You all keep
I'm not asking a time frame. I don't care about a time frame. He's
So,
in the bag saying, I can't.
My God.
And you say, fuck you.
When he, for the whole few minutes that he was in there,
Minimum 11, but yes, go ahead. It's a few. 11, minimum.
For the one video.
Well, in between the two videos.
Between the
11
two
minutes.
videos? Okay.
Yeah.
So what's the question again?
When he's begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe, let me out, and you say, fuck you, why don't you just let him out? What are you trying to prove to him? There was obviously something in your head that you were thinking of when he was asking to be let out, and you're like,
Again, it's the boy calling wolf.
Okay, but where does this game end? You say this is a game, you got somebody in
Obviously,
there.
the wrong way.
So what was your intention for leaving him in there?
And it's not fair. It is not fair. You guys are trying to, again, he's in there. Night, night.
That's what happened.
No.
That's absolutely what happened.
Intentionally.
How's it not? You got up off the couch, walked up a flight of stairs, and got in your bed.
Thinking he was going to get out.
And he didn't, and you still didn't go down and
And
check
it's
on
the whole 30-minute thing that you guys are trying
I
to
don't care
do.
about 30
Whatever.
minutes.
It's like, for all I know, it was 10 minutes.
He's begging for his life. He's begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. I don't. I didn't intentionally mean for this to happen.
But you can't tell us why you left him in there and went upstairs. That's my only issue. What am I supposed to write? What do I write?
So my thing is, though, it's what I have a feeling is I went upstairs and just hit the bed kind of thing. But, again, I'm thinking he'll be up here any minute. But then I go out.
Well, my question is, why didn't you just let him out prior to going out?
I don't know why.
He's begging to be let out. He's not laughing. He's not having fun.
Guys, I know. I don't know.
This was supposed to be fun. You were laughing before. Before you said he was laughing, you were laughing, you went upstairs, he had his fingers out of the bag, and he was playing. Well, obviously that's not the case.
So are you guys, so what is it you're trying to,
We're just trying to figure out why.
Why? What?
Why?
What was the motivation for leaving him in the bag?
Why he was left in the bag? Why the video?
I didn't have any motivation. It was he and I having a great day, fooling around and being stupid, and apparently me going upstairs and hitting the bed, not going to sleep, where it's like, I'm tired now, I'm going to go to sleep.
That's excluding, it's a good analogy for the day, excluding the fact that he's got a bump on the back of his head, a bump on the front of his head, and his lip is busted, and he has a bump on his eye.
I don't know what you all want me to tell you. This is not fair at all.
Yes.
That you all are assuming that that's from me.
Where else did it come
If
from?
you were, say it's opposite, you were in the suitcase and you're asking to be let out, would you hope that that person would let you out? You're asking to be let out of a suitcase, should they not let you out?
Eventually. I'm guessing. I'm blaming it on the wine.
Blaming it on the wine?
So you guys are assuming that.
You keep saying we're assuming. Well, we're not. We haven't assumed anything.
But you guys are assuming that that's what I did.
No. By what
the
facts of what happened. We got there. You said you pulled him out of a suitcase. You said you went up. You went to bed. We're not assuming that. These are the facts that you're telling us.
But
now
what
we're
you said
asking
is
you to
I'm
explain
tired.
them.
Oh, I'm tired.
Well, that's what you told me on a sworn recorded statement yesterday. Because when I said, oh, you went upstairs and passed out, you were like, no, I did not pass out. You got attitude with me because you were thought I was assuming that you were drunk. So that's an assumption. That was an assumption when I said you passed out. And guess what? You corrected me.
You were very adamant about the fact that both of you had your wits about you. What's your favorite word to use?
Compass mentis.
You've used it today too, to say that you guys were within your wits. There's two empty bottles of wine.
No, but we didn't drink both of them.
I think you did.
We didn't.
There's receipts for the
They were
statement
both
back there.
purchased yesterday, so I don't know how you didn't, because they weren't there the day before.
The one
There's
was.
2 Publix receipts from yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Only thing purchased on either one was a single bottle of wine, 2 of them. So we have each bottle of wine that was empty in your garbage can that you purchased yesterday, or he purchased, but you 2 would have consumed together.
Okay. Well,
I mean, there's receipts, so it's not even worth the going back.
So this is. So I don't know what you guys are. I don't know.
We were just hoping that we could figure out why you.
What was the motivation?
There was no motivation.
Wow.
Well, we're watching a video that, after talking to you, everything was laughing and fun. Now we're watching a video where it's not laughing and fun. He's begging for his life, and you are in a very angry voice telling him to fuck off.
No.
Yes,
It's not.
that's absolutely what it was. It's not an assumption. The video's there. We played it for you.
So you guys think that I intentionally?
You did.
It
You got up
doesn't matter
off the couch
it doesn't
and
matter
walked
what
up
we
the couch, or walked up the stairs and got into bed. That was intentional. There's no way getting around that. You intentionally did that. Nobody drugged you up there. You didn't float up damn stairs.
Okay, well, it's not fair. It's not fair that you guys keep trying to say that that's what I did.
I don't know what to tell you.
You told us that. You didn't go upstairs?
Again, there was a hole in a suitcase. I unzipped it from the hole with one finger.
Well, the damn hole didn't do him no good, did it?
But he could push it open.
No, he
Did
couldn't. The video
No.
shows him pushing up.
And
If he could push it open, why wouldn't he have gotten out himself? Why would he beg you to open it?
and tell you he can't breathe.
Okay.
If someone can do something for themselves, they're going to do it. They don't need assistance unless they need assistance.
So, but why would he start doing it?
Because he couldn't, because it was all the way zipped.
Okay.
Didn't see it.
It wasn't. I intentionally didn't do it. That I intentionally did not do.
What's that? You didn't intentionally do what?
Zip it all the way. He nor I.
Well, he's dead as a result
laid
of your
hands
action.
on each other.
He is dead as a result of
I
your
understand
action.
that. That's why
You 2 didn't lay hands on each other.
No. No. I don't have anything.
You're right.
He doesn't. Whatever that is, whatever it is.
He does.
See, this is what happens. It's not fair that you guys, just because he has those, automatically blame it on me. Like,
well,
where
what
else
about
did he
when
go?
you had your injuries and he gets arrested? Is that not fair?
Really? Like,
It's
really?
the exact
Yes.
same thing.
Really?
He has injuries. You have injuries. Like, what does that mean?
I don't have any injuries.
Correct.
Because
So
he
nothing
and I
happened to
have
you.
not been at it with one another.
So every time that you guys fight, you both hit each other? So you should have probably
No.
gone to jail all those times that he went to
No.
jail for domestic?
Well, the one time I did. But he completely trashed the police report. Because that's nothing what happened. Because the reason why I got taken in was because my story was different than his. So I'm being portrayed as like this abuser.
We're not saying that he doesn't abuse you.
Absolutely.
We're not saying.
So I'm the one that's being portrayed as the abuser.
Because
I have never dealt with anything like this before. I don't know what to do, how to do it, and I always know what to do and how to do it. This, I don't know. So I don't know, like, what's going on or, like...
We are simply trying to find out as well. Again, we got one side of the story. You're telling us we're going with what you're saying, but then we find stuff that negates what you're telling us.
And I don't even remember doing that.
Okay. You're telling us that we're assuming stuff, but what we're simply doing is telling you what we saw in the video and repeating what you told us.
I understand. Because I don't remember that.
Okay. Doesn't mean it didn't happen just because you don't remember it.
So is the texting thing something about me? Like what's...
The what? Texting? Oh, no, I'm texting.
No,
You guys are scaring me, so, like, I don't know, like, what to expect. I mean, I had questions of things that need to be taken care of. Like, I don't...
What are your questions?
I have one last question. You realize you're the person that killed him, right?
I thought about that.
Okay, you left him in a bag when he's begging you, saying, I can't breathe, let me out, and you said, fuck you. And you got up off the couch and went upstairs and left him in that bag.
Not intentionally.
Again,
I would never do that to George.
you did.
Not
It happened.
intentionally. Know that.
I don't.
Know that.
You got up and you went up to bed.
Alcohol is a shitty thing. It's alcohol.
So
Not, again...
the reason that you killed him?
You all...
Please sit down.
Listen to me.
Please sit down.
You all, listen. I did not intentionally kill him.
So your intention...
I don't know what it is I need to
punish
do
him?
or how to do it or what to say or how to say it.
But what was your intention?
Everyone knows. Everyone knows everything that I've done for George and love him and continuously helped him throughout his life with me and made him a happier, better person.
And everybody has their limits.
Everyone knows that.
Everybody has their limits.
So it's like, okay, so while we're in a good place right now, I'm going to snap? Is that what it, while we're in a good place right now?
You did.
Yes, absolutely. I got you on video screaming, fuck you.
This is what it feels like when you're choking me. This is what it feels like.
Which was however long ago. You said
The video was from last night.
Clearly,
So it
still
wasn't that,
inside you.
yeah.
There's still feelings towards it. You wouldn't say it if you didn't feel it.
But I would never do that.
But it happened, and you did.
But that's after being playful.
But no one's
And
laughing.
having a good day.
No one's laughing except you.
Everybody's having a good day. Oh, I'm sorry?
I would hate to see a bad day.
Y'all are making me out to be a person that I'm not. Or will I ever be.
Or are you a different person when you're drunk?
People have different personalities after they consume alcohol.
It depends. Well...
Because you're sober now, so sober you.
Nice
Well,
person.
what about drunk you?
Not... It's both of us. It's both of us. And it's not fair that you all are assuming that the marks that he has on him are from me.
We asked you where they came from.
I have no idea.
Well, nobody else was there, so nobody else was
I have no idea. I swear I did not lay a hand on him.
Okay. You just zipped them in the bag.
Nor he.
You just zipped them in the bag. And then you flipped the bag around several times.
I didn't do that intentionally.
You didn't intentionally flip the bag around?
No. Why would I do that?
Well, you
Good
told us
question.
you
You
did.
did.
When he was upside down.
Right.
Well, you had to put him upside down.
You can't get in a suitcase upside down because the...
Oh my
When
gosh.
you put the stuff in where his body was?
That's the unfortunate thing too, is nobody else was there. That's the
We have a
unfortunate
video
thing.
showing the suitcase in several different positions. So it shows, one, like she just said, it had to have been on its back with the lid open for him to get in there, for you to zip it up. Then it shows it on the other side with him in it, so you had to flip it to there. Then there's another video where it's on his back again, so you had to flip it
I'm
there.
leaving it like this, please. I'm leaving it like this. I did not intentionally do this. No malicious content or effort was towards this. No malicious.
I would
I'm
say
disappointed
does
the
that
video.
help you sleep, but you're not sleeping, so...
I mean,
Last night, I maybe got an hour.
Right.
in your voice you can hear the maliciousness. The fuck you is very, very...
You don't talk to people
obvious.
like that. That's not like a common, like,
Nope.
hey, Scott, fuck you.
Thank you.
That's not common. It's not something people do. And no one that sees that is going to think that.
Okay.
So we were trying to give you an opportunity, and it is what it is.
There's no maliciousness towards
Okay.
that.
So I would probably be telling myself that too after that video.
My intent was not for that to happen.
But you went upstairs and went to bed. Or maybe you passed out, I don't know. Whichever.
Waiting for him. And the whole time frame thing, it's like, it's
regardless.
That's not really fair.
Regardless, waiting for him, it's not like you walked up the stairs. You can't fly up the stairs. No one can take you up the stairs.
Okay.
You go up the stairs, you lay in the bed, and you wait for him. Who cares if it's 5 minutes? Who cares if it's 30 freaking seconds? He's begging for his life. He's begging to get out. You go upstairs.
You leave him.
It doesn't matter. So get the time frame out of your mind. It
This
doesn't
whole
matter.
thing, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because there's this. So it doesn't matter anything what it is I say. So it makes no difference whatsoever.
It's just you're lying and like you're now changing
Who's
your
lying
story.
about what?
You're now you were drunk.
Oh, I never said that I was drunk.
Exactly, but you did here today. That's okay.
You said earlier.
Everything recorded.
Alcohol.
You blamed it on the alcohol.
You blamed it on the alcohol. Alcohol does a lot to people.
Yes, but I never said I was drunk.
Okay.
You did.
So you did this. You did this sober. You knowingly left him down there sober.
I have already told both of you also that we were both drinking.
Right.
Okay.
But you want to admit that you were drunk? Is that?
I'm telling you all both. This has changed my life. I will take this. I don't know.
Yeah. That's a true statement.
Absolutely. But you're trying to dance around the fact that
So,
you
but what
did
are you?
leave him
Okay,
there.
just.
You left him in there. You're trying to
Oh
dance
my
around the
gosh,
fact
this
that
is-
you left him in there.
This is not.
You didn't leave him in
It's
there?
not. It's not cool. Like this is not cool.
It's not cool.
That it.
He's dead. It's
But
not
you
cool.
think that I did that intentionally? You think that I did that intentionally?
You intentionally left him in there and left the room. You went upstairs to a different room.
You intentionally did that.
You did.
Yes.
Because I'm thinking he's gonna get out.
Okay, and he didn't.
Obviously not.
When somebody's begging, saying, I
But
can't
when you
breathe.
say that though, but you have to. Y'all
Please let me out. I can't
Y'all
breathe.
don't know George though. Like that. Again, I thought it was the boy crying wolf. So it's just like what?
Oh, so if your son was in there and said, I can't breathe, are you going to open it, or is he 9, so he's not,
Really?
it's not a big deal. I'm just valid question.
Well, you
Right.
said you would never put your son in a suitcase. You would only put George in there.
No, George got in a suitcase.
And you zipped it up.
Not all the way and not intentionally to leave him there.
But that's what happened. But you keep going away from it.
I don't know.
That's exactly what happened. You went up to bed,
So
woke up the next
are
day.
you all trying to have me admit that? Like, are you trying to have me admit that? Because I will never admit it because it's not true. It's not true.
I'm basically stating as a fact because that's what happened.
Okay.
You videotaped him asking to be let out. You go upstairs.
So what, guys? So what? Like, just, I don't know what you want me to say other than it was not out of maliciousness or intentional. I don't know what or how I can say it. I love George. Love him. To this day still. Love him.
Love makes you do crazy things.
It's not one of those things where it's like, oh gosh, you know what? I've done enough for you at this point. I never gave up on him.
Okay.
Why I'm here today, I'm still not giving up on him. I would do anything for him.
Well, you gave up checking up on him. So.
Wouldn't let him out of the suitcase.
Oh gosh. Okay.
We're simply just trying to go through. I mean, again, you gave us a completely different story that you churched up to. This was such a lasting matter.
It was fun.
Not by that
All
video.
day. All
Not
day.
by that video. That
All
part
day.
wasn't. Anybody looking at it doesn't. I don't think anybody would look at that video and go, George is having fun right now.
So why is it you all think that y'all don't know me. You don't know me.
Nope.
would do something like that, especially having a 9-year-old son.
I don't know
Like,
what
why?
having a 9-year-old son would be.
Like,
Why are you so like caught on what we think
Yeah.
when
because
you should be
it's
more
like
concerned about what you've told us?
It's because
and
like you guys
The
are
fact
like
that George
trying
is dead.
the things that the video shows that are opposite of what you told us, and then what you've now
like
told
what
us
is
here
opposite?
today. Well, you said that it was funny, and you're the only one laughing.
We were playing before that.
Okay.
But then it stops.
Yeah.
It obviously stops being fun.
Well,
Because you're screaming at him. He's
I'm
begging
not
to get
screaming
out.
at him.
Sounds like screaming at me.
I don't know what you all want me to tell you. In no way, shape, or form was this intentional. At all. Ever.
Okay. Are you still gonna allow us to do your fingernails?
Go for it.
Go for it. Okay, cool. All right, I'm gonna get that set up. Do you need any more water?
No, but when you come back and I ask about this?
Yeah.
So what?
Just don't understand.
So it
I don't
wasn't.
understand how your story changes so much to the
How
fact
is
that
it changing? Please help me explain. Understand.
you went on about how this was such a playful thing and you guys were laughing, and it probably was for a few minutes, but then it obviously changes. The whole demeanor of this whole situation completely changes. It's not the funny, laughing matter. He's not laughing at all.
I didn't think he was being serious.
You absolutely sound serious.
I
when you're
didn't think
answering
so.
them.
Like, just.
You don't think your voice, you sounded serious?
It's okay. I don't know what you want me to tell you. It was a great day.
Okay.
It didn't end well, obviously.
I was going to say, that's, I mean.
I can't explain to you. I can't explain to you how horrific it was
Okay.
to find him. Horrific. Because I don't remember taking those videos.
Okay.
How horrific. I'm thinking he's in the bathroom. I'm thinking he's downstairs in the laptop. I can't find him. So what's going to happen? Like,
here's what gets me though, is you don't remember taking videos, you don't know where he is, you don't remember him being in the suitcase, and you're still telling me that you had your wits about you. How does somebody have their wits about them when?
See, that's the thing too. But you can clearly tell. You can clearly tell that I had been drinking some. You can clearly tell.
I had several people that came up to me in that apartment complex said that you were drunk on a daily basis.
Oh my gosh. Right.
Regularly.
Right.
Really?
Right. Talk to the property manager. Talk to the property manager.
Okay.
Because it's not.
These are your neighbors, the one that live next to you. Your property manager does not live next to you. They see you every day. How many? You had two neighbors you went to and asked to go use the restroom.
See, that is just not fair.
No. Hold on. You had two different neighbors that lived directly next to you. You asked to use the restroom, and they told you no and turned you away. You had to go across the way to somebody else.
No, okay. Kim and Kim is not a nice person.
Okay.
She's just automatically not nice. Even after me and Lucas went over there and introduced ourselves, she's just not a nice person.
Then why would you think she would let you use a restroom?
Because Eli was in there. Eli comes over and talks to us sometimes, which I think pisses Kim off because he comes over and talks to us. The two of them, they're like super standoffish all the time. My neighbors down the street, down the way, their toilet was broken. They had stuff in the bathroom. So then they're like, go over there and try over there.
There's two bathrooms.
I wouldn't let somebody go upstairs and use my personal bathroom. That's what the downstairs one is for.
If it's somebody you like, would you? Or somebody you knew?
They're in the process of doing all this stuff in the kitchen. And there's stuff in the bathroom and the toilet doesn't work. Just walk across the way. No problem. And of course they let me in. Them and them, they're together. They're families. And nonetheless, what you really want to know, and I hope it doesn't get them in trouble, but he is over here illegally. So he's trying to work on getting his green card.
What does that got to do with you using the restroom?
They didn't want to be involved.
Should I use yours? You gotta use yours.
No. I was asking last night because, we had several different people in the neighborhood
that
come up saying
Eli
that
and
she
Kim.
was drunk on a regular basis.
Eli and Kim. Okay. Did you ask Benny next door?
Those are the ones next door that she asked to use the restroom, and they said no.
No, she said no.
Okay.
And like I said, she's not a
Yeah,
nice
them.
person.
They're coming. What are your questions?
Yep.
I can help you with.
Who's coming?
To do the fingernails.
Yeah, you said that we could.
And you don't have to allow us to do it, just so you know. So don't think that it's.
I don't have a problem.
Okay. Just make sure.
So, am I getting my phone back?
No.
Not today.
What about Lucas's laptop?
No.
Not today.
What does that mean?
We're still going through everything.
Oh, that's fine.
You're the one just telling us there's videos that we need to see on it, so we need to do our due diligence that we go through everything.
See, and that backfires on me now, too, because now you all think that I had even more, in quotes, intent to do what I did to him, which was not intentional.
What's that?
In that. Is that correct?
She's asking about your tag in your hand.
No, but I'm asking if that's correct.
No, I'm not going to
We're not
agree to
making
anything that you're saying. I'm not, that you're.
So, his probation officer.
Mm-hmm.
Do you all inform her, or do I need to call her?
We don't have to inform her, so if you would like to call her, you can. Are you saying because he's still on probation?
No, but because of the nice lady that she is and all that she's done for him, I didn't know how it was.
Legally, we just have to tell his parents, and we don't go telling.
Everybody else?
I didn't even know who his probation officer was, so no, I wouldn't go tell.
So the same thing for classes. I need to do that too.
Classes.
The
Need to do what?
substance abuse class and his batterer's
cancel.
intervention.
Yeah,
Something
we don't
else I
have
was
to
just
call
getting ready to
him.
ask. So, other than this, so initially, what was the cause of death?
She is still pending because she wants to hold the body for an additional day to see if more of those bruises turn into something bigger. And she's doing some other tests that she's got to do. So she's pending it for now.
So, and that couldn't have been because of him being in the suitcase? Or y'all are saying that I physically did it?
That's what she's determining.
So
the ones on the head, I asked her, could that have been from the suitcase, and she said she didn't think so.
I didn't touch him, nor did he touch me.
Okay.
I'm leaving it at that. So I don't know if you all know how to do this because so that's what I was going to ask you. So are you all updating his parents today or when you get final whatevers?
What does it matter? Why? What we tell his parents? What do you mean?
Because
we're gonna talk with them.
Yeah.
Okay,
I have to.
But it's gonna come down to me.
What do you mean?
Like, so it's being put on me.
Who said that?
But I'm not. So what is it you would tell them?
We're gonna give them an update, just like we gave you an update on their autopsy.
Okay, so it's whatever bruise,
Here's the thing.
Whatever on the head.
We had to deliver news to them last night that their son was dead. There's not a whole lot of conversation that goes on after that. It's not a very easy thing
Was
to
it
do.
yesterday or Sunday? Sunday. Today's Tuesday, right?
Did we not meet you yesterday? We met you yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm just asking. Right? Did we not meet yesterday?
It's a valid question.
Really? Yes, on Monday.
Okay.
Got it.
Perfect.
So I don't know if I ask you guys or how I find this out other than talking to his parents, which is not going to happen.
Yeah, probably a terrible idea.
How do you guys suggest me finding out about funeral?
That's not even something that's been probably talked about between the family. That's not something we ask. We have no way of.
I didn't know. That's why I'm asking.
It's
So.
going to be up to them to make the arrangements of what they want to do. Like she just told you this quick, just being told last night, I'll pretty much be willing to wager that they have not even considered what they're going to do.
His body can't even be released,
No.
so.
I've been there with parents grandparents, aunt and uncles. So I don't know if I have the right to or not, but like I was gonna call his former employees whom he really cared for and let them know.
You can call whoever you want.
I just don't want to do something that I'm not supposed to. How do I go about getting his wedding ring, engagement ring?
It's at the medical examiner's office. It'll come to us eventually, and then
It'll be released to
to
the next
family.
of kin.
Yeah. Okay.
I bought it for him.
That is a civil issue. It was on his finger, it goes to them, they're the ones that are gonna release it, we don't have any say in that.
So I won't get that back. So for all of this, like, how do I find out what's what and how many, like, what's been found?
What do you mean?
Pillow with stain, swabs of stain from pillow, suitcase.
That will all be sent off to
FDLE.
FDLE, Florida Department of Law Enforcement. They do their testing.
So, and then like whatever white can with blood and necktie with blood was from the suitcase.
Correct.
Why would you guys, oh, you'll see it in there, the baseball bat for Lucas and the receipts. And this is just his phone, my phone, and then the laptop.
Yeah, when anything can be released, we will release it, but we are very early in this investigation, and it's not an overnight process, unfortunately.
So, what's next?
They're gonna come and swab your fingers.
No, I'm talking about like in the long run. Like, what do I need to like? Do I need to be doing something or like?
I can't tell you like what to do.
I mean, like, so like for, like, I don't understand. Like, I don't know if you guys are just gonna like, because it makes it sound like to me like I'm being accused of something that was not intentional. I'm being accused of it, and a handful of other things that I'm being accused of.
Okay.
So I don't want to be at home with Lucas and you guys show up.
Okay.
I understand that.
So
we're still investigating. I don't know what you want me to tell you.
So is there going to be concrete whatever it is, and then it's like, okay, this is what it is kind of thing, or like, because I've done the whole court thing, I've done the whole attorney thing, I've done whatever. So if I'm not admitting anything about being intentional and I killed George.
Okay.
That's not the situation, but it's trying to be pinned on me.
Okay.
That was not my intent. But it's trying to be pinned on me. So however or whatever it is I need to do in order for that to be proven, then I need to do so, which is why I'm trying to get my ducks in a row.
Okay.
So that's why I'm asking what the next step is other than me getting my nails swabbed.
I mean, you want me to tell you how to not be accused of a crime? Is that what you're asking? Like, I don't know what you
I'm trying to prepare myself for whatever may need to be done so I can, I guess, stick up for myself.
I mean, I think you're doing just fine. You came, you talked.
I just don't want you guys to, again, show up and Lucas is in the house.
Well, we did tell you yesterday that we don't want to do anything around your son, hence why you came to us. So I don't know why you think that's going to change.
That and or me not just show up back home.
I'm sorry, what? That or what?
Me just not show up back home. That's what, he's so happy that I'm staying over at the house with Brian. Like, so happy. And I'm not going back to the house, to my house, for however long I can stay over here because of whatever to blow over.
Mm-hmm.
And again, if you don't mind me asking, so for whatever it is you all are claiming from the videos, which, yeah, is that what you're going to tell them, like his parents? It's like, oh, yeah, and by the way, she did.
Did what?
I mean, what would you tell him?
I don't think it really matters what we're gonna tell the parents.
Oh, yeah, it is. It's fuel to the fire.
Well, we can't hide things, and I don't know, I'm not saying we're gonna go, I'm not saying that we're gonna go and tell them every single thing we have, but again, this is the Orange County Sheriff's Office, that's public record, so eventually, like, this all will come out.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I'm not, you're making it sound like we're gonna tell them something, so then your life is in danger, and I don't like that accusation. So, let's just nip that in the butt right now.
Well, that's what's going to happen.
I cannot
What are we going to tell them?
But we can't even, so technically there's no concrete report yet, even.
Right, so
it's,
you want me to, like, tell you exactly what I'm gonna tell them? I don't know what I'm gonna tell them. I don't know what I'm gonna tell them. Let's just leave it at that. Just like you don't know why you went upstairs. I don't know what I'm gonna tell them.
So,
Parents that are dealing with
can I call you the way that I did last time?
Yeah, my phone is an open line. Missy should be here. I don't know what's taking so long.
Though it might seem that the interrogation is over, the detectives are testing Sarah with their silence. Nothing makes people more uncomfortable than silence, as we are conditioned to constantly be talking and engaging. Imagine now that you're in a job interview, and the interviewer asks you a question, and then when you're finished answering, they just stare at you, quietly. They might nod along, they might write something down, but for the most part, they just look at you, expectantly. The tension and unease you would feel as the interviewee would probably cause you to keep talking, to expand your point until you feel as if you've impressed the person opposite of you. That's exactly what the interviewers will be doing for the remainder of the interrogation, which will lead Sarah to lending a plethora of information that is just as damaging as the information that came before. Currently, Sarah is still under the impression that she will be leaving the interview, going back to live with her ex-husband and their child, and this entire ordeal will blow over. However, given the evidence against her, she was ready to be arrested the moment she stepped into the station. They have Sarah on camera taunting the deceased, and they have evidence that she actively caused his death. However, she maintained throughout that it was unintentional. Therefore, she is not responsible. But that is by no means how our legal system works. Every time someone drives drunk or otherwise impaired, they do not intend to cause harm. They intend to get to wherever their destination is, even though they know they shouldn't be driving. But the onus of responsibility does not leave them because they didn't mean to do something. Their actions are still their own. And in this case, it's obvious what Sarah intended to do.
I get it. Look, I get it. That looks really bad.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what scares me. Like, what do I need to plan on? Like, what do I need to plan on? I promise you, on my son's life, it was not intentional. I promise you, on Lucas's life, it was not intentional.
I don't know you. I can't say I know anything about you. I don't know what would be a true statement, what would not. I mean, if you're promising on your son's life, that's fine.
That's how much it means.
Sorry.
That's how much it, look, that's how much it means.
Okay.
I hope you take that to heart. Please.
And it's documented that you said that, yeah. I get it.
Do you have any idea when I can get my phone back?
No telling.
What did you say?
I just said no telling. I mean, our digital forensics unit is got a lot of cases on their plate. I mean.
Well, and that's not technically my laptop, it's Lucas's laptop.
Okay.
But he plays, you'll see all the games that he has on there.
As soon as we can get that back to Lucas, we will. As soon as we can release your phone, we will. But we have no way of being able to tell you because we don't have control over their caseload and how they arrange what they do. So I don't know. And at this point, I think, honestly, with everything else that's going on, that should probably be at the bottom of your list of worries.
I'm trying to make Lucas happy so he can have his laptop back.
Okay.
Did Brian not have a laptop for him?
he has his laptop that he has to do for work, that he doesn't want him using it or breaking or dropping. It's not a big deal. There's nothing on the laptop anyway. So you will keep me posted, like updated.
Mm-hmm.
That's my thing, is I'm trying to figure out what I need to do in the meantime.
I don't know, I can't, like, I don't know what to tell you, though. Like, what?
But you all have more information than I do, where it's, yeah, you might want to, or yeah, you might want to.
I'm sorry, what?
Like, we have more information on what?
Like,
we told you everything that we have. You know everything that we know. And most of it we got from you.
but that, like I was telling her, like, yeah, that's bad. Like, which I swore in my son's life was unintentional. So that's why I'm trying to figure out what I need to do for myself.
Okay.
Going forward with this, nonetheless, with his family. And are you all just showing up with Lucas in the house?
I think we've already both told you that we would be mindful of any situations.
So do you guys, I guess you're going to call me tomorrow? Or do we need to come back down here?
I'll chat with you next time. I have no idea when I'm going to call you next.
Isn't the report coming out tomorrow?
No.
What report?
I'm just saying a report is generated through us, and the sheriff's office is a public entity. So if someone were to come request something, then...
No, I'm talking about his autopsy.
She's waiting and doing more follow-up, but...
She's looking at him again tomorrow.
Yeah.
But she won't be finished with him because she's pending further stuff.
So after this, what? I'm done? For now? How long does this stuff take to get back?
The
Most
FDA
of that
results?
you won't get back. The swabs and stuff will stay.
But I'll know about it?
Sorry. Our dispatch center keeps calling my phone, and I keep having to have other people call them to see what they need.
I hope you all can really both truly understand that that was not my intent. I miss him a lot.
I mean,
No more.
but my question has remained the same. What do you expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a position like that?
Yes, but you have to understand too, I know.
No, just what would you expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a position?
I have no idea because I've never done it before.
Why have you never done it before?
Why would I?
Exactly.
Why would I do it before?
Why did you do it now?
I clearly have said why. Why?
No, you don't know why. You just know that it's not intentional, but you don't know why. But that's okay.
Really?
I'm not trying to force you to say something that you don't know.
It's feeding and penning. fact that you guys would assume that I'm that kind of person.
We're not assuming anything. We're going by the facts. It happened.
Like you said, you don't know me. What time is it, please?
4:46.
In itself, for me to have to live with getting him out and doing what I did is punishment enough. I think that's why I haven't slept, because that's all I see. So that right there says something. Not my intention.
This is here. I'll just look over text her. Well, that would be very random. I was like, I literally heard the beep and I was like, that would be really weird. That's her gonna be in how much
Nonetheless, I have to live without him now.
Yeah.
Nonetheless.
Yeah.
Punishment in itself.
Yeah. Definitely a tragic situation.
I am through with alcohol. And it's unfortunate that stupid things like this happen.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Nonetheless, I have to live without him now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. His daughters too.
Are you trying to make it worse?
Sorry, what?
Are you trying to make it worse?
Make what worse?
How I feel?
So this is
Making a comment. I mean,
CSI that was there yesterday. I think she took. Okay, I'm done with all these. Okay, Sarah. So you're not free to go. Okay. Oh, do you promise everything you told us was the truth? Or no? Everything we've talked about today?
Yes. What do you mean?
He asked to swear. Remember how I swore you yesterday on the audio recording? I just forgot, so he raised his hand to remind me to tell you.
Okay.
Do you promise and swear that everything we talked about today has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
For which
True
everything?
and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
What, that it wasn't intentional?
Everything you've
you
said
told
today,
us.
everything that's come out of your mouth has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
To the best of my knowledge.
Correct. Yes.
Why?
That's
Because
how
anytime
you
we talk
swear.
to somebody, we want to assure that everything that we talked about is
True and accurate to the best of that person's knowledge.
It's not a trick question,
To the best of my knowledge?
to the best of your knowledge.
Everything that you've told us today is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
Yes, but it was not intentional.
Okay. Okay.
All right, do me a favor, stand up. I need you to turn around, face the wall, put your hands behind your back. Do you have anything in your pockets that I should know about?
No.
Okay.
Why is this happening?
Because George is dead.
Not intentionally.
We understand that.
He's still dead.
Well, we don't
Someone
really
needs to
understand
call Brian, please.
Okay.
Or can I not make a phone call?
You'll be able to make a phone call when we get you down to the jail.
So
You'll
why
be
is this
afforded-
happening? So this was a trick.
No, it's not
No,
a trick.
not
How's
a
this a
trick.
trick? I'm even here to ask you to explain a few things to us. And
You were read your rights.
your response to everything was basically, I didn't do it.
Intentionally.
I have to go through that.
Doesn't matter. He's still dead. Do me a favor. Have a seat.
Really, guys?
Really.
So if I didn't show up. Why is
You're
this
trying-
happening?
Because
Before y'all said I could leave.
when
That I was done after this, after that.
we were done, yes, we were done. Absolutely.
So now, so that's what it is,
We are done.
right? Not intentional.
Okay.
So what am I supposed to do now?
You will,
Someone needs to call Brian.
okay.
Lucas is waiting for Mom to come home. This was not my intention. I thought I was waiting for you all to come and figure out what's what and how many.
That's what we're trying to do.
And I was going to be able to go home and see Lucas. Now he's just not going to have me come home. So there's nothing that I can do.
All right, no.
There's nothing that I can do in order to go home and see Lucas and prepare.
Not right now, no. You'll be afforded a time in court. You'll be afforded an attorney. You'll be afforded a chance to talk to a judge, and all that stuff will be worked out.
But what's the time frame for that, though?
I have no way of being able to tell you. You should make first appearance probably by tomorrow morning, if not tonight, depending how things are busy, how quickly you get down there. I
had a
don't
sneaky
work in
suspicion
there.
this was going to happen. And I need water, like, really bad, please.
Have a seat.
You all tricked me down here.
Absolutely did not.
I just got those.
Okay. They are not allowed in the jail.
So I can't even smoke cigarettes or go. And what am I supposed to do with my car?
So you find where it is. When you get down there, you'll have 3 phones. You'll be able to call.
What, as soon as possible?
Yeah, once you get down there, get booked in, you'll be able to use a phone in the waiting
But how
area.
long will that take? Because I need to talk to Brian.
You know, it depends how busy, how quickly they get you through. I probably would say within the hour. It's a free phone
Yes?
call
Yeah.
in the lobby. It's a free
All
phone
I'm
call.
doing is bringing you there, sign
Yep.
the paper, and you're going to.
She has no clue.
So can I ask you, or whoever it is, those holding cells, the holding cells, am I going to be put in one of those?
I don't know.
Last time I had a panic attack.
Okay.
Let them know that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, you're familiar with the big bay. As long as you go in and you act civil to them, they'll set you in the big bay. And you'll be left there for
Can
a
you
while.
request that while I'm there?
No, that's not up to us. We don't work at the jail.
As
So I
long
can
as,
ask.
like he's saying, is if you don't
If you
act
go
up,
in and act like this, you'll go in and they'll put you in the big bay. If you go in there screaming and kicking and yelling and
Why would
cursing
I
at
do
people,
that?
I don't know. I'm just letting you know that's what happens. That's how they weed people out. If you go in acting like this,
So I asked for the big bay?
they'll put you there as long as you're acting like this.
Yeah, because the last time I had a major panic attack on those little things.
I don't know.
Change the cuffs.
Go ahead, stand up.
I have not
So
found
what am I
anything.
going to do with my purse? Oh, sorry.
Your purse is going to come, but the cigarettes and stuff can't, so.
I put the lock up too. My bad.
Oh no, it's all good. Mine are now opposite, so. What made you all decide to do this?
Made us decide to do this?
Uh-huh.
George's dad.
You guys, I knew this was gonna happen.
You did? Okay.
So I came down here willingly.
Yes, absolutely. We were trying to figure out what's going on. We're still trying to figure out what's going on.
Unintentionally.
Well, intentional or not, George is dead. You act like when you say unintentionally, that absolves you from everything.
I don't know if it's able to be or not.
I apologize.
No. I have things in my car that I need to.
Okay.
But you're.
What kind of stuff do you have in your car that you're worried about?
Well, I have my medication.
Okay, they have a pharmacy there, so if there's something that you have to have right away, you'll be seeing a nurse.
It's panic attack stuff.
Well, again, when you get checked in, you're going to be seeing a nurse, and that they have a pharmacy there, so they'll be able to take care of any kind of that stuff. That protocol is out of my realm. I don't work down there, so I don't know, but I do know they do have a pharmacy, and that you will be afforded to see somebody. Okay?
All done?
Yes, ma'am. Let's say no. My bad.
Welcome back to another episode of Dreading, or if this is your first time here, welcome. Today, we're going to be reviewing Sarah Boone's time on the stand, as she was surprisingly called to take the stand during a suppression hearing. This is highly irregular, as the point of the hearing is for her counsel to argue against evidence being brought into trial, something that she has no say in or relevant information to present. Her input wasn't necessary, as she provided absolutely nothing to help the defense's argument. But, as Sarah has shown time and time again, if she wants to do something, even if it's antithetical towards her own freedom, she will do it. One thing we have noted in all of our coverage of Sarah is that she believes that she is the smartest person in any room and the most well-equipped to defend herself. She operates under the belief that the majority of people would side with her if they listened to her speak, and anyone who doesn't immediately submit to her way of thinking is, of course, against her implicitly, and probably part of a grand conspiracy to put her in prison, even though she has never done anything wrong in her life. This, of course, is a grand delusion, which has no basis in reality or fact. Even if this had been true prior to her arrest, she's been in jail for 4 years now. But her insistence that she be called to the stand by her lawyer during this hearing has hurt her chances at freedom, because she would go on to state something that would go against the battered spouse defense that they're planning to use. We didn't anticipate Sarah taking the stand at this hearing, and had planned to release another video this week. However, given our continued coverage of the case, and the fact that it has become somewhat of a special interest of mine, we decided to push back the other upload for a week. That video is now live on our Patreon though, along with another upload that was meant for 2 weeks from now. But with all of that said, let us begin. Before we get into her time on the stand, I want to clarify that Sarah's lawyer is not incompetent. He is not attempting to throw the case so that it could be tried later. He is genuinely working extremely hard to argue a winning case for Sarah, as is her right. One thing to also remember is that he was just hired. He has hardly any time to prepare, and the judge is dead set on getting this case to trial as soon as possible, because her antics have wasted years. So any comments about how poorly he is arguing should be pushed aside in that regard. No lawyer purposely does a bad job in court, and he is working under very strange circumstances. Even the most effective lawyer would have a hard time dealing with Sarah, as we have seen time and time again, and again. His client also refuses to let him do his job in a functional way, still believing that she knows better than him. Most of the decisions that are being made in this case are being made by Sarah, as she refuses to listen to his expert opinion. Sarah is in the driver's seat, unfortunately, and her lawyer is simply the avatar that she needs to put forward to promulgate her point of view. This particular hearing is meant to discuss whether the interrogation footage from the day after the murder can be brought into trial. Sarah's attorney is arguing that she was coerced into talking to the police, as they asked her to come to the station to retrieve her cell phone, when they really intended to question her about the video they found. He contends that because Sarah was tricked, she was made to feel as if she didn't have the right to leave the interrogation, and that everything she said after the fact was said under duress. This is important because if they're going forward with the battered spouse defense, Sarah's insistence that the death was an accident and not intentional in that interview goes against that argument. They need to prove that at the time of the murder, Sarah felt that her life was in danger and that the only way she could escape George's abuse was to kill him. That argument is going to be difficult to prove, knowing the facts of the case, but it's the best defense that she has, given her history with George. They want to make their case as robust as possible, and frankly, eliminating the interrogation is a good way to go about that. Sarah's behavior and general antics after the murder are obviously shocking, which is why so many channels like my own have covered her, with some channels focusing on her exclusively. Their main support for their motion to suppress is that the lead investigator failed to ask Sarah the last question on the Miranda rights card, that being, having these rights in mind, do you wish to talk to us now? However, after the other 8 rights were read out to Sarah, and she signed a document with that question present, granting her consent, the argument isn't as foolproof as one might hope in these circumstances. In fact, when Sarah arrived at the police station to pick up her phone, she brought along a list of questions for the police, which you can infer means that she had no issue talking to them. Furthermore, their argument relies on the idea that Sarah was treated poorly by the police and was meant to feel that she had to speak to them. As we have covered on this channel, there are absolutely cases of coercion, where the police bully, badger, and abuse a suspect until they get the information that they want. In those cases, though, there tends to be an obvious red flag, like a security camera or a body camera that's been turned off, or tape recorders not being turned on during the full interrogation, or a history of gaining false reports by the interrogator. None of those issues are present in this case. In fact, the opposite is true. We've seen the body cam footage from the morning of, and we've watched the security footage from the police department in the interrogation. At no point did the officers engage Sarah in a cruel or commanding way. If you rewatch any of the videos going over Sarah's behavior from that morning, they treated her outstandingly well, making her feel as if she was a victim until they showed her the video of her mocking George as he was dying. So the idea that the police were confrontational or at all forceful with her falls entirely flat, in our opinion at least. There is also notably no case law that bolsters the argument presented, as the other 8 Miranda rights were properly asked, and Sarah signed a document with the 9th present. While this is by no means a strong argument, it's her lawyer's job to argue it as it gives her the best chance of success. While Sarah likely did not think of this herself, it's probable that when her lawyer told her that he was going to try and exclude the interrogation based on her feeling coerced, she demanded to go on the stand. In her mind, her input was vital to the case, especially since they were talking about her feelings. But the opposite is true. Sarah taking the stand to discuss this motion is nonsensical, because nothing she has to say can possibly improve her lawyer's argument. He needs to be allowed to present the case in the most effective way possible, by presenting case law, going over the pertinent facts, and creating an appealing argument, and Sarah's inclusion gets in the way of that. Her taking the stand to talk about how she feels is irrelevant. You can feel like you were lied to, that the police weren't being fair towards you, but that doesn't change the facts of the matter. But this is Sarah we're talking about. Facts have never truly affected her as far as we have witnessed, because she simply doesn't care about them as long as they don't align with her worldview. Remember, she described herself as an attentive, supportive wife and mother, despite her leaving her child in order to go out drinking in the middle of the day. But her lawyer can't comfortably tell Sarah no without having a fight on his hands. Most other establishments talking about this case discuss how he is likely choosing his battles with his client, trying to get her to do what's best for herself, but ultimately allowing her to make decisions that will hurt the case. And this is no doubt one of those occasions. Prior to Sarah taking the stand, her defense had a chance to question the lead investigator about why the last question was not said, and argue that Sarah had been coerced. They were able to make a few points, but the judge appeared unmoved by their assertions. That officer has just left the stand, and at this point, the judge believes that they would be moving on from that specific motion. So let's watch.
Any further witnesses, evidence, or testimony, sir?
Judge, I'd like to call Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone can approach the podium. She was previously sworn at the beginning.
Judge, I'll be here.
Yes, sir. Hang on, the deputy's got to move her.
There are some obvious microphone issues, specifically with Sarah's mic. The audio is going to be a bit grating to listen to, but I've tried to remedy it and there's not a whole lot I can really do to repair it, so my apologies. So I've spent a fair few minutes talking about why Sarah taking the stand is a bad idea. We all understand that this is not going to go very well for her, but she is completely unaware of that fact. As a matter of fact, based on her body language and facial reactions, you would think that she's about to testify against someone else who had harmed her. She seems irrationally confident, as if she is in the right, and that what she says is more important than the prosecution, judge, or even her own lawyer has to say. It's this sort of delusion that makes Sarah so interesting to us. She has all the confidence in the world, with none of the achievements to back it up. Moreover, this unyielding faith in herself has never served her, not in this court case, not in the case against her ex-husband, and certainly not in her life prior to killing George. In fact, it's the reason why she continues to make so many obvious, careless mistakes. She is so confident that she can't fail, that what she is saying is good and right, that she ruins every potential argument that she has.
Ma'am, you've already been sworn. Counselor, you may proceed.
Ma'am, would you please state your full name?
Sarah Boone.
Well, you're going to have to speak up or move the mic.
Sarah Boone.
Yes.
Where are you currently housed?
At the Orange County Corrections Department.
Have you been there since February the 25th of 2020?
Correct.
Was that the date of this interrogation that we're here for on this motion?
Yes.
All right. Let me take you back to the morning of finding George Torres in the suitcase. You called 911?
Yes.
Is it true that Detective or Deputy Kayla Rodriguez of the Sheriff's Department arrived?
Yes.
What mental state did you have at that time?
I was very confused. It was very hazy. I didn't understand the monumental amount of people that were there and what they were doing with taking things from my home. I was worried about my dogs. I was worried about my son. I was in shock. I was traumatized by the situation, and then trying to focus on everything that was going on at my home. I was hungover. I was still, I believe, intoxicated to a degree.
Alright, and she has just fucked up her own argument. Just truly fucked it right up. As mentioned, Sarah is going for the battered spouse defense, which infers that the defendant in question perceived that their life was in danger at the time of the murder, and the prosecution will inevitably argue that if she was drunk, her perception cannot be trusted. In other words, how could she perceive a threat if her perception was impaired? But more importantly, they want to get the interview suppressed because what she claimed in it completely goes against their defense. She said repeatedly, to the point to where it's now a meme, that what happened with George was unintentional and an accident. She didn't mean for him to die. She simply went to sleep and thought he would have gotten out of the suitcase by himself. This flies in the face of their defense, because how could you feel reasonable fear for one's life when you were drunk and he was in a suitcase? This also discredits her earlier statements given at the crime scene with the responding officers, and in her police interview the following day, because on both occasions she claimed that she was not drunk when the incident occurred. She said that George and her shared some wine. Then they did a puzzle and then decided to play hide and seek, but she didn't black out because she wasn't drunk. Now we can obviously see that that isn't true. She was clearly hungover, and most of the statements she's given about her life are just lies. The channel Melly D has uploads of the police interviews with Sarah's ex-husband, as well as Sarah's landlord, and neighbors that all demonstrate that Sarah wasn't drunk, with little regard for the people around her, and could not go a day without drinking. But in the interrogation, she claimed otherwise. Should the footage be allowed at trial, the prosecution can now prove that she will lie and say whatever she thinks will get her out of trouble. In addition, she talked about her mental state at the crime scene, whereas the interrogation that they are trying to suppress happened the very next day. Her lying the day of might make sense if she was drunk. Is she trying to say she was hungover then as well? Is she claiming that she went into the police station to talk to the cops completely plastered? It's irrelevant information that discredits her statements, and if the interview isn't suppressed, it will demonstrate to the jury that she cannot be trusted. Before we continue, the prosecution is about to object due to relevance, which you might believe is counterintuitive to their case. Obviously, allowing her to stay on the stand and say whatever wacky thing she believes will get her out of jail the quickest would be interesting, but this isn't trial. This isn't in front of a jury. This is simply a motions hearing.
Objection, Judge. Move to strike. This is outside their motion to suppress. They have not made any allegations that her statement was involuntary because of her mental state or or state of intoxication.
Response?
Judge, we're talking about, I'm just getting some preliminary information.
But
Her interrogation is the next day.
the state has an obligation, and the case law cited by the state requires specificity in the motions. So it's not a game of 20 questions and a surprise.
Okay, this is the day before the interrogation.
I understand that.
We're not talking about an intoxication.
But are you going to be arguing anything in conclusion as to what happened on February 24th led to any coercive or coercion behavior on behalf of the Orange County Sheriff's Office on February 25? Are you going to bootstrap or link any of those things together?
The interrogation in the squad car and what was said to her prior to getting in the squad car that relates to what she said about it being routine protocol, yes.
All right, I'm going to sustain the state's objection.
Relating to the intoxication?
Yes. It wasn't raised in any of the 3 motions that have been filed.
Judge, I didn't ask her that. She volunteered that.
I understand it.
Okay.
Objection sustained and it's stricken.
So the judge also agrees that what she is saying is irrelevant to the motions that they are discussing, which is obviously not great for what the defense is trying to argue. Her lawyer throws in that she is offering information he didn't necessarily ask for, which feels more or less like a way to endear himself to the judge a bit. But Sarah has no idea that she's already heard the case. Watching her reaction during the back and forth between the lawyers and the judge is interesting, because you would think that she would feel strongly that what she is saying is relevant and want to keep it in, or she would understand that what she just did is being argued because she said something wrong. Instead, she just sits there, seeming a bit annoyed that she isn't being asked anything. It's kind of like she's waiting for a coffee order and she's a little frustrated that it's taking too long. It's small things like this that make her so interesting to watch. She has the same ego as someone like Tony Todd, but her reactions are a bit more subdued.
Did you speak to the deputy about what had happened?
Yes.
Okay. And then, were you asked to stay on scene?
By both, yes. By both detectives, yes.
Okay. How long did it take the detectives to arrive after you had spoken initially with Deputy Rodriguez?
It was not right away. I don't know specifically, but it was not quickly.
Okay. Did the two detectives, when they arrived, did they take over the investigation?
It was my understanding, yes.
No foundation for her to conclude anything.
Sustained.
At some point, were the detectives directing you what to do and where to go?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain what the detectives told you as it relates to you getting in the car? What, was the phone issue before the car?
Yes.
Sustained.
Let me ask you about the phone. When were you first asked about your phone?
From my remembering, it was once they arrived, one of the first questions that Hope Cell asked me was if I owned a phone.
In our video going over Sarah's letters to the court, we commented on the fact that she had a tendency to overuse words in order to try and seem intelligent. Instead of saying, "I feel like I'm being unfairly penalized," she would say, "It is my subjective understanding of the facts within this case that I am being left behind by the justice system that happens to be currently established in the United States of America, and, of course, gubernatorially by you, Honorable Judge." And she does that here as well. It's important to her that she comes across as intelligent, so that everyone in the courtroom knows that she should be respected. She even stated in a past letter that she isn't like other inmates and defendants. She's of a different caliber and should be treated as such. It will be interesting to see her do this at trial, when she takes the stand in her own defense. This just feels like a foreshadowing of what's to come.
And what did you tell her?
I told her it was on the kitchen counter.
All right. And what happened next as it relates to the phone?
I believe that it was brought to her with someone else. I don't remember.
Sustained.
What was the next thing that you were told or talked to about as it relates to the phone?
Unlock it.
Who told you that?
Detective Copesel.
How did you unlock it?
She handed it to me and I unlocked it.
How do you unlock your phone?
It was with a passcode.
Okay. And when you unlocked it, did you give it back to the detective?
I did.
All right. Did you ever see the phone again?
I did not.
Okay. After that incident, was the next time you were spoken to by Detective Copesel was in relation to the interview in the squad car?
Yes, she told me I needed to go with her and Detective Lowen to her unmarked vehicle.
And did she tell you anything about what was going to take place once y'all got inside the vehicle?
That she was just going to be asking me general questions.
Was there ever any mention about normal protocol?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. What about once you got in the squad car?
I don't recall the squad car.
Okay. And that was recorded for the court to consider. And so she read you your Miranda rights?
Yes.
All right. Did you answer the questions?
I did.
Did they ever indicate to you that you were a suspect?
No.
Did they ever indicate to you that you were a person of interest?
No.
Police don't need to tell a suspect that they are a suspect before talking to them. While this should go without saying, unfortunately, it doesn't. That doesn't mean that Sarah was coerced, or that the police did anything wrong in this specific case. It also bears mentioning that it should have gone without question that Sarah was a suspect in this case. She was the only one with George when he died. The circumstances of his death were extremely questionable, and she never attempted to resuscitate him, according to responding EMTs. Logic should have told her that she was a suspect, even if the police did not. But logic and basic reasoning are not her strong suit. At trial, I think it'll be likely that her lawyer is going to argue that the police should have informed her that she was a suspect before talking, both at the scene and at the police station. But that is more for the jury's benefit than anything. This is a tactic that defense attorneys often take to try and show that their client was unfairly treated by law enforcement, and usually it's just one of the avenues they go down. They tend to have supplementary evidence that can showcase how their client was treated unfairly, or at least present reasonable doubt. But as we stated earlier in this video, the police handled this case extremely well. No body cams were turned off, she was never spoken to outside the presence of a recording device, and it's so heavily documented that if she was to assert that she was treated poorly, the jury can simply watch the tapes and see that that isn't true, which would only supplement the prosecution's argument that Sarah is a liar who will say and do anything to get away with murder.
Did he ever refer to the videos that you recorded on your phone from the night before?
No.
Were you ever questioned about those videos at the scene?
I was not.
All right, after they finished interviewing you in the unmarked vehicle, were you allowed to get out?
Yes.
Were you allowed to leave the scene at that point?
I was instructed by both to not.
Okay. And how long did you stay on the scene?
The entire time.
How long was that? How long did it take before the investigation was completed?
10 hours or more.
Okay. At some point, did they all leave?
Yes.
And at some point, did they tell you they were finished with the work there at the scene?
Yes.
Okay. What did you do?
I went inside my apartment and gathered a few things, and then I went to my former husband's residence where my son was located.
All right, and how far was that away?
About 5 minutes.
How did you get there?
I drove.
Okay. What was the reason that you wanted to stay over there the night?
Because I was terrified of his family.
Now, later that evening, you were going to spend the night there with your son and with your ex-husband?
Correct.
And did you do that?
My son, yes.
All right. Later that evening, did you attempt to contact Detective Copesel?
I did.
And whose phone did you use?
Former husband, Brian Boone.
You said your phone had been seized?
Correct.
And you had consented to that? You signed a form allowing them to take the phone?
Yes.
Have there been any discussion about returning the phone?
Copesel told me she or Lowen or both would return back to my apartment to return my phone.
And when did they tell you this?
Before they left the scene.
And did they tell you they would return your phone where?
To myself at the apartment.
And is that what you understood they were going to do?
Yes.
Was there ever any talk about you coming to the sheriff's department the day of this event?
No.
All right, so later that evening you borrowed your ex-husband Brian Boone's phone and made a phone call. How did you know Detective Copesel's private cell number?
She gave it to me before she left the scene.
And did you call her?
I did.
Do you recall about what time you called her?
I believe it was around 9:30 or 10 o'clock.
And that would have been on February the 24th of 2020?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell us why you were calling her that night?
Before she left and giving me her personal cell phone number, she told me if I were to recall anything or if I just wanted to talk to her about something regarding the case for me to call her. So I took that to heart and felt very uneasy about how they left the scene.
Sustained.
Go ahead.
There's no pending question at this time.
Okay. You were concerned about the case and you wanted to call her.
Yes.
And did you talk to her?
Yes.
What did you say to her?
I told her, in all honesty, that I felt that she was trying to trick me.
You're relevant.
Sustained.
Despite the objection being sustained and Sarah not finishing her thought, it was obvious that she was going to say that she called the officer to say that she felt uneasy and thought they were trying to trip her up and pin the blame for George's death on her, which is a very interesting thing to think when she was objectively responsible for what happened. George may have gotten into the suitcase willingly, but she is the one who zipped it up, obstructing his ability to breathe and leading to his death. She also recorded him suffering, openly stating that he was dying, and did nothing to render aid. While Florida state law does state that there is no duty to save someone's life or otherwise assist in the event of an emergency, there are obvious exemptions to this, like if you created the danger yourself. So she was obligated to assist George, meaning legally she is at fault.
Did you have a conversation about your phone?
Yes. I asked her.
Answered.
Overruled. You may answer the question, ma'am.
Did you call for a yes or no? She said yes, and now I don't know what's pending and how to object.
Did y'all have a discussion about your phone?
Yes.
Can you elaborate on that discussion?
She told me that I needed to come down to the sheriff's department because she was pregnant and asked me if I remembered about when I was being pregnant, and it would just be a lot easier for her if I were to arrive at the sheriff's department to pick up my phone.
Was there any discussion about you being interrogated at the sheriff's department?
No.
Was your understanding the sole purpose of you going to the sheriff's department the next day was to pick up your phone?
Yes.
And the sole reason for the change in plans from them bringing the phone to you was because Detective Kopsel was pregnant and not feeling well?
Correct.
So the next afternoon, did you drive to the sheriff's department? Tell us, when you parked your car, where you went, what happened?
I parked my car and left everything as regular in my car and walked through the front door and went to the window asking who I needed to see, and they, I guess, rang them upstairs, and Detective Lowen came downstairs, and I thought I was supposed to be picking my phone up over at a particular window, and he says, no, your phone is upstairs, so we would just like for you to come upstairs, and that's where you can pick up your phone.
All right, and so did he escort you upstairs?
He did.
How did y'all get upstairs?
In an elevator.
And what was he wearing?
I believe he was wearing a red shirt along with his firearm and black pants.
His firearm was on his waist?
The entire time, yes.
Okay.
By emphasizing the firearm in this line of questioning, her defense has made it clear that they intend to argue that she was somewhat in fear for her life, that a gun being on the officer's person during the interrogation was done intentionally to make her feel as if she could not leave, and that she was in immediate danger. Again, there are cases where a suspect's life is threatened, where they are being treated heinously by the police, and they are repeatedly told that they cannot leave the interview room without giving the interrogator exactly what they want. The one that comes most readily to mind that we've covered is the Norfolk 4, where the lead interrogator repeatedly threatened each one of the men's lives until they confessed. But this is nowhere near the same situation. Neither detective withdrew their weapon. At no point was she threatened, and any conversation with the presence of law enforcement likely occurred with guns actively present. So while we understand why this would be used to try and bolster their argument, it's a fairly weak point.
So y'all got off the elevator? Where did you go from there?
He brought me into a very small room, and they had me sit down, and then from there I had a list of things that I was going to ask them that I might need to do or that I could do.
This also destroys her argument so completely that I don't know why she would say it during this hearing. Again, their goal is to get the second interview suppressed because she was coerced. They argue that she was tricked into going into the station because she needed to pick up her phone and didn't intend to talk to the police. So when she was placed in an interrogation room, she was made to feel as if she could not leave. But her bringing a list of questions that she had for the police about the case negates that entirely. She obviously wanted to speak with them, to have some kind of back and forth, and she consented, both verbally as well as with the document that she willingly signed.
Okay. So from the elevator, Detective Lowen escorted you directly into the interview room, and we've got the recording, the audio and the video. You didn't go anywhere else prior to that time. Was there any discussion that you made outside, any discussion between you and either detective about anything, the phone, questioning, anything before walking into that room?
No.
Okay. So directly off the elevator and walked into the interrogation room.
Correct.
And then we've got the video on that. Now, you and I have watched the video,
Yes.
correct? And you've seen the motion where I've referred to the questioning, where she asked you to sit down.
Yes.
You recall that happening?
Yes.
Did that refresh your memory watching the video?
Yes.
Do you recall her saying that she had received the autopsy?
Yes.
Do you recall her saying, I want to read you your rights again because we have to talk about that, referring to the autopsy?
Yes.
This was prior to you being read your Miranda rights.
Correct.
And she also said, we're not done talking about the incident. You recall that?
Yes.
And then she said, we just have to do it.
Yes.
How did that make you feel?
Sustained.
Were you trying to comply with the officer's demands?
Overruled.
In every way.
Were you trying to cooperate?
In every way.
Were you polite with them?
Very.
And when she said that, we just have to do it, you said just like we did yesterday.
Yes.
And then you said normal protocol.
Yes.
Is that what she had said the day before?
What do you mean?
Normal protocol.
Yes.
Had she said the same word? You said normal protocol to her.
I was reiterating to her what she had said to me the day before.
So she read the Miranda rights to you,
Except number 9.
except number 9. She read the rights and then she said, do you understand what I've just read to you? And you agreed that you had.
Yes.
But you were not read having these rights in mind. Do you agree to speak to me now?
Overruled.
I was not asked that question.
Is it fair to say that after she read the Miranda rights and after she said, do you understand the rights that I've just read to you, that she read right into the questioning?
She did, correct.
So she never got the answer from you. Do you agree to speak to us now?
I was never asked that.
Okay, so while we understand why this is being asked and repeated, it's such a poor argument that it feels stupid to harp on this point. She was never asked that, but she did sign a paper where it was asked. And she also came into the station with the intention of talking to the police herself. Her list of questions makes that obvious, so the implication that she wouldn't have given her consent to speak to the police had they asked her that last question falls completely flat.
The way that she acted, the things that she said, The fact that they had your phone. Did you get the impression you were not getting your phone back if you didn't answer the questions?
Objection, irrelevant. She's in custody.
Sustained.
She was in custody?
Yeah, it's been conceded by the state in their response that it was a custodial interrogation.
Okay, but she wasn't aware of it. She wasn't aware she was in custody.
What does her subjective perception matter?
Well, under the circumstances, it would matter. I mean, she didn't feel she was free to leave. She was in an enclosed small space.
That all goes to whether or not...
She was being questioned by 2 lead detectives, homicide detectives. One of them was wearing a firearm. She was trying to cooperate as best she could. I think her position is that she was coerced into answering the question.
What does that have to do with coercion? Those are all factors that under Ramirez as to whether or not it was custodial.
Well, I know some of the factors are whether or not the interrogation actually happens in a police station or not, or whether it happens outside a police station. So just that environment alone.
But that goes to whether or not it was a custodial interrogation.
Okay.
I'm struggling with the connection on that being noncompliance with Miranda, coercion, or the third ground of voluntariness.
Well, and I think it goes subjectively to her and what she was feeling, if she had a free choice or not,
What's the subjectivity matter?
Excuse me, based on
subjectivity matter under the case law.
Based on the circumstances that she was dealing with at the time, whether or not she felt she had a choice.
But what does her subjectivity have to do with that?
I believe it's relevant.
Objection's overruled. I'm sorry, the objection's sustained. I apologize.
Did you understand you were not going to get your phone back until you answered their questions?
Objection, relevant.
Sustained.
Did you have some questions for them at the end?
I did.
Did you feel like you had a choice in answering their questions?
Objection, relevant.
Sustained.
Ma'am, that day, you came to the sheriff's department to get your phone?
Yes.
Did you know that you were going to be placed in custody?
I did not.
Did you know that you were going to be arrested?
I did not.
Did you know that you were going to be questioned?
I did not.
Were you trying to cooperate with law enforcement based on her statements that you have to talk to us?
Yes.
Overruled.
Were you there answering the questions because she confirmed that this was normal protocol?
That was my understanding, yes.
That's all the questions I have.
Any cross-examination?
So Sarah's about to be cross-examined, which again is not normal in a motions hearing. The state has no time to prepare, but Sarah's previous statements have left a lot that they can work with, and it's extremely telling where they immediately go with their questions. But before we get into their short examination of Sarah, let's address what the defense attempted to establish. At the time of recording, it's unknown whether or not they were successful, but based on the judge's reaction, I would venture to say they won't be. They're arguing that based on the totality of circumstances that occurred in this case, prior to Sarah being questioned the day after George's death, that the interview itself was coercive and should be suppressed. In order to supplement this argument, she claimed that the morning of the event, she was intoxicated at the scene, that when the interview took place the next day, she had been lied to in order to speak with the police, that the lead investigator didn't read out her full Miranda rights, and that the other detective present during the interview had his weapon visible. The first issue in this argument is that while Sarah was drunk at the scene, that has no effect on how she would have perceived an interview the following day. If you were drunk yesterday and I talked to you today, your perception should not be impaired. Moreover, it's not illegal for the police to lie about the reason about why they want a suspect to come in for questioning. Though defense attorneys will bring up these lies in court as a way to plant the seed that their clients were being railroaded or that the police in these cases are being dishonest, it's not legally wrong. Additionally, despite the last Miranda rights question not being read out, Sarah did sign a document where it was present. Her lawyer knows that this is a weak argument and that the interview will likely not be suppressed, but it's his obligation to argue it. He needs to provide Sarah the most effective defense possible, so that we can say justice has really been done in this case.
So that afternoon on February 24th of 2020, when Deputy Kayla Rodriguez arrived at your residence shortly after 1 p.m., you were under the influence of alcohol, correct?
Earlier, when Sarah claimed that she was still drunk when the cops arrived at her apartment, the prosecution objected due to relevance. However, it's the first thing that he brings up when he gets to question her, and that's because he is attempting to lock in that what occurred in this case was an accident, that she killed George while he was blackout drunk, that her recollection of events cannot be trusted, so her assertion that she was in fear for her life was false, and that the battered spouse defense does not apply in this case. He's dismantling her own statements, as well as showing that her own perception of events cannot be trusted in this case. This is why her taking the stand at this hearing was such a monumentally bad decision. She has given the prosecution so much more to work with, simply by opening her mouth. We've said this time and time again while reviewing this case, as well as her correspondence with the court, but her refusal to allow her lawyers to simply do their job only makes things worse for her. She has this outstanding belief in herself that borders on delusion, because we have never seen her win an argument or make things better for herself, and yet she still contends that she is a genius, that she is the only person in the world whose opinion matters in this case.
Yes.
You were impaired by alcohol, correct?
I don't know as much as impaired means. It did affect, yes.
Okay. And that was consumption from the night before, correct?
Yes.
So you did not go to brunch that morning and have mimosas or anything else to drink, correct? And you consumed no alcohol in your home that morning, correct? So does that affect in any way your memory when you testify about the events that transpired between you and Detective Copesel that afternoon?
Ask one more time, please.
Did the alcohol have any effect on your memory of what happened between you and Detective Copesel that afternoon?
This goes to discredit her perception of events and how she was made to feel. Earlier, she claimed that after the initial conversation that she had with the lead investigator, she felt uneasy about what had happened, like they were trying to unfairly pin the blame for George's death on her and trip her up, so to speak. But if she were drunk at the time of the conversation or hungover, how can she confidently say that her feelings were because the detective did anything wrong?
Now or then?
Then.
Did alcohol affect my conversation with her?
There's a jury instruction that says a witness's memory and perception is pertinent. And I'm asking you, did the alcohol that you were under the influence of affect your memory or perception of the events that you've testified to today that you said happened on that afternoon of February 24th, 2020?
So did they affect my answer?
Judge, I don't think she understands.
I don't.
Okay.
It's been asked 3 different ways.
So we'll leave it at you were under the influence of alcohol that afternoon, correct?
Judge, I think she said she didn't know what. She said that she had alcohol under the influence or impaired.
The objection is, the court does not entertain speaking objections. The legal grounds need to be provided. What are the legal grounds of your objection?
I know that she had said she didn't know what.
What are the legal grounds of your objection?
I'll withdraw.
All right, you may proceed.
All right. And you understand that you're charged with second-degree murder in this case, correct? You're facing a potential penalty of life in prison, correct? Do you understand that the score sheet minimum is probably about 22 and a half years?
I don't know.
Okay. And it is your desire to have these statements excluded from the jury's consideration, correct?
Judge, I would object to that.
Sustain the objection.
Your intent is to testify differently than you have testified in the statements in State's Exhibit 1, correct?
I would object to that. I'm not understanding what the question.
Mr. J.
Judge, a witness's bias is always at issue when they take the stand, and it's our position that her credibility for all the things that she has testified to today, that particularly the things in conflict with Detective Copesel's testimony, and the court, of course, in a motion to suppress has to consider the credibility of the witnesses, and you are in the best position to do that. The appellate courts are going to be very deferential to you. It's our position that she's biased. She is charged with second-degree murder. She's facing life in prison. Based on the examination that both state attorneys and defense counsel and the state's expert witness today. It is the state's belief that she is intending to testify differently than she testified in the statements that she provided to law enforcement in State's Exhibit 1, and therefore she is biased in all of the things that she's testified about today because it is her intent to get this statement, all these statements, or the statement on 225 thrown out so that she is not going to be cross-examined and impeached with it so that she can testify the way that she testified this afternoon.
Response. Judge, I agree with the impeachment about being under the influence. I agree with the impeachment about what she's facing, that she may be biased because she's facing potentially life in prison. He claims 22 years on the low end. I agree with all that. We just got through at the jail meeting with the state's expert who evaluated Sarah Boone. I was present. The two prosecutors were present. It wasn't recorded. He can't be a witness now. If he's going to question her about what was said during that evaluation, then he's putting himself potentially to be a witness down the road. I don't think that's proper cross-examination about what she said there versus what she's saying here.
Anything further? Mr. J.
I am not specifically asking her what she said that was different. And obviously, if I did and she testified differently, I would have to accept that answer. There's no way for me to extrinsically impeach her with that due to the brevity of the time frame that we have all been subjected to. But I do believe it's a fair question to ask her whether or not she intends to testify differently than her statements that are in State's Exhibit 1 and consistently with how she testified this afternoon, and that she understands it would benefit her if these statements are excluded.
So I'm going to sustain the objection based on how the question was asked. I'll allow you to revisit it based on how you just explained it to me.
You gave statements to an evaluator this afternoon, did you not?
I did.
All right. And without going into the details, would you agree that there are some differences in those statements as to what is in the statements you provided to law enforcement on February 25th of 2020?
Yes.
And you understand that I would be able to cross-examine you on giving inconsistent statements at trial if you take the stand, correct?
I understand.
And so you understand the benefit of this motion to suppress being granted?
Of course.
That last segment was a lot, so let's break it down. The prosecution is essentially arguing that Sarah had an absurd bias in this case, based solely on the fact that her future hangs in the balance. With that in mind, she has the motive to lie and change her story based upon what she thinks will lead to her release. And they are arguing that the continued shifting of her statements showcases that. I will leave a link in the description box down below to the remainder of the footage from this hearing, but as Sarah's time on the stand has come to an end, we will leave it there. Let us know what you thought of her testimony here. Do you think she helped her case? Why or why not? And let us know if you think her counsel will be able to successfully argue the battered spouse defense. I'll be watching this trial live, likely on Law and Crime or Court TV, so we hope to see you there as well. Goodbye. Oh no, the video's coming to an end. Despite arguing with her previous lawyers about using this defense, Sarah would relent and allow her final attorney, James Owen, to launder a battered woman syndrome argument to the court. According to the Office of Justice Program's website, a battered woman syndrome defense argues, quote, that a battered woman is virtually held hostage in a violent household by a man who isolates and terrorizes her, convincing her that if she leaves, he will track her down and kill her. The American Psychiatric Association conceptualizes BWS as the development of a set of personality attributes brought on by abuse that render the victim more able to survive in the relationship and less able to escape it. 3 components of BWS include behavior brought on by victimization, learned helplessness behavior, and self-destructive coping behavior. Because battered and non-battered women are not significantly different, expert testimony during a trial should focus on the impact of violence and the women's perception of threat. Unquote. Owens had Boone meet with psychologists and experts in order to substantiate this defense, but surprisingly, days before the trial was set to state, the prosecution approached Sarah with a deal. If she were to plead guilty to a lesser charge of manslaughter, they would reduce her potential sentence to just 15 years in prison, 7 years less than the minimum sentence for second-degree murder. This would include the time served, meaning she would only be in prison for 8 years at most. But Sarah rejected the deal outright. She believed that she could outmaneuver the case against her, that once the men and women of the jury heard what she had to say when she took the stand, that they would be on her side, and she would walk out of court a free woman, and be able to take the justice system to task for what they had done to her. We can say that confidently, as she said as much in every one of her letters. Her defense rested entirely on her time on the stand, but before we delve into that, we need to discuss the key issues with her defense. The first issue is that so much of it relies on Sarah's testimony, and she had obviously lied throughout the course of the investigation. She lied to the 911 operator, she lied to the first responders, she lied to the lead detectives, both at the scene and in the interrogation the day after. And in the time she'd been in prison, she lied in her letters about various aspects of the case against her, as well as about her lawyer's behavior and her ex-husband. The prosecution would have very little trouble showcasing that Sarah was an untrustworthy individual based on that alone. In fact, based on the numerous lies she had told in the over 4 years she had been in prison, the prosecution could easily showcase that Sarah said whatever she thought would benefit her in the moment, even if those things contradict each other. Secondly, when Sarah spoke to the police in the interrogation, she had made no mention of using the suitcase as a way to stop George from harming her and actively downplayed the abuse. Instead, she repeated that his death had been unintentional because she didn't think he would be unable to get himself out. If she had used the suitcase to restrain her abuser and left him in there in order to feel safe, why hadn't she said as much when she was given the space to? In fact, in the interrogation, the interviewers put that narrative forward as part of their strategy, but even then, Sarah didn't change her story. She maintained that it had been an accident, that they had just been playing, and that she wasn't responsible. Another issue that the defense would no doubt run into is the fact that very few people would be able to believe that Sarah felt that her life was in any sort of danger in this scenario. Though it's objectively true that George had abused Sarah, their defense relies on the fact that while he was trapped in a suitcase pleading for his life, repeatedly stating that he couldn't breathe and begging Sarah to let him out, that she felt like she was in imminent danger. We've already played the video of him in a suitcase, and you heard her response to his pleas, mocking and belittling him. No rational person would believe that this is a voice of fear. Moreover, it would be exceedingly difficult to get a person to believe that she didn't intend for him to perish after leaving him in the bag for over 12 hours. Additionally, Sarah would change her story on the stand to state that she took measures to ensure that George was not able to leave the suitcase by both flipping it over and hitting the suitcase with a baseball bat. It would then be reasonable to assume that she knew he was going to die, but Sarah sincerely believed that when she took the stand, she would be able to easily hand-wave all these issues, that she was so compelling and charismatic that by the time she left the stand, the jury would retire and feel as if she'd been unfairly penalized. So let's see if she was successful.
Raise your right hand, please. Sworn, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, ma'am, you could take a seat, and if you could, state and spell your name for the record for us.
Sarah Boone, 101077.
And could you spell your name?
SARAHBOONE.
All right, thank you very much. Sir, you may inquire.
Ms. Boone, would you please tell the jury where you were born and raised?
Atlanta, Georgia.
You were born in Atlanta?
I was born in Atlanta.
And how long did you stay in Atlanta before you moved here to Florida?
I was 3 years old, 3 or 4.
Okay. And from that time, y'all moved, you and your family, your mother and father, moved to Orlando?
And my grandparents.
Okay. Y'all all moved down from Atlanta down to Orlando?
Yes, and my 2 brothers.
Okay. And were you raised here essentially from that time on?
Yes.
And you've resided here in Orange County, Florida that entire time?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you go to high school here locally?
I did.
Where did you go to high school?
Edgewater.
Okay. And tell the jury, how old were you when you graduated?
I was 18 years old.
Now, I know you lost your mother and father.
Overruled.
Pausing briefly, but let's assess what's been established so far. Sarah is being fairly direct in her answers, giving quick responses with an even tone. Notably, though, when she is asked what age she graduated from high school, she takes a moment to stare at the jury, as if graduating at the age of 18 is uncommon or worthy of praise. As a reminder for those who have not watched her interrogation or read her letters to the court, despite her age and being multiple decades outside of her high school career, Sarah would boast about her time in school, as if it were relevant to her life today. She would talk about her high GPA, how she got all A's, and how she was very impressive as a student. Sarah seemed to believe her high school accomplishments were more important than the things she had done recently, like abandoning her son repeatedly due to her alcoholism. Based on her behavior and tone, she doesn't appear nervous for the questioning, which is in line with her previous statements. Despite the large hurdles she will have to overcome in her time on the stand, she feels confident that she will be able to talk her way out of the situation. In our previous coverage of Sarah, we've discussed how her confidence borders on delusion, given that she has never been successful as far as we have seen. Her behavior has lost her lawyers and hurt her case irreparably, but she still sincerely believes that everything that has occurred has either been someone else's fault or completely unrelated to her actions.
I know you lost your mother and father in your teens and in your 20s. Is that true?
I lost my grandfather when I was a sophomore in high school, and I lost my father when I was a senior. And then my mother passed away a few years after that, and then my grandmother passed away after my mother died.
Pausing once again, Sarah has begun to give a few more details in her answers, even though those details don't necessarily pertain to what is being asked of her. The jury gains nothing from knowing when her parents died, or the added details about when her grandparents died, but Sarah takes the time to look over at the jury while talking about this, as if to endear herself to them. She's talking about losing her support system, which is normally something people would feel sympathy for, but in this case, it rings a bit hollow. Namely because it would have happened decades ago, and because it has nothing to do with the case we're discussing today. Moreover, Sarah does not appear emotionally affected by their deaths. But continuing on.
All right, so you were in your 20s when all that was going on?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point in your 20s you met Brian Boone?
I did, yes.
All right. And how long did y'all date before you married?
A good handful of years. I helped my family with paying mortgage and bills for the house since my father had passed away and my grandfather. So
you worked outside the home?
I did.
Okay. Can you tell the jury when you said you and Brian Boone dated for a while? Do you remember when y'all married?
I do.
Could you tell the jury when y'all were married?
The year?
Yeah. Do you remember the date?
It happened to be, yes, that after my mother passed away, that he had waited to ask me to marry him because he knew it would be.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained. Just answer the question if you can, Miss Boone. Are you a little bit nervous?
A little bit.
Okay. Well, just tell the jury if you remember the date that you and Brian Boone married.
Some of the audio is a bit hard to hear, but the objection was that Sarah was being unresponsive, and she has begun to discuss why Brian had waited to propose to her. In our coverage of other cases where a subject has taken the stand in their own defense, we always notate how they respond to objections, particularly objections that are sustained. When the prosecution objected earlier, it was overruled, and Sarah looked at the judge before smirking a bit at the prosecuting attorney. The response was small and seemed a bit smug. However, here, when the objection is made, Sarah's eyes snap over to the prosecution in an annoyed death stare. Though her own attorney gives her an out as to why her answer wasn't responsive, Sarah has shown time and time again that she doesn't respond well to being interrupted, or talked over, or being told that she's doing something wrong.
August 21st, 2004.
Okay. And had y'all lived with each other for a short time before that?
Short time.
Yes. Okay, after you married, how long was it before y'all had any children?
Gosh, 6 years?
Okay. And y'all have one son?
Yes.
What's his name?
Lucas.
And how old is Lucas now?
Lucas will be 14 years old on the 28th.
28th of this month?
Yes.
Okay. So you and Brian were married, and y'all lived in Orange County. How long were y'all married?
For 13 years.
Right, and y'all divorced?
Yes.
And as part of the divorce, were y'all to share custody of your son?
Yes.
They were supposed to share custody, but due to Sarah's drinking, she would often call Brian and state that she couldn't take him during her scheduled visits, or she would have him pick their son up early. Brian would relay to the detectives that he was more or less on call whenever Sarah was taking care of Lucas, because she rarely got through her time with him without endangering his life.
And so y'all would split days, would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. At some time after you and Brian split up, did you meet George Torres?
Yes.
All right, could you tell the jury how you met George Torres?
I met George when I decided to buck up, I guess, and was tired of trying to patch things up with my ex-husband. And I decided to go one day for a walk across the street and go have a beer by myself and sit and people watch just to get out of my house and a change of scenery.
All right, now is this your apartment?
No, this is the marital home.
Okay.
According to Brian, Sarah had been seeing George prior to their divorce and had actively cheated on him while drunk during their marriage. She would also routinely go to that bar after the birth of their son in the middle of the day and stay there till closing. However, she presents this information in a distorted way. Instead of acknowledging that the marriage ended due to her drinking, or that Brian had attempted to make their relationship work for years while she struggled, only ending it when she endangered their son, she puts the onus of responsibility for its demise on Brian and asserts that she had fought for the relationship. This framing makes the end of their relationship the fault of Brian and not her, making it seem as if he was unwilling to stay with her, even though they had a child together. Though she doesn't say anything more than that, the implication would instill the idea of Brian being a bad husband and father, abandoning his wife for some unknown reason. Was he cheating? Did he leave her for a younger woman? We don't know, and Sarah is being purposely vague on that point in order to put the fault squarely on his shoulders. Most people know at least one woman whose husband left them for a less than noble reason, which is why this framing is effective. If you knew nothing about this case or Sarah's past actions, the majority of people would give her the benefit of the doubt, even though it's an incredibly dishonest way to frame the situation. Sarah had not tried to fix their relationship. She refused to get help with her drinking, and Brian eventually had to put his foot down. She then frames herself going to the bar as being her trying to put herself out there, as if she'd been fighting to save the relationship and had isolated herself from the wider world due to Brian's influence. This would be a big way of her making her return to dating, going to a bar in the middle of the day. This is likely how Sarah recalls the marriage ending, and the story she tells herself about what happened, because as she is displayed throughout the case, nothing is ever her fault. She is allergic to personal responsibility, and therefore when her marriage ended because of her drinking and alcoholism, she made up a new story, one where she was fighting for the relationship against a cruel man who refused to work on things, even though Brian's actions have shown otherwise. Sarah's own statements contradict her claims here, as she stated that she called Brian almost every day for help with their son, her life, and George. He was the first person she called when George died, and he even went so far as to state that he hadn't been allowed to move on from their relationship given her antics. So to frame the dissolution of their marriage as being because he didn't want to work on things is disrespectful, dishonest, and demonstrably false.
Where is that marital home?
Winter Park?
You're no longer living in that marital home?
No.
Who lives in the marital home?
No one. It has been sold.
Okay. So you met George Torres before you got the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. And you met him at a bar across the street from the marital home?
Yes, we had a mutual friend there.
Were you introduced?
Yes.
All right. How did you and George get along when y'all first met?
Very well. It was strange how quickly we hit things off and had so much in common, and I never thought that he would be interested in someone like me, and I just couldn't believe that he was actually interested in me and said a lot of nice things, and 1 hour ended up being 4 hours from when we had first met, and then we would always have something to talk about.
Why couldn't you believe that he would be interested in you?
He was very handsome. He was very funny. He was smart, and I would show up in workout clothes and disheveled hair, and I guess I kind of felt broken from being in the process of the divorce that he knew about. But then one of the things that we could relate also was the fact that he was here in Florida because he had just been divorced from his second wife. So that was another topic that he and I could compare notes on.
So eventually the divorce was settled. Did you get your own place?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that after at first you lived in your parents' home, correct?
Yes, until I was married.
And then you moved directly in with Brian.
Yes.
And then y'all lived in the marital home, correct?
Yes.
And then you got this apartment.
Yes.
So that was the first time in your life that you actually had your own place.
Yes.
And what was the address?
4748 France Court, apartment number 3.
And what city is that in?
It's in Winter Park.
How far is that from here?
20 minutes.
Okay. So you got that apartment, and initially were you by yourself?
No.
All right, tell the jury.
In the almost year, about 10 months of separation from Brian, my ex-husband, that is the time when I met George. And my ex-husband was trying to buy me out or force me out of our marital home.
Sorry for pausing in the middle of her answer, but again, she takes time to add unnecessary and frankly disparaging remarks towards Brian. For those of you who are unaware, shortly after Sarah was arrested, Brian stopped paying alimony. He felt the circumstances had changed, and that he no longer should have to pay, and the matter is being argued in divorce court. We covered one of the letters from this case over on Patreon. But given the documents in this case have not been made public, we have little to go off of. However, unsurprisingly, it seems that Sarah has had multiple of her attorneys withdraw from the case. But since Brian had stopped paying alimony and allowing Sarah to see their son, she has taken every opportunity she can to disparage him. To be clear, we don't know Brian. We have no affiliation with the man, and we gain nothing by defending him. However, through the research into the case, it seems obvious that he was nothing if not a deeply dedicated husband to an extremely sad degree. He went above and beyond for her, and it would make sense why he would stop wanting to pay alimony while she was awaiting trial. But that is unacceptable to Sarah. She's made it clear that she views all of her actions as being righteous, and any action that she perceived as being against her is just unjust. It doesn't matter that Brian tried to make the relationship work for years. It doesn't matter that he bent over backwards to take over whenever Sarah was too inebriated to take care of their child, or that he went out of his way to help her for over a decade. He is now the antagonist in her life. She's trying to frame him buying her out of the marital home as being him kicking her out for no reason, when that is far from the case.
And I needed to find somewhere to live. And
So did you and George agree to rent the apartment?
yes, I needed extra income. We could not afford it, just on my own.
You were receiving some income from the marriage settlement, were you not?
Yes.
So you did have consistent monthly income coming in from the marriage settlement?
For the most part, yes.
But you needed more to live.
Yes, to pay the bills and for rent.
So did you and George have some agreement?
We did.
All right, what was the agreement?
The agreement was that if I decided for he and I to live with one another, because it would be under my name, that he would help with the monthly bills and on a regular basis, where it wouldn't be something that I would have to argue with him about. It would just be an automatic. Make sure that everything's paid first, and then from there, hopefully have some fun with it.
Okay. And so I understand from that point on, would it be fair to say that y'all saw each other on and off for about the next 3.5 years?
No. I would consider us a couple.
Okay.
At some point, he asked me to marry him.
Okay. But y'all did have times where he left and went to live with his parents.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Sarah is being needlessly pedantic in her response, which doesn't serve her in the slightest. Their relationship was fraught with abuse, and they would break up multiple times in their years together. George would go live with his parents. She would kick him out, and sometimes she would call Brian and ask to stay over to get away from him. Saying their relationship was on and off is not only honest, but benefits her defense. But for some reason, Sarah seems opposed to that narrative and corrects her defense attorney, saying that they were a couple the entire time, and he even asked her to marry him. Something about the assertion that their relationship was on and off again offends Sarah. This insistence that the relationship was imperfect in any way that she has not already put forward likely feels like a slight against her. Going back to her aversion to personal responsibility, in her own statements, she would repeatedly downplay anyone else's interpretation of events if they didn't immediately line up with hers. The idea that George, Brian, or even the police could assess things in a different way, or simply phrase them in a way she didn't approve of, was viewed as an insult, if not an outright act of aggression. Moreover, Sarah's legal team would likely have gone over their questions with her prior to the trial, even on the time crunch, so for her to respond so adversely now makes very little sense.
And there were times where there was an understanding that y'all were going to break up.
Multiple times.
Okay. All right. So, again, on again, off again.
Yes. This was actually before we had our apartment. That was, I guess, our dating phase.
Okay.
So here, Sarah agrees that they broke up multiple times, that they would end their relationship only to get back together a few days later, and then said that occurred before they lived together and was just in their dating phase, which makes her need to correct her own attorney feel strange. Again, something about how he phrased the question might have felt insulting to her.
So y'all were together for 3.5 years, is that fair?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And y'all had actually agreed to marry?
He had asked me yes a couple of times to marry him, and one time I agreed to yes.
Okay. Now, I want to get directly to the date of this event so that the jury can hear your testimony. All right. So tell us, I believe the date is February the 23rd of 2020. Explain to the jury that whole day, from the time y'all got up, the whole thing.
Approach.
While the lawyers are arguing and Sarah waits on the stand, she repeatedly smiles and smirks at those watching the court. She's acting as if she's doing a terrific job, or as if the state's case against her is weak, neither of which is true, which is why the case is so compelling. The details of the case are cut and dry. Sarah was drunk, she locked her boyfriend in a suitcase, and he died. She claimed it was accidental, but there is a video on her phone goading him as he pleads for his life. But even if that video wasn't there, she would still be responsible for his death, based solely on her version of events. And yet she believes that she will walk out of the trial a free woman, that she is destroying the prosecution every time she opens her mouth, and that everyone watching is on her side. Obviously, that's not the case, but the fact that she so firmly believes it makes her fascinating to watch.
Objection's overruled for now.
Now, Ms. Boone, let's just, instead of one long speech, let me break you up over the course of the day. So, do you remember the date of February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
Do you remember getting up?
Yes.
All right, just tell the jury about that morning. What y'all did that morning. What you and George spent the night together at the apartment.
Yes, at that point he was living there.
Yes. So y'all slept in the bed together, upstairs, February. So y'all would have gotten up that morning, February 23rd of 2020.
Note how vivid her memory is when she discusses the day during direct examination. This will become important during cross-examination.
Yes.
All right, tell the jury what happened when y'all got up.
He was already downstairs, and I went downstairs, and he wanted to start the day off by drinking because it was a day off from his job. And I talked him into cleaning and tidying up the house for a sense of accomplishment. So that is what we did for however long that it took. So we did tidy up the house and got everything in order, and it was kind of a reward, I guess, to be able to sit and enjoy ourselves and sit on the back porch.
So in Sarah's recollection of the day, George wanted a drink from the moment he got up, but she had to convince him to clean the home first. She deliberately frames the situation as her trying to gentle parent him, using alcohol as a reward, as if she too didn't struggle with alcoholism. The only issue with this version of events is the fact that we know, based on Brian Boone's statement and earlier testimony, that Sarah often began drinking from the moment she got up. Most of her next-door neighbors would state that it didn't matter what time of day it was, morning, afternoon, or night. Sarah and George were always drunk, but Sarah presents herself as the more composed of the two, that she had a better head on her shoulders than George, and that her problem wasn't nearly as bad as his. To be clear, the idea that either party said that they wanted a drink and the other person said no is absurd.
All right, what do you mean by cleaning up the house? What did y'all do?
We swept and mopped. We folded some of the laundry. I know that we did the dishes, emptied the dishwasher, just general run-of-the-mill tidying up.
And did you have your son coming the next day?
Yes, that was one of the reasons why we were able to do that.
What was the arrangement you had in terms of the next day would have been your day to pick up your son from school?
Yes.
What time would you pick Lucas up from school the next day?
I believe his school ended at 3 o'clock.
Okay. So you would have been responsible to pick him up and he would be spending the night with you that night?
Yes.
So you wanted to have the house nice and clean?
Yes.
Pausing once more, even if George hadn't died, it's unlikely that her son would have spent the day with his mother. Again, Brian had begun calling Sarah early on February 24th in order to verify that she would be picking up Lucas, as well as to wake her up. He had found that on the days where Lucas was supposed to be in her custody, Sarah would blame him if she slept through his pickup, stating that it was his responsibility to wake her up to get their son. And based on how much she had to drink the night before, Sarah was in no condition to take care of Lucas.
How many bedrooms are in the home?
2.
And you and George had one bedroom?
Yes.
And who had the other?
Lucas.
All right. Is that exclusively his bedroom?
Yes.
All right. So how long would it have taken y'all that morning to clean?
I don't really remember what time we woke up, but maybe a good 2, maybe 3 hours.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you and George both smoked cigarettes?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that you and George both drink alcohol?
Yes.
All right. So at some point, y'all finished your chores,
yes,
right? And then y'all were going to enjoy the day?
Yes.
All right. What was the plan?
It was just kind of, we've got the day to ourselves. Let's just kind of relax and go with the flow.
All right. Did y'all make a decision that y'all were going to start drinking?
Yes, we had a half of a bottle that was already in the refrigerator, and I did not want to go out afterwards. I, again, had Lucas coming the next day, so we went over to Publix to purchase another bottle of wine so we could not have to go out later on that evening.
Whenever Sarah is answering questions about drinking or negative behavior, even if she is directly involved, she will frame the decision as being made primarily by George and not her. Even if she did decide to drink, he was the one who presented that to her. However, whenever there's a decision that is positive or neutral, she will say that it was her doing. She says that it was George's decision to drink early in the day, but she said they began to clean first. She says it was her decision not to go out because her son was coming over the next day, but George was the one who wanted to go to Publix to get another Magnum bottle of wine, and so on. In conversation, you would likely not notice this kind of framing, especially if it was being done by a friend or colleague. In fact, this kind of framing is hard to point out until the person does it to you, because most people don't look for this kind of subtle manipulation. For example, let's say you have a friend who is constantly talking about their partner, and they frame their relationship this way. In this example, the relationship isn't abusive, but when they talk about anything, they always state that they are the one who insists on positive change, while the partner is always behind the negativity. You would likely have a negative opinion of their partner, or maybe even encourage them to leave the other party. Then later on, in a group setting, they tell a story that involves you. In their retelling, instead of both of you making the decision, they say that you convinced them to do something they didn't want to do, and they only went along with your plan, victimizing themselves in the process, while making you come across as a fucking prick. The intent behind this framing is obvious. Everything that happens to Sarah, or happens to someone around her, is someone else's fault. Meanwhile, if anything positive occurs, she gets the credit, and you're left standing there like a chump. Just like a chump. Pay attention to this kind of framing as we go on. Note how often Sarah shirks any responsibility onto another party, and note how she will insist on any positive or neutral actions being entirely her doing.
Now, you were here in court when the state played the video of you two and the Publix purchasing the bottle of wine?
Yes.
Is that what you're referring to here with the jury right now?
Yes.
Okay. And that was around noonish?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Had y'all started drinking the leftover bottle before going to the Publix?
No.
Okay. So, y'all bought a bottle of wine?
Yes.
All right. And how did y'all get to Publix?
My car.
How far is Publix from your apartment?
5 minutes.
How would you get there from your apartment?
What do you mean?
Did you have to go across any major highways, or is it right there?
You just come out of our apartment complex and you do a little U-turn and then you come up and it's right in that complex.
Okay. But it's easier to drive than to walk?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I know that sometimes y'all would simply need cigarettes and it was in walking distance. Can you tell the jury about that?
Yes. There was a AutoZone convenience store with in the same, I guess, parking lot of our townhome, our complex. And it was just a straight shot from our apartment to a back gate, and you could get right into the convenience store from right there.
Okay. But y'all went over to get that bottle of wine around noonish, and how did you took your car?
Yes.
Did George have a vehicle?
We did not.
Okay. And how did you pay for the wine?
With my debit card.
And then y'all came back and started drinking?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us what you did when you got back from the Publix.
Just went on the back porch where we usually spend our time because we're able to smoke cigarettes outside as opposed to inside. And
Is cigarette smoking not allowed indoors?
it is not.
Okay. Do you have pets?
Yes, I do.
Well, did you have pets?
I did, yes.
Okay. Were they with y'all there that day?
Yes, my dogs were with me all the time when I was there.
How many dogs do you have?
I have 2.
And just what are their names?
Penny and Tess.
And what is the breed?
They are red Boston Terriers.
And are they both disabled?
Yes, Penny is blind and Tess is deaf.
So when y'all went out to smoke on the back porch and drink, I assume, as well, correct?
Yes.
Did y'all take the dogs out?
Oh, yes.
All right. Is there a place for them to do their business out there?
Yes, I extended our back porch for them to have a little bit of area as opposed to going from a large backyard from my marital home to our little townhome. And they would come out there and do their business, and I could sometimes I would open the gate and then walk them in the back part of our apartment.
So you and George were just going to enjoy the day together?
Correct.
Is it fair to say y'all don't have a lot of money?
Yes.
And so y'all were going to do something there in the home? Y'all weren't going out for dinner or...
Yes, we primarily, I would consider us homebodies as opposed to going out and partying and doing this and that.
Okay. And how long do you think y'all were out that afternoon outside?
A few hours.
All right. Could you tell the jury what y'all did during that time?
We have a dartboard that's out there, and we just had drinks and we're just really enjoying each other's company and talking about, things upcoming. We both were looking for a job and just kind of, I guess, encouraging and supporting and planning. And
well, now you said he had a job. Was he looking for a job, a second job?
no, the job that he had was very unstable, and at that,
So he was looking for something new?
yes, at that time, yes.
Okay. And so during that 2 or 3 hours, would it be fair to say that y'all drank the bottle?
Yes.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that y'all were feeling the effects of the alcohol?
Yes,
Okay. At some point, who made the decision to come in?
I did.
Okay. Why did you want to come in?
I felt that George needed a change of scenery.
Sarah talks about George like he's a dog. Like when they were to go outside drinking, that was his outside time, and she needed to corral him afterwards. Going in and out of the home while drinking doesn't necessarily need an explanation. She could have easily said that it got too warm, that the sun was too bright and hitting her patio, or simply said she wanted to go inside because she wanted to be in the air conditioning. But she doesn't do that. Instead, she says that she thought George needed a change of scenery, as if being left outside for too long would hurt him in some way. But they had drunk through an entire magnum bottle of wine in this time, which was double the amount of a normal bottle. Both parties were small, and at no point did she say that they ate during the day, meaning that they were wasted, but she has no problem recalling with complete clarity what she thought and felt during this time. Again, this is important to remember as we go along.
Okay. So y'all came in, and then did y'all do anything else before he left again? Were y'all doing anything? I know y'all did some arts and crafts. What did y'all do? At some point, he went to get another bottle at Publix.
Yes. I believe it was after it was right before I believe that we had gone inside. Because he called his daughters. I was trying to encourage him to call his family.
So now Sarah is taking credit for any potentially positive action that George has taken in his final days of life. When we pointed out her habit of shirking any responsibility when it came to their negative behaviors and taking all of the credit for any positive actions, that was limited to the things they had done as a couple. They had both been drinking, but only at George's insistence. They had both cleaned the home, but only at hers, and so on. But now, actions that he took that also had a positive connotation are credited to her, even if she likely had nothing to do with them. To be clear, George's family did not and still do not like Sarah. Every member of his family had encouraged him to end their relationship, citing that they abused each other and that Sarah had brought out the worst in him. Sarah knew his family didn't like her, and even went so far as to claim that she was afraid of his family, because she thought they would have her killed while in jail. There is no evidence that she had ever encouraged him to contact his family, or tried to bridge any gap with his family members, because she saw them as being against their relationship. Her asserting that he only called his daughters at her request is likely untrue, but she cannot help but take credit for any positive thing he could have done.
Okay, now where are his daughters?
His two daughters are located in Pennsylvania.
And what are their names?
Anna and Destiny.
And how old are they?
I believe that Anna is in her 30s and Destiny may be in her early 20s.
All right. Does he have any more children?
Yes, he has a son.
And where does his son?
He is in Pennsylvania also.
Okay. So part of that afternoon is y'all came in to call relatives, call family.
No, I had him call outside, just trying to, I guess, boost the mood. The first daughter didn't answer, and I don't remember the reason I didn't speak to the second one. I believe he did. It was just for a moment.
All right. Now, whose phone we are using?
My phone.
All right. And is that common for y'all to use that, for y'all to share that phone?
It was, because George said that he didn't have a phone, so it would either be lost or given to him by his mother, so I didn't know he had a cell phone, so we would use my phone.
So it was primarily your phone?
Again, the way she talks about George is fairly dehumanizing. She sounds like a person talking about their pet. If she had simply said that she wanted to just go inside, or that she didn't remember exactly why they went inside, that would at least feel like she respected George a bit more than this.
Yes.
Okay. And you took a lot of photographs that were on that phone?
Yes.
Videotapes?
Yes.
Text messages?
Yes.
Phone call?
Yes, he and I both on the phone calls.
So he would use it as well?
Yes.
And that phone, is that the one that was seized in this case?
Yes.
All right, so y'all called his daughters, and then during that phone call period, did you also call his brother?
Yes.
Okay, and which brother was that?
John.
All right, now, how many brothers and sisters does George have?
I'm going to list them if that's okay.
Okay.
It's John, Pharrell, Isaac, Mo, and his sister.
Okay. And do they all live here in Florida?
Yes.
Are they close by?
As far as I know, yes.
What about his parents?
Yes.
They live here as well?
Yes.
Okay. But his ex-wives and his children live up in Philadelphia?
Yes.
Okay. So you called the girls, then you called, or George called his brother.
Yes.
Was that conversation that long?
No, it was not.
Okay. And then after that phone call, were y'all inside by this time?
Yes, at this point, I believe that it was a good time to get a change of scenery. So I thought George would be better off inside, and frankly, I didn't want to be outside any longer either.
The defense is framing this excursion by George as being done without Sarah's consent or input, as if she would be upset at the idea of George driving her car while intoxicated to get them more alcohol. However, we have a hard time believing this narrative, as the only evidence is Sarah's word. As we have discussed, Sarah has lied at multiple intervals, both in the investigation, in her letters, and to the court in general. She has proven that she will say whatever she thinks will benefit her the most in the moment, and will change her story the moment more evidence is shown. We know the second time that George went to Publix that day, he went by himself. Because Sarah wasn't present on this occasion, she feels confident in claiming that she didn't know that he had done this, and she would be morally opposed to him driving her car while drunk. But according to friends and neighbors, Sarah and George would often drive drunk, and Sarah had no problem giving her car to her inebriated boyfriend. Is it possible that George took Sarah's debit card and car without her consent to get them more alcohol? Absolutely. But would it be out of character for Sarah to allow him to take her car and debit card to go to the store without her? No. Both scenarios could have happened. And given her propensity to refute any narrative that makes her look even somewhat bad, I would venture to say that the second option is more likely to have happened. Sarah continues to talk about George like he's...
So just to get an idea, about this time is when he went to get the second bottle, or did y'all stay inside for a while before he left?
No, from what I recall, it was, I thought the day was over, and it was going to be... get ready for the evening, for the day, what do you want for dinner, do you have an extra load of laundry that you need to throw in, kind of thing, and that was my understanding, and...
This was about 5-ish or something?
I don't remember the time.
Okay. At some point during that time period, did George go to Publix again?
Yes, I thought he was going to be walking to the convenience store, but apparently when he returned, he had gone across the street with my car and my debit card to buy another bottle of wine.
What was your understanding of where he was going?
To the convenience store, walking.
For what?
Cigarettes.
Okay. And you learned obviously that he came back, and you learned that he'd used your vehicle?
Yes.
And he'd used your debit card?
Yes.
And he'd brought back a bottle of wine from Publix?
Correct.
And you saw the Publix video of that?
Yes.
He's a dog or a child that needs constant attention, even though he's a grown man. Also, she refers to the activities that they did together as being thoughtful acts done by her in order to keep him somewhat occupied, despite the fact that they were doing these activities together. This is highly abnormal and shows how far above him she believes herself to be. Put yourself in her shoes. You're talking about the night you spent with your boyfriend or girlfriend, where you drank outside for a few hours, talking about your future and getting new jobs. Then went inside to do some puzzles and art. Would you frame it as a nice night spent together enjoying each other's company, or would you take every instance to demean your partner and present each activity as being done in order to engage the other person, as if they were too stupid to entertain themselves? A significant amount of defense relies on Sarah's assertions that she loved George, despite the abuse. But her continued habit of disparaging him at every chance she gets does not help that claim in the slightest. She comes across as mean and controlling, domineering and aggressive, and believing as if he was too stupid to do anything positive for himself, which is not how you would want to approach their defense for murder.
So he comes back with the other bottle of wine, and did he want you to drink with him?
It was expected, yes.
Yes. And you agreed to consume the second bottle with him?
Yes.
Okay. So over the course of that evening, drinking the wine, what did y'all do for time-wise? Watch a movie, music, just kind of tell the jury what you remember. I know it's obviously been a while, but...
It was kind of a regular thing where I would always try to come up with entertaining activities for George, and I bought a puzzle. We started off at one point doing a smaller puzzle, and then we did that very quickly, so then I purchased a larger puzzle, and I believe it was 1,000 pieces. So I thought, to get his mind off of things and to focus on something, it would be smart for us to do the puzzle. So for however long that took, we finished the puzzle. So that was one.
Every piece was finished, or was it?
Every piece was finished. It was strange that we couldn't find one piece, and we thought it was funny that it was in the perfect place on there. But yes, every one but one piece.
All right. After the puzzle, what did y'all do?
I decided to continue to maintain and focus him, and I have a bunch of paints that I used of my son's that his grandmother bought him. It's a very big art wooden box, and it's got pastels, pencils, paint, any kind of whatever. And he and I were very much into art, and with this resource, it got him very interested in being more creative.
Again, everything that George was good at, anything he achieved, is actually her achievement. He was only good at art because she encouraged him. He was only talented because she brought it out of him. I don't think I have to point out how demeaning that actually is.
How long have you been into art?
Ever since I can remember. As a child.
You like to draw?
I like to do anything artistic.
Okay. And I know, we saw some of the pictures of your apartment, but it looks like there was pictures and artwork up. Is that all your work and George's work?
The majority of it, yes, are belongings from my home, and then also some of George's, yes, on the wall.
Was he pretty good at art as well?
Yes.
All right, so you both enjoyed doing that?
Very much.
So y'all got out Lucas's art set. What did y'all do with that?
We were just, I guess, doodling, whatever. I would always tell him that everything that you make is a masterpiece. So just let loose and just let it go. And we would just paint and
drink.
Paint and drink, yes, and listen to music sometimes, and yes.
Okay.
She asserts that the music George listened to was something she doesn't like. Her attorney didn't ask her that. That wasn't a necessary addition that added more to her story. It was just an aside that she put in there because she couldn't help herself. Sarah is trying to insist that she loved George, that she loved him in spite of the horrific things that he did to her, and she didn't mean to kill him. But she cannot help but take every possible opportunity to describe the things she didn't like about him. Even if he listened to horrible music, what does saying that out loud actually do to help the jury determine that you are innocent of any wrongdoing? Absolutely nothing.
Now, with the dogs, did y'all get the dogs involved?
Oh, yes. My dogs follow me everywhere, yes.
Was there some dancing going on with the dogs?
Yes, after we had completed the puzzle and I guess we're painted out, I thought that it might be a good point for us to maybe listen to some music. And the music that George listens to is it's very fractious to me, and it was definitely not going to lighten the mood, so we ended up finding some channel on the radio, and he was feeling it, and then we ended up, my one dog gets very active and was dancing with us, and we were just having a good time listening to music.
Again, this kind of sliding works in conversation with friends and family because it's subtle. She isn't saying she hates everything he says and does. In fact, she takes on a positive tone when she says she doesn't like his music, because she talks about them dancing with her dogs. But the general takeaway is that the thing he likes is bad, and that it's something that she needs to fix. However, Sarah is on the stand. She is accused of murdering her partner, and is contending with a video of her mocking the deceased while he lays dying. Slighting him in every instance she has only serves to make her look callous, and make the crime look less like an accident.
And I guess it's getting pretty late in the evening.
Yes.
Anything else I've missed?
I don't believe so.
All right. So tell us Tell us where y'all ended up before you started the game of hide and seek.
We were there. I couldn't think of anything else possibly that I had to continue entertainment. But I remember sitting at the end of the couch and him sitting in one of my son's chairs that was in the living room and just kind of doing this. Like, what are we going to do now? Like, I very much would like to go to sleep.
Had y'all finished off the that bottle that he had bought?
I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Bless you.
Would it be fair to say that as the day wore on, the more y'all consumed?
Yes.
All right. And would it be fair to say that as the day wore on, the more you consumed, the more effects you felt from the alcohol?
Of course, yes.
Oh, both of you?
Yes.
Okay. So you would agree, would you not, that at the time y'all were trying to figure out something to do and you put your head down on the couch, that y'all, would it be fair to say that y'all were intoxicated?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened.
At one point, I guess he knew that I couldn't come up with anything else, tapped me on my knee and said, "You're it." So from there, I ran up the stairs and hid into our shower, just waiting for him to find me so we could hopefully go to sleep soon at some point. And
Sarah describes finishing their arts and crafts, being bored and wanting to go to sleep, but does so as if she has to stay awake to continue to entertain George, like she was being held hostage by her boyfriend and forced to stay awake, despite wanting to go to sleep. She also claims that George was the one to start the game of hide and seek, and she merely went along to appease him in the hopes of going to bed. And while there is no negative connotation about two adults playing a children's game, I personally believe she is framing the game this way because she has seen some of the more aggressive comments made about her initial story online. In the comment section of every video talking about this case, and any forum discussing it online, a certain group of people take umbrage with the idea that George and Herb played hide and seek. They call Sarah stupid for either playing the game or for thinking that the excuse makes sense. She is aware of the public's opinion, based on the contents of her letters, but she can't change her story now. Instead, she can insist that it was George who wanted to play the game, and she simply went along with it. So don't worry, people who thought her playing hide and seek was stupid. She also thinks it was stupid because it was George's fault.
Is it a tub or just a walk-in?
it's a tub, but it's in the master bedroom, and you have to go all the way upstairs, you have to go in the bedroom, and then you have to go into the bathroom part, and then there's the shower part.
So did you lay down in the tub?
At one point, yes, I was.
Okay. So you were hiding?
I was trying.
Okay. And did you believe that he was going to come try to find you?
Yes.
Did you wait?
Yes, for quite some time.
All right. Then what did you decide to do?
That I decided that I need to go to sleep. I'm picking my son up the next day, and we need to start wrapping up the evening. And I went downstairs to find where he was.
And what? I think the jury has seen pictures of your. Would you call it an apartment or?
It's considered a townhome.
A townhome. So you walk down the stairs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And at the bottom of the stairs is a bookshelf here?
Yes, at the very end of it, yes.
Okay. So you walk down the stairs and you turn and look in the living room. What did you see?
I don't even think I made it all the way down the stairwell because I was just looking for him as soon as I could to hopefully go upstairs as soon as we could. And I looked over and I saw him settling himself in the suitcase.
All right, tell us about the suitcase. How long, is it an older suitcase?
Yes.
Whose suitcase was it?
This is George's suitcase.
All right, and did he use it for traveling back and forth to Philly?
Yes, I had recently taken him on a trip to go see his children in Pennsylvania, who he hasn't seen in years, and we took that with us. And because of how dilapidated it was, how broken it was, in the end, after that trip, we decided that we would donate it.
Again, none of those details were necessary, but it's more important for Sarah to disparage George than anything else. All she was asked, was who the suitcase belonged to, and if he used it for traveling back and forth to see his family in Philly. And she felt it relevant not only to state that it belonged to George, but after a trip that she had taken him on to see his family, that they determined that the suitcase was too dilapidated to use any further, and that they would donate it. So his possession, old, dilapidated, needs to be thrown away, but only at her behest, alongside visiting his family. I'm going to stop pointing this out every time it happens, because we'd likely be here for another 5 hours, and it's frankly absurd at this point.
All right, and I understand y'all kept the suitcase upstairs.
Yes.
How long did y'all keep it upstairs?
Since we had moved in.
Oh. Is there a closet up there you kept it in?
Yes, it was in the master closet, the master bedroom closet, all the way in the back because of the size of it, and there was nowhere to put it, so it's all the way in the back.
So when did y'all decide to move it down from upstairs to downstairs? Was it that day or sometime earlier?
No, it was maybe a week or so prior.
Okay. And so what, y'all were going to donate that to Goodwill, or?
Yes, we were going to do, I guess, a spring cleaning. Anyone who has children understands that they grow quickly, and there was a lot of clothes that I needed to go through of my sons, and then also from George and I moving in and just kind of putting everything in there, at one point where we just needed to actually go through it and organize it and get things more in order.
So is that the reason it was downstairs? You were going to donate it and a bunch of things that you were going to put inside of it?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So it had been down there a week, so it was already down there?
Yes, George brought it down.
Okay. So you said that you got down there, you're looking for him, you see him settling into the suitcase.
Yes.
What did you do?
In my head, I said, oh man, we're obviously not going to be going to sleep anytime soon. And I walked over, and he was trying to get himself flat, so I couldn't tell that he was in there. And then
Now let me stop you there. The suitcase, is it the suitcase over here in the
yes,
in the box? You've seen it? You saw it?
yes,
It's a pretty big suitcase.
yes.
How big is George?
George was my height. And
How tall are you?
I'm 5'3".
Okay. And how much did George weigh?
I thought it was 100 pounds.
Okay. And how much did you weigh?
I was 98 pounds.
All right. Do you agree you put on some weight?
Since I've been incarcerated, yes.
Well, at the time, though, y'all were pretty skinny.
Yes.
So from the pictures, it looks like y'all were both pretty thin.
Yes.
All right. So because of his thinness, is that how? And he's a small man.
Yes.
Okay. So he was able to get in the suitcase on his own.
Yes.
Did he willingly get in the suitcase?
He was already in there.
Okay. When you got to him, did he see you?
Yes.
All right. Tell us what happened.
I mean, I zipped him up. We thought it was funny, and we're joking about how he was, I guess, small enough to fit inside of the suitcase.
All right. So what happened then?
From there, it was just we were laughing about it, and it was just strange that he was small enough to fit in there. And then I kind of moved it around a little bit with him in the suitcase still. It was still funny that he was still in the suitcase. Just, I think he and I were just kind of couldn't believe that he could fit in the suitcase.
Did you eventually close the top?
Yes, in order for, well, the top was already closed. As he was settling himself in there, that's how I knew he was in there, was because the top was kind of flopping a little bit.
Okay. So he had got in there to hide, and he pulled the top.
Yes.
On top of it. But you could tell he was in there.
Yes.
You saw him right away.
Yes.
All right. So at some point, did you zip him up?
Yes.
While Sarah isn't overly expressive, her tone indicates clear frustration with her attorney, because he is asking her the same question in different ways. It's likely he's trying to find a rhythm in his questioning, or simply that he is stalling while he finds his place. But the edge she added to her tone is not helpful. Her ultimate goal is to walk away from this case a free woman. In order to do that, she has to prove that the way she acted in the recording of George being trapped in the suitcase is antithetical to her personality, and that she was acting in self-defense despite the circumstances. Her agitation is counterintuitive to that.
And what was he saying or doing when you were zipping him up?
I just thought it was funny.
Were you both laughing?
Yes.
And so you zipped him up. Were y'all still laughing once you zipped him up?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the jury what happened then.
From there, I moved the suitcase around a couple of times, just kind of on the wheels, and moved it around. And at that point, it was funny. We were joking and laughing about it.
All right, now eventually, did you go sit down on the couch and get your phone?
Yes.
I missed something?
Well, the suitcase had, from me moving it around, was flopped over. So while it was like that, I thought at that point I had a moment to, I guess, take the time to talk to him while I guess he was not able to get out for a moment.
So you flipped it. You got it on the top, right?
Yeah.
It gets in, but at some point you flip it over so the zipper is on the bottom.
Well, it was just kind of how I was moving it around that it ended up kind of flopping, so.
But it was upside down.
Yes.
So after you did that, what did you do?
That's when I went over and decided to videotape to just see the, I guess the jest in it, for him to understand that right now I feel safe, and right now I have the ability to actually speak to you in a manner that normally I would not have the ability to do.
So Sarah is arguing that the video that she took of George, where he is pleading for air, was done directly after they had been laughing and joking about how funny it was that he was in the suitcase, and that she took the video so he could see the, quote, jest in it, unquote. But we watched the video earlier. Did it seem as if she were joking, or anything she said was in jest? When he told her that he couldn't breathe, did it seem like he was in the position to hear her complaints about their relationship and understand where she was coming from? Did it seem like she was trying to get him to hear her and empathize with how much pain he had inflicted onto her during their time together? Because that's obviously not what was happening, especially if they had just been laughing moments before. The anger that Sarah had showcased in that video was palpable. She was expressing deep hurt and malice towards George, because he had cheated on her and put his hands on her. To try and recontextualize that video as her sincerely trying to express her frustration so he can understand where she's coming from is just dishonest, and treats the viewing public and the jury like they're idiots. Moreover, Sarah was drunk when she took the video, so it's highly unlikely that her actions were as thought through as she is putting forward. Most people act stupidly when they're drunk, so the very idea that she put the suitcase down and determined that she is now in a position to explain her thoughts and feelings to George is frankly unbelievable.
And you were intoxicated.
Yes.
And you would agree that you said some things you should not have.
Yes.
Right? But you realized he could not get out and get at you. Is that fair?
At that moment, yes.
So it goes on for about 10 minutes.
Yes.
You heard it here today, did you not?
Yes.
You heard his voice as he was speaking from the suitcase.
Yes.
That was his voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
And you heard your voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
That was your voice.
Yes.
All those things said by the man were said by George in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
All the words said by the female were said by you in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
Were you intending on showing him the video the next day?
Yes.
At the time or the next day, is it fair to say you don't even remember videotaping?
I do not.
Okay. So, from what you can tell from watching it, Did that refresh your memory about that event?
It did.
Why did you say all that?
We fast forwarded through the portion of the footage where the lawyers are arguing, but didn't take the footage out, as Sarah's reactions are telling. She continues to smile and smirk, and seems genuinely pleased with the way her time on the stand is going, despite the fact that she isn't doing a very good job. She has demeaned the man she killed at every instance. She has insisted that she was basically the only good thing in his life, and that he would be nothing without her, and she's done nothing to directly validate her defense's argument. Instead, she has insulted the jury's intelligence by trying to assert that the direct evidence of her malice at George was simply her trying to tell him how she felt in the hopes that he would change his behavior. She is also putting forth the argument that she sincerely didn't remember that she had taken the video, mocking George as he pleaded for his life, prior to being shown the video by police. And that's why she lied to the investigators. It's not that she thought there was no direct evidence that she had knowingly left George to die, laughing at him while he struggled to breathe. It's because she couldn't remember that portion of the night, despite having a perfectly lucid memory directly before and after. She only blacked out during the portion where there is direct evidence that she was behind the heinous actions. Everything that she has said or done prior to this moment has been pushed off onto someone else. Her divorce didn't occur because she was an alcoholic and endangered her son on multiple occasions. It happened because Brian was no longer willing to fight for their marriage. She didn't meet George at a bar in the middle of the day during her marriage because she has a drinking problem. She met him at a bar because she was trying to put herself out there after the divorce and so on. But now there is direct, undeniable evidence that she did do something wrong, and she claims that it's not her fault that she lied about her actions, because she sincerely didn't remember them. Nothing is ever her fault, unless it is, but even then it's not that bad, and she did virtually nothing wrong anyways. But continuing on.
Mr. Owens, you may proceed.
All right, I'm talking about just the 2-minute video part that was recorded. Could you just tell the jury what you were feeling, what your feelings were at the time, and then explain that to the jury? You mentioned, you talked about it before. You said he was in that confined space and it was my chance, but do you want to elaborate on that? Or?
Sure. I want you all to know that the majority of the time, am always afraid and always scared.
All right, well, I understand that. Okay, I understand that. But would it be fair to say that you had some anger at that point?
I did.
Would it be fair to say that you wanted to tell him off to some degree?
I just wanted, yes, for him to have a better understanding, which was the whole point of the videos and documentation prior.
And you could tell that he was uncomfortable.
I'm guessing.
And did you want him to feel some uncomfort?
I did.
Okay. Now, at some point, you turned off the video.
Yes.
And then we saw a second video, which was approximately 11 minutes later. And you've seen that video. It was played to the jury. It was 22 seconds long.
Yes.
And I don't think you speak in that video. You hear George say Sarah one time.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So between the 2-minute video and the 22-second video is an 11-minute period. Would you tell the jury what happened?
So this next portion of the testimony relies solely on Sarah's credibility. She's going to be stating what she remembers happening during the 11 minutes between the first and second video, which she initially claimed that she had no recollection of, and only remembers after seeing both videos while at the police station, meaning that this is something that she had only remembered after she was shown damning evidence that could be used against her. This version of events only came to her after she was made aware that she could spend the next decade of her life in prison, and objectively could be used as a get-out-of-jail-free card. This is important to establish before she begins, because it colors absolutely everything that she says from this point on. Whether or not you trust Sarah to be honest depends on whether you believe it is in her character to lie about something as important as the rest of her life. It should be noted that there is absolutely no supporting evidence for what she is about to say, besides the autopsy, which horrifically confirms a portion of her story, but more on that when we get there. If you've made it to this portion in the video, please let me know if you are inclined to believe Sarah or not. I think a general poll would be interesting.
We continue to, I guess, speak to one another, and his tone changed, and I knew the tone, and we ended up, I guess, arguing back and forth with one another, and it was, the things that he was saying very much frightened me, and cursing at me and threatening me. And
did he want you to let him out of the suitcase?
I'm sure so.
Okay, go ahead, tell me.
And it just got very heated very quickly, and he continued to push on the suitcase. And my fear was that he was going to break out of the suitcase, knowing that it was a broken suitcase. And his hand started to come through. His hand started to come through this way. And so I shook the suitcase, trying to get his hand to go back in, shaking it, and telling him that, please stop doing this. Please stop doing this to me. Please stop doing this to me.
So his hand.
To be clear, Sarah is not stating that her actions in this moment were rational. She is saying that she feared for her life due to the past abuse she suffered at George's hands. Abuse that is documented, and that when his tone changed to being aggressive, she immediately feared that he would break out of the suitcase and hurt her, due to her past trauma. That is her argument. As we mentioned earlier though, there is no evidence that George's tone ever changed, and based on the video that Sarah took, it's hard to believe that that occurred after he was begging for his life. We should also note that Sarah chose to not record any of this, despite recording the suitcase earlier, which is odd. So she only filmed the before and after, which does make her look bad.
And actually got out of the suitcase.
Yes.
And you went to the suitcase.
Yes.
And shook it.
Yes.
Did that force his hand to go back in?
No.
So you're shaking it. Were you shaking it to try to get the suitcase, his hand back in?
Yes.
How long did you shake it?
I don't know.
But his hand was still out.
Yes.
Was he trying to get out?
Forcefully, yes.
Was he angry at you?
Yes.
Were you in fear?
Always.
If he would have gotten out of the suitcase, what would he have done to you?
Like he used to tell me, he probably would have made me unrecognizable, or I would have lost my life.
Pausing to note that Sarah seems to be biting back a smile here, which doesn't seem appropriate due to what they are trying to put forth at this point in time.
Did you lose the grip on the suitcase?
Yes.
Where was the bat in relation to the suitcase?
It was leaning up against the dining room table, right there.
How far was the bat from the suitcase?
3 feet, 2 feet.
Was his hand still out of the suitcase?
Yes.
And was he getting out of the suitcase?
He very much was trying, yes.
And so what did you do?
For the split-second reaction that I had, I happened to see that, and I grabbed the baseball bat and was trying to poke his hand to go back in, to please don't break through, please. So I hit his hand.
Did you hit the outside part of his hand?
Yes.
We've seen the photographs of his left hand. Did you cause the bruising there?
I'm guessing yes.
Now, you've seen the bat. It's a youth bat?
Yes, I bought it for my son.
Is this the bat you used?
Yes.
And you said you poked him with it?
Yes, I kind of pushed, like I held it with the skinny part here and then
So the grip here,
prodded at it, yes.
you grabbed it with both hands here,
Yes,
and then the barrel of the bat, the big part of the bat is here.
correct.
And you thrusted it into the different areas of the suitcase?
I started with his hand, and his hand, he was still trying to get out. He was still trying to do that. So I started to push on the suitcase around it, hoping to have his hand retract and go back inside.
You made those injuries.
I did,
We've seen the photographs.
yes,
We see the bruising. Is that from that bat?
yes.
Eventually, did his hand go back inside from you doing?
Yes, finally he had subsided and retracted his hand.
So in your mind, did you prevent him from attacking you?
Absolutely. Split-second decision.
Now, once he retracted his hand, do you remember zipping it up some, or what did you do in relation? Because he was upside down, was he not, at that point?
Yes,
At some point, you flipped him back up.
I did.
Tell how that happened.
He wasn't cursing, he wasn't threatening, his hand was inside foremost. There was no more of him trying to break through the suitcase. So I felt safe enough to turn it back over. It wasn't happening anymore.
You went back to the video and the couch,
I did, yes.
and we saw the second video,
Yes,
the 22-second, and he's right side up again,
yes,
and you hear him say, "Sarah?"
yes.
Had you left enough room for him to get out? Zipper to zipper.
Yes, that's how his hand was trying.
That suitcase has two zippers, doesn't it? And they meet at various places along the line?
Correct.
How much room, when you flipped it over, how much room was between zipper to zipper?
I don't know specifically. I mean, it was enough to where his hand was coming out.
After you had hit him with the bat, was he not trying to get out anymore?
No.
Did you believe that he could breathe in there?
Yes.
Did you ever believe he could die in there?
No. At all.
Were you trying to kill him?
Never.
Did you want to kill him?
I did not.
One of the biggest hurdles with this argument is that Sarah took the video of George telling her that he couldn't breathe. So even if she sincerely believed that he would be fine when she zipped up the bag, she was told expressly by George that that was not the case. Not only that, but she mocks him in response, showing that she understands that he couldn't breathe, and she didn't care enough to remedy the issue. Sarah's story also doesn't align with her depiction of herself. Sarah has emphasized on her time on the stand that she was the driving force for all things positive in their relationship. She was smart, she was a planner, she was the person who was getting George's life together for him, which goes against the idea that she somehow didn't know that he would die if left in the suitcase. She was told that that would happen. He could not have been clearer, and the only way that that version of events would make sense would be if she wasn't intelligent, but that isn't in line with what she has said thus far.
Did you walk upstairs?
I did, yes.
Why didn't you let him out before you walked upstairs? Were you afraid?
Terrified is more of the word.
As long as he was in the suitcase, he couldn't harm you.
Correct.
When he's... Did you want him to calm down?
Yes, I wanted him to stop being angry because I know what it is for him to be angry.
You went upstairs. Where were the dogs?
The dogs ran upstairs with me.
And where did they go?
On the bed.
Did you have the phone with you?
Yes,
I know at some point you called your husband Brian, did you not?
I did.
Do you recall how long that conversation was?
Not very long.
Can you recall what was said?
I don't remember exactly. No, I don't.
One moment. Miss Boone, Sarah Boone, you said that when he was in the suitcase, he was threatening you. Can you tell the jury what he was saying?
I don't know. Am I allowed to curse?
Yes.
That he was going to fucking end me. And that's what made me ask him please to stop doing what he's doing to me. That he was going to, I'm guessing, try his best that night to probably take my life.
But what the threat you heard was he's
going to
say the word.
fucking end me.
Excuse me?
Fucking end me.
End you?
Yes.
One more.
Yes, sir.
Miss Boone. So I think we left off. You had called your ex-husband?
Yes.
All right. After you called your ex-husband, what happened after that?
I ended up falling asleep.
Okay. Do you remember waking up the next morning?
Yes.
Did you sleep in?
Not intentionally.
Okay. But you didn't get up at 8 o'clock, did you?
No.
Did you wake up closer to noon?
I believe so, yes.
Did you check the time?
No.
Now, did you hear your phone ringing?
Yes, my phone was ringing.
And did you answer it right away?
No.
Do you know approximately how many times it rang before you answered it?
I believe the call was about 3 times.
Did you know who was calling?
I figured it was my ex-husband.
And why would he be calling?
To make sure that I was still on schedule to pick up our son.
At 3 that afternoon?
Correct.
And he goes to school there close by?
Yes.
All right. When you woke up, did you stay in bed for a while?
For a little while, yes.
All right, tell the jury what happened when you got up.
I knew it was my ex-husband calling repeatedly. I didn't answer right away because one of our problems is that he doesn't understand that I'm doing things around the apartment and looking for jobs and so on and so forth.
Again, Sarah feels the need to disparage Brian, despite the fact that he was only calling her because she used him as an alarm clock. Brian discussed how when he didn't call Sarah on her days with Lucas, she would sleep in far past 3 p.m. and not pick him up from school. When that would happen, she would blame Brian, stating that it was somehow his fault and that he was a terrible person for not making sure that she kept up with their agreed-upon schedule. But here she tries to frame it as if he was overly needy, or putting an adverse amount of pressure on her when she was already busy, which she objectively was not. In her own retelling of events, she slept in because she spent the previous night drinking. He was calling to ensure that their child wasn't left abandoned at school the way he had been so many times before. She comes across as callous towards those closest to her, and it makes her narrative harder to believe. Regardless of how you feel about George and what was done to him, he had abused Sarah. But if we are trying to establish that she was in fear for her life when she had left him in the suitcase, her dismissive and malicious attitude towards her former partner makes that a difficult road to follow. If we have to discuss the video evidence of her mocking George as being outside of her character, her continued attitude towards her former partners does little to bolster that argument.
So I inevitably just let it ring, and I laid in the bed, and I figured that George was downstairs either drinking or looking for jobs, or may have just left. And so eventually I decided to get out of the bed and start moving to go downstairs. I was motivated enough to go downstairs, and when I went downstairs, it was very quiet. So I had the understanding, I believed that he had left. And
Did you check to see if he was, where would he be looking for a job at?
Usually on the couch. He would have my son's laptop, and he and I, which we would share.
Y'all only have the son's laptop?
Correct.
And the TV was not working at this time?
The TV was not there.
Okay. So you thought he would be in the living room on the laptop?
Yes.
He was not there?
No.
Where else did you look for him?
I looked on the back porch. I went through the front door to see if my car was there, thinking maybe he had taken my car. I checked the bathroom, and when I was checking the bathroom, I saw the suitcase, and I remembered about the night prior, and I unzipped the suitcase and...
Let me stop you there. You said you were in the bathroom when you saw the suitcase, or coming out of the bathroom?
No, where our bathroom is, I would have to go to the bathroom here, and then when I turned around, I noticed the suitcase, and I remembered.
How did you feel when you saw the suitcase?
I don't think I've ever experienced anything like that before.
Describe it to the jury.
I guess it was... I was aghast, and I just can't describe the feeling. It was terror to a certain degree.
I'm sorry, say that again now.
It was terror to a certain degree. I just can't describe it in words, the feeling of remembering. And then he was still in there.
So Sarah remembered the night before the moment she saw the suitcase. But remember, she didn't fully remember the night before. She only somewhat remembered it, because she lied to the lead investigators initially. But it wasn't a purposeful lie, because she only remembered directly before and after the videos, because in that small window of time, she completely blacked out. If you aren't following as of now, I do understand, because that's utter nonsense.
So what did you do?
I immediately unzipped the suitcase, and I was screaming, George, 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 and I was shaking him, and I pulled him out, and I stretched him out flat, and then I began instantly trying to do CPR, and then was trying to look for a pulse or a breath or just anything, and was just screaming his name over and over and over again, and come on, George, and I continued CPR, and I continued CPR, and he was gurgling, and...
What color was he?
What color was he?
Yes.
He was purple.
At some point, did you call your ex-husband?
Yes, when he started to gurgle, and I knew that my ex-husband is notorious for bringing my son over in very inopportune times when George is possibly drunk or doing things not appropriate for my son to see. And I just didn't know what to do. It was just a quick knee-jerk reaction. Brian was kind of my go-to person because of my family being deceased, and I don't have anyone else that I can call. And I just wanted to ensure that he would not bring my son over in the process of all of this at some point.
Once more, Sarah finds a way to disparage Brian in the middle of this, which is absurd. Even though her actions led to the death of a person, and she is talking about that, somehow, Brian is getting hit by a stray. It also should not be on Brian to make sure that George and her are behaving appropriately when Lucas is dropped off. She blames Brian for her own failures, because Brian was not dropping Lucas off at random intervals. Their custody arrangement was predetermined, meaning that if George or herself were acting inappropriately or doing things that they didn't want him to see, that was her own fault. If George was a negative influence, and she didn't want her son around him, she should not have had her son around him in the first place. Additionally, it was 1 p.m. on a Monday. Her son was at school. She was set to pick him up at 3 p.m., making the thought that Brian would walk in with her son ridiculous. However, when the public was made aware that Sarah called Brian before calling the police, and that she failed to call the police prior to his arrival at her apartment, they were quick to theorize that Sarah was calling to get help removing the body, or that she was trying to frame her ex-husband. Her over-reliance on him, mixed with the fact that she had called him after trapping George the night before, led many people to speculate, and while I am doubtful that that is the case, her calling Brian at all was obviously suspicious.
So you called him?
I called him.
Did you ask him what to do? Or did you just tell him to come over?
I just told him to come over.
Did you tell him that you felt like George was dead?
Yes, I did.
And how far? You said it's 5 minutes from house to house?
Yes.
Did you call him back?
Yes, because he was taking so long. It felt the seconds were hours. Yes. I'm still doing CPR at the same time in the process of it. I'm doing CPR I don't know how many times.
Did he get there?
Yes.
Did he walk in?
Yes.
Did he walk out?
Yes.
What did he tell you to do?
Call 911.
What did you do?
I called 911.
Is that the recording we've heard here in this trial?
Yes.
Did you love George?
To this day.
Why did you love him?
George was very passionate. George was a very real person. George was nice to me on the good days. George complimented me. George and I were two bodies with one soul, he and I would always say. I don't believe that I've ever had a connection with anyone like I have with George.
Did you have that connection with your ex-husband?
I did not.
Was it even close?
No.
George has some good traits, doesn't he?
Very much.
Did George have some bad traits?
He did.
Did you drink too much?
I did.
Did George drink too much?
Yes.
Tell the jury about George's drinking.
Before we go any further, Sarah openly admitting to having an issue with alcohol is extremely, extremely good for the defense. Up until this portion of the video, she has not admitted fault for anything, so her directly stating that she had an issue with alcohol, her biggest vice, is fantastic. This was something she was incredibly adverse to, and had she denied her issues with it, she would have lost the jury. Her answers about George are extremely well done, which is rare in the cases we have covered. In the case of Nancy Brophy, the romance writer would state that her husband's best quality, and the thing that drew her to him the most, was that he loved her. Her feelings towards him were centered on herself, and she couldn't think of a reason beyond that as to why he cared. The same thing was true with Tony Todd, but Sarah talks about things she liked about George that have nothing to do with her. The last 2 minutes and 16 seconds of her testimony is excellently done. The previous hour was questionable at best, but this small moment was fantastic. I didn't expect to be saying that at all. But before we proceed, the next section of the testimony will be going over the abuse that she suffered at George's hands. Pictures of her injuries will be shown, and as such, if you find that kind of imagery disturbing, I recommend that you click off the video now. Your mental well-being is important, and if you believe that this could harm you, please do not watch. With all of that said, if you are still here with us, we shall continue.
If George was able to, he would drink from sunup to sundown. And me having my son and trying to work and maintain the home and just have a normal life as best as I could, somehow that upset George. And because I had a certain dollar amount from my divorce settlement, at one point, it was from wine we could afford vodka, so a lot of the times he would take my card and my debit card and go buy the large, we call them handles, of vodka, which is the big bottle. And sometimes he would finish that all off on his own throughout an entire period of a day into an evening. That's honestly where I thought that he was going to be that morning when I came downstairs, because he's notorious for just automatically already being outside from drinking all the time.
All right. And you said you have an alcohol problem. George has an alcohol problem.
Yes.
How did George's drinking adversely affect you?
It would debilitate my ability to help him the way that I was always trying to help him, because it would be one good day, a day of survival, and then it would be another day where I'm having to peel him off of me and call 911.
Why would he get that way? Tell us his pattern as it relates to drinking and then
Object.
Y'all were together 3.5 years?
Yes.
Is there times when he would get to a state of intoxication where he would get violent against you?
Quite often.
Judge, can I approach the witness?
Yes, as long as you show it to the state first, please.
I'm going to show you defense exhibit for identification P. It's 2 photographs. Could you look at those photographs and see if you recognize those?
I do.
Are those 2 pictures of your body?
Yes.
Did they show injuries to your body?
Yes.
Were those injuries caused by George Torres?
Yes.
Are those photographs a fair and accurate depiction of the injuries you sustained at the hands of George Torres?
On this occurrence, yes.
You remember this occurrence?
I don't. It was so often.
You don't remember a specific date?
I don't.
But you're sure that that's you?
Yes.
Is that the injuries that he... What's the injury to the rib cage?
I don't remember specifically. These may be the pictures. So, when we used to go over to his brother's house, one of his brothers and his...
Non-responsive.
Sustained.
You don't have to answer the question. Just a minute. Do you know what happened to, did George cause these injuries?
Yes.
All right. Were y'all both drinking at that time?
I don't remember on this instance.
Judge, I'd like to move this exhibit into evidence.
Okay. All right, what was pre-marked as P will be received into evidence without objection as Defense Exhibit 2.
I'm not sure I'm going to approve this.
Mr. Owens, may I give it to just a number, please? Thank you.
Mr. J, would you be so kind? Thank you.
And I need to ask permission to publish it.
Yes, sir. You may do so.
This is nice, Judge.
Looks like I think there's a wheel on the top where you can use to. There you go.
It's an objective fact that George abused Sarah. That point is not in question, and the defense is going to be showcasing that fact. They are doing this to emphasize that Sarah was in reasonable fear for her life when she trapped George in the suitcase, and that she genuinely believed that he was going to hurt her if he got out. We've already gone over why that argument falls apart, and how her earlier statements work against her, but we are not going to cut this portion out, even if we have little commentary, because it's important that you see every part of the testimony. The next hour will have almost no commentary, given the contents of the testimony. As such, if you prefer to watch the original uploads, they will be provided down below, or if you wish to click off the video, we completely understand.
Ms. Boone, is that you?
Yes.
Are those injuries to your arm?
Yes.
Were they caused by George Torres?
Yes.
And during the same incident, is this you?
Yes.
Is that an injury or bruise to your ribcage area
Yes.
and your arm?
Yes.
I'll show you identification, defense identification Q. See if you recognize that photograph.
Yes.
Is that your thigh?
Yes.
Okay. You remember this incident?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what happened?
I wanted to take my dogs for a walk and get off of the back porch.
Were y'all drinking?
Yes. And he was upset that I would rather go walk my dogs than sit there and continue to drink. So he slapped my thigh as hard as he possibly could and said that you're not going anywhere. And it was a good smack on my thigh.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the wound that you suffered as a result of George Torres slapping you on the thigh?
Yes.
Judge, I'd like to offer Q in evidence.
No objection. What was pre-marked as Q will be received into evidence without objection as Defense 3. You may, sir.
And for the jury's sake, is this the photograph you just mentioned?
Yes.
Let's show you identification, defense identification S. See if you recognize that photograph.
I do.
Is that your hand?
Yes.
Is that your blood on your hand?
Yes, it is.
Is that you standing, looks like in a room with flip-flops?
This is in the kitchen at Brian's house.
Okay, what happened there?
So George was very drunk, and I wanted to leave, and he's notorious for taking my car keys and putting them around his neck. and my phone in his crotch area and telling me to come get them. And I really wanted to leave because of how drunk, and I knew the escalation of his anger. I didn't want to be there when it was at its peak. So I tried to take my keys from around him because he kept taunting me to take my keys, come get your keys. And so I attempted to go and get my keys. And so he ended up getting a butcher knife. And I had an opportunity to call Brian to come and help me, to please come pick me up, to come get me. And of course, he brings my son with him. And so I'm in the parking lot asking Brian to please help me get my car keys away from him. And there's neighbors, and it's a scene at this point. And George comes to the doorway of my townhome wielding the butcher knife, saying that, do I curse?
Yeah.
That no one's going to take her fucking keys. No one's going to fucking come into this house. And he's waving the butcher knife. And I walked up to him, and I just wanted to leave. And my little son, who was, I believe, 7 or 8 at the time, is screaming, give mommy her keys, give mommy her keys, let her leave. Brian was even trying to negotiate with him, saying, please, you know she'll come back, just let her leave. So I went up to try and take the keys from him, and he was pulling on them, and I ended up pulling harder, and he pulled them back again to try to pull me in the house, and I pulled them even harder, and it ripped my finger. And at one point, I had lost the fingernail, and the tip of my pinky was severely gashed.
Well, Judge, I'd like to offer this to the evidence.
Okay. What was it pre-marked as, Counselor?
Looks like S, but Madam Clerk,
What was pre-marked as defense S will be received into evidence without objection as defense 4.
Ms. Boone, for the jury's sake, is this the picture you're referring to? Is that the nail, or was it on? Still on?
I believe so, yes.
Now I'm showing you a composite identification L, 2 photographs. Can you look at those photographs and tell the jury what they are?
I wanted to eat, and while he was drinking, went and made myself, as quickly as I possibly could, a microwave bowl of, I believe it was broccoli and cheddar soup, and I didn't get it out enough time, and he came up behind me and he slapped it out of my hand, and it was a 2nd-degree burn. I went to the hospital for it.
Are those fair and accurate depictions of the injury of the burn to your thigh?
Yes.
We'd like to offer identification L into evidence.
No objection. What was pre-marked as L will be received into evidence without objection as defense 5.
Permission.
Yes, sir.
You had to go to the hospital as a result of these injuries to your thigh?
Yes. It
Okay.
was extremely painful.
Is that a depiction of the burn?
Yes.
Is that your thigh?
It's my thigh, yes.
And your knee?
Yes.
All right, I'm showing you composite exhibit for identification K, 4 photographs. Did you look at those, all 4, before commenting? This is a longer story, isn't it? Go ahead and tell.
So, George stabbed me in my leg. I almost bled to death.
All right, well, let's go back And explain what led up to that.
I thought it would be nice to cook a nice steak dinner. We don't have two nickels to rub together, so I thought it would be special to make a steak dinner and baked potato and go above the normal whatever's left over in the refrigerator. And so I spent a lot of time doing that, and George is drinking the entire time, and on the back porch.
You were drinking as well, were you not?
I was drinking. He was on the back porch while I was in the house and I was cooking. And it was one of those where maybe if I start making dinner now, it will be over at a particular time and we can go to bed at a reasonable time. And I even put it in the bedroom and had a movie set up for us to watch. So it would just kind of be dinner in bed. And then he came upstairs and saw that I had made the steak dinner, and I don't know how to describe how drunk he was, but it definitely was not George. And had him come lay on the bed, sit on the bed, and, you know, put the, I got the dogs out, and I presented him with the steak dinner and sat down and was getting ready to start playing the movie. And he starts being very rude and cursing the steak and finding fault with it. And then, you know, I'm having to encourage him to eat. You know, if you want me to cut it up for you, I will cut it up for you. Did you want some more sour cream for your potato? What can I do to make you happier? And then he started to pull on me and kept saying that, excuse me, that I just want to fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the potatoes. And I took offense to that, and I kept trying to encourage him to eat. I started to eat.
Was this just him really drunk and saying nonsense?
I don't know why he was so angry that day. I don't know if it's because I got steak. I don't know. Most of the time I don't know the reason why. I couldn't take it anymore. Obviously, I was not going to be able to eat, so I started to crawl off of the bed to leave, just the bedroom. And he told me again that I'm not going anywhere, and he stabbed me in my leg, and it crunched. You could hear a noise that it made, and blood just started to come out of my leg, just like a fountain. So I got off of the bed. He's starting to freak out, and grabbed me a towel. I got a wet towel, and I'm sitting here holding the towel, and it's increasingly becoming even more and more saturated by the minute. It's just minutes. So I'm going through towels and towels, and I said, George, I think I need to go to the hospital. This is not stopping to bleed. This is serious. And he got on his knees and begged me, please don't call the police. Please don't call the police. Please don't call the police. And inevitably, he went and got my car keys and put them around his neck again, and my cell phone. So I was not able to call anyone, and I wasn't able to leave in my car. So I figured I would just go downstairs, and I'm just going to go downstairs. And I had propped my foot up on the glass table that we had, and blood is just everywhere. Blood is everywhere. I can't keep up with the amount of blood, and I'm starting to feel very weak and really weird. And he comes downstairs, and he's still begging me, please don't call 911, please don't call 911. I kept telling him, there's something, this is serious, this is something. Because he knew that he would probably get arrested or something bad would happen to him. So I couldn't take him anymore. He was just all over me, and just, I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding very badly, and he's having me try to console him. And I kept telling him, please, I need to call 911, please. And I said, okay, just give me a moment. And I crawled upstairs to my son's bathroom, which is the furthest bathroom away from everything. And I remember holding onto the sink. And I looked into the mirror, and my lips were blue. And I knew I needed help. I needed help. And he came upstairs looking frantic for me, calling my name, and then I turned to him and I said, "Please, I'm going to die. I've lost a lot of blood. There's something wrong. My lips are blue. Please, please, we don't have to call an ambulance. If you could just take me, I'll drive whatever I can do, please, to go to the hospital for this." And he said that before anything happens, I had to concoct a story in order for him to not be arrested or be in trouble when we did inevitably get to the hospital. So I'm sitting there with this blood-soaked towel with blue lips, trying to come up with a story of what I can tell them when I go down there so he's not in trouble, and telling him that it's okay. And I came up with the story of that we were sword fighting silly after drinking with our steak knives, and he accidentally punctured my leg. And from there...
How did you get to the hospital?
Originally, he told me to drive, and because of the amount of alcohol that he drank, and I couldn't. So he got into the driver's seat and drove me, and the entire time he's barking at me to make sure that I get the story straight. We're sword fighting, okay? We were drunk,
Did you go to
being
the
silly.
emergency room?
Yes.
All right, and did you get treated there?
Yes. I was bloody, and
All right, let me show you the photographs. Can I show you these?
Yes.
All right, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the injury to your leg?
Yes. I had to go to 2 different hospitals for it.
And you lied to medical personnel about how this happened?
Yes, they brought in sheriffs and everything.
Was it consistent with, they brought in sheriffs? Did you have to answer to the law enforcement officers?
Yes,
Did you stick with the story that you and George had agreed?
I did.
Judge, I'd like to offer this composite exhibit.
Okay. What was pre-marked as K will be received into evidence without objection as Defendant 6. You may publish, sir.
Thank you. And is this you at the hospital?
Yes.
Is this the stab wound to your leg?
Yes. Never.
Is this a close-up of the stab wound?
Yes.
And was that, did you hurt your foot?
No, due to the injury, I had other problems with the surgery.
Okay. But you eventually recovered?
Eventually, yes.
Do you have a scar to that effect?
I do.
Judge, can you step down and show the video?
Mr. J?
Okay.
You may. There's a lock, sir. Out.
All right, I don't know how best to do this, Judge, because we've got this bar.
They can probably see it from there.
Is this the injury here? Looks like there's an indention. All right, I'm showing you identification T. You recognize that photograph?
I do. Yes.
All right. Looks like you got an injury to your lip and to your face. Do you recall this event?
I was trying to sleep, and
Have y'all been drinking?
I'm not sure. I know that he had been drinking. This was one of the instances where I would go upstairs to try to go to sleep. And
But y'all drank together a lot, did you not?
sometimes, yes.
But there were times where he wanted to stay up and continue to drink, and you wanted to go to bed.
Many times, yes.
You were done, he was not.
Correct.
Was that one of these times?
Yes.
So tell us what happened.
I'm sleeping in the bed, sound asleep, and he comes into the room and grabs me by my hair a lot of the times, and from here he scratched me from trying to grab me, and then grabbed my hair and pulled me off of the bed, and then raked my face across the carpet. These are carpet burns.
To your lips?
Yes.
What about to the, looks like the eyebrow area?
That's from where from grabbing me, scratched me, and got a hold of me by my hair.
Why was he mad at you?
Because I wasn't downstairs with him.
He wanted you to be drinking with him?
All the time.
All right, I'd like to introduce identification T and evidence.
What was pre-marked as T will be received into evidence without objection as Defense Exhibit 7.
Oh, permission, Paul.
You may, sir.
All right, you see the injury between the eyes and the injury to the lip?
Yes.
As you described?
Yes, and then the blood going down my eye, yes.
Showing you what has been marked as exhibit for identification, or defense exhibit. You, for identification?
Yes.
Can you describe that photograph?
I can.
Go ahead.
This was the first time that I ever called 911. George and I had gone to a bar across the street within walking distance, and at some point I asked a guy, or he asked me, somehow or another it was over a cigarette, and he left, and I didn't know where he went, and the bartender said, oh, he left, he took your car and he left. So
why would he do that?
well, I found out when I got home it was because I spoke to another man. And so I paid the tab and I walked home, and he's sitting on the back porch with the handle of vodka, and I was walking on eggshells and terrified and kind of treaded lightly when I came in, and he acted all natural and fine. So I didn't know the reason why that he had just gotten up and left with my car. So then he calls me a whore, and then he calls me a slut, and then he calls me a cunt, and gets up and pushes me. And he pushed me with both of his hands so hard that we have this little area where our washer and dryer is, and there are metal doors that are on it. And he pushed me into the metal door. And then I fell back, and he got his knees on top of me, on my arms here, so I was pinned down, and was starting to strangle me, and hit my head up against the metal closet over and over and over and over and over it again, and calling me a fucking whore, and you're such a slut, and fuck you, and everything. And my tongue was flopping out of my mouth, and I thought I was going to bite my tongue off, and because of the amount of noise I guess my head was making on the metal door, he slid me down and got back on me, and then started to strangle me again. And it was on, we have carpet, but it's like concrete, and I was able to get my arms out from underneath and grab his throat and get him off of me. So I got him off of me, and I pushed him off, and he came up and he goes, "You fucking bitch," and he stomped my face. And the next thing I know, I woke up. I obviously blacked out. I'm obviously, I guess, yes. And he was passed out on the floor, and I woke up frantic, looking for my phone, and I immediately called 911.
Okay. The police arrived on that incident?
Yes, they did.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the injury you sustained as a result of them kicking you?
Stomping, yes.
It was a stomp?
Stomp.
With his
All I
heel?
saw was his heel.
We'd ask that this be identification of you be admitted into evidence.
What was pre-marked as you will be received without objection is defense 8.
Was that the next day, or is that a few days later?
That's a couple of days later.
And that's the bruising from the kicking of the eye?
Yes.
Now, the police were called, and we're going to talk about that in a minute. Let me go through these first. I'm showing you identification V, defense. Do you recognize that? You have to speak up.
Yes.
Can you identify that picture?
Yes.
Is that your leg?
Yes.
And was like the injury to your knee?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the injury you sustained to your knee?
Yes.
Do you remember how that happened?
Yes.
Did you tell the jury?
I was trying to get off of the back porch, and he grabbed me and pushed me, and it was a rock or a really sharp piece of mold from him grabbing me and pushing me onto the ground, and I guess I just happened to hit my knee just right on whatever it was.
Were y'all drinking?
Yes.
Why did he push you?
Because I wanted to get off of the back porch.
And he wanted to stay out there?
Yes.
He wanted you to be with him? What's the deal with him wanting to be with you all the time?
Insecurity, I guess. I don't know. I don't know.
Did you do your best to please him?
And then some, yes.
All right, I'd like to introduce in evidence identification.
Okay. What was pre-marked as V will be received into evidence without objection is defense 9.
Now, Ms. Boone, were you treated for this, or did you self-treat? Show the jury now.
No, that was just, I got the first aid kit that I had for my son, and I just cleaned it up.
You what?
I said I got the first aid kit that I had for my son, and I just cleaned it up and put a Band-Aid on it.
Bart, I'm showing you identification W. Defense identification. You recognize that photograph?
Yes.
What is that a photograph of?
This is a photograph of my arm.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of the arm with some type of injury?
Yes.
Do you remember this event?
Multiple times, yes.
Well, I'm talking about this isolated event where this photograph was taken, the injury you sustained.
Yep.
Who injured your arm?
George Torres.
Do you remember this event?
Yes.
Did you tell the jury about it?
This was one of the instances where I would try to pull away from him, and I don't know how my arm started to do this, but from him pulling from this way, how hard he would pull, with me trying to struggle to get away from him, it would leave these bloody under the skin splotches.
So he wouldn't hit you sometimes, he would just grab you and pull you.
Yes, from me trying to pull away from him, that's the point of it doing this, from me pulling away from him.
Now this is one of the many times y'all were both intoxicated?
I mean, I can't say for sure that, yes, but whenever it would happen, yes, we would be drinking.
Identification W in evidence.
What was pre-marked as W will be received into evidence without objection as defense exhibit 10. You may, sir.
It doesn't look like a wound or anything.
Objection to commentary. Sustained.
Tell me. You said it's just from the grip, him losing his grip?
Yes, it would be from me pulling away from him, and whatever under the skin it was that it was disturbed from the amount of pressure of him holding and then pulling from me would create those on my arms.
Okay. I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit X for identification.
Yes.
And what is that a picture of?
This is a picture of my ear, the side of my head.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction
Yes.
of the injury you sustained by George Torres?
Yes.
Do you remember this event?
Yes.
Were you drinking?
I at the time was not drinking alone.
On this event, you had not consumed any alcohol.
I mean, I may have earlier. This was another. I was in the bed trying to sleep.
Where was George?
Downstairs drinking.
All right, and so you were wanting to go to bed, and he wanted you to stay down there with him?
Yes, I was in the bed.
All right, tell the jury what happened on this event.
I believe this was the instant where I was in the bed and I used to barricade the door with our dresser.
Why didn't you just lock it?
All of the locks were broken in my home.
Why?
They were from George taking them in, including my son's. At one point I could seek refuge in my son's room, but he broke that one as well.
Well, tell me, explain how that happens. Tell the jury. We can't read your mind.
George wants me, which he has told me numerous times, that I am to be with him at all times and doesn't like to be apart from me or away from me. So whenever it was even just to go to the bathroom sometimes, he would go with me. And you have to understand, I have a 2-story, 900 square foot townhome, so there's not many places to go. So it just happened to be that it would be upstairs or downstairs, or I'd be in a particular room or not. So inevitably.
Did you want some time away?
Yes, I did. Even if it were just him upstairs or me downstairs or vice versa. So I rarely got to sleep. This was one of the instances because I had barricaded the door with our, 200-pound dresser that we had. And then I had my nightstand barricaded up against the bed, to where it was even more difficult from the prior times of him breaking in. And he would, I don't know how he would ever do it, but he would get himself in through the crack of the door that he would be able to wedge the dresser in the nightstand. And he pulled me out of the bed and told me I was going to die. And I believe it's this incident, and punched me and...
Punched you in the side of the head?
Yes, in my temple and everything.
Was it an open fist or a closed fist, or do you know?
It was fully closed.
Would like identification X introduced in the
What was pre-marked as X will be received without objection as Defense Exhibit 11.
I'm showing you this exhibit. That's you?
Yes.
Did you get any treatment for that? Medical treatment?
I know the police came, but I don't remember. I remember it hurt for a good solid 2 weeks after that.
Was this one of the incidents where the police were called?
Yes.
Now, do you recognize this photograph, which is identification Y?
Yes.
Was that the date of the incident? The date of this event?
No, it happened prior. But this picture that was taken of the...
This picture would have been taken February 24th of 2020?
Yes.
And do you recognize that as your close-up facial.
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how your face looked on February 23rd of 2020?
Yes.
What's the significance of this picture?
Again, because I was sleeping, George was upset with me and came in with a metal curtain rod and bent it and snapped it in half and then crunched me in the forehead with it. And then started to beat the furniture that was in the bedroom. This is probably a good month before or after it had happened, before I really do believe that I should have gotten stitches, but I was not allowed to go to the hospital.
Judge, I'd like identification Y introduced into evidence.
It was a gash.
What was pre-marked as Y will be received into evidence without objection as defense 12.
Is that the same curtain rod that you mentioned in the 2-hour interrogation video?
Which they didn't take, yes.
This was photographs that were taken, I guess it would have been the crime scene? Was it the crime scene investigator that came out and took photographs?
I don't remember who it was, but yes, someone did on the day of the incident.
Was it different from the extraction, the phone extraction expert? Was it somebody different?
I think.
But this Boone right here?
Yes. And remember, that's a month later.
And then on that same date, same time, they took this photograph as well, which is identification R.
Yes.
All right, and what does that do?
I believe it's from holding the baseball bat, and
Is that an injury to your hand?
it's a bruise.
Was that taken February 23rd, 2020, when the investigators came out?
February 24th, I believe.
February 24th? Okay. I'd like to introduce identification law to the evidence.
What was pre-marked as defense R will be received into evidence without objection as defense 13. Yes, sir.
This is not a great photograph, copy of the copy. But February 24th of 2020, is that what you were wearing? Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. And there's some discoloration up here of your palm. You see that?
I do.
Is that from you jabbing him with a baseball bat?
Sustained.
Do you know how you suffered that injury?
I believe it's from holding the baseball bat.
When you poked him with it?
Yes, trying to get his hand back in.
I'm showing you defense identification N. Just like 5 photographs. Can you look at those? See if you recognize them.
Yes.
And for those fair and accurate depictions,
Yes.
as a composite of the events that occurred in relation to George Torres and your TV?
Yes. Yes.
All right, are those stills of a videotape that you took?
Yes.
And is that videotape, was it on your phone?
Yes.
So when law enforcement seized the phone, they would have had access to this video?
I believe so, yes.
And tell me about it.
Lucas liked to watch cartoons and play video games on the big screen, this is the big screen, and I would have to call Brian to come over sometimes to help me figure out the Fire Stick and whatever platform or whatever it was that Lucas was trying to view his shows and video games on. And I don't remember how George found out that Brian had come over. I believe because it was actually fixed and he knew that I didn't know how to do it. Found out that Brian had come over to fix it, and...
Was he jealous of Brian?
I don't know if he was jealous of Brian. I think that he had a fear that I somehow would go back to Brian. So I think by Brian helping me with things for Lucas, he just didn't want him to be interacting with me at all.
So Lucas wasn't over here this day, was he?
No.
Brian wasn't over here this day.
He may have been... I can't remember when he actually fixed the television for Lucas.
But y'all were drinking this day.
I know he was for a fact, yes.
Chances are you.
Probably so, yes.
Okay.
I would agree.
So how did it end up badly?
He accused me of sucking Brian's dick and told me that he was going to break my face with the bat and that he was going to make me unrecognizable to my son with the bat. And then told me that he's going to destroy my fucking television, and then I was going to remove it from the apartment. And if I didn't, I was going to be, again, unrecognizable to my son.
So did he grab the bat?
Absolutely. He already had that in his hand, and he told me that I had to videotape it.
Did you videotape it voluntarily?
No.
All right, but there is a video, but I'm going to go ahead and ask Judge if I could introduce this identification O, these 5 photographs, into evidence.
Objection. Was it O or N?
I have O being a composite of 5 photos, and not having a single photo.
We're moving in O. Okay. All right. What was pre-marked as O will be received into evidence without objection as defense 14.
All right, so these are some stills from the video. This was George that particular day holding the bat.
He was telling me that I'm going to take the television out once he destroys it.
He wanted you to take the television out?
That, or I was going to help him, but either way, I was taking it apart and removing it.
And what is this picture of?
The process of him destroying my television.
While you're videotaping?
Correct.
Is that the result?
No. After that, he ripped it off of the TV stand.
Did you later pass out?
Yep, like he usually does.
What's he drinking in?
I don't know. Vodka and something, I'm sure.
I'm showing you identification N. Did you recognize that?
That's my living room and a stairwell.
All right, were those, was that a photograph taken by a crime scene?
Correct.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of your living room and stairwell?
Yes.
And I'm going to try to introduce this as identification 9 as an exhibit.
No. It's pre-marked as M, correct?
It's got N.
N, I apologize. What was pre-marked as N will be received into evidence without objection as defendant's 15.
Can you tell us a little bit about this room?
This is my living room. This wall that we have over here with the hearts, that's where we would display all of our artwork. We were in the process of taking it down to add more, so he could continue to be entertained. The bookshelf over here is my son's bookshelf with all of his toys and little guns and musical instruments. He's got a little karaoke machine down here, his guitar. The stand right here with the red bucket on it, that was the television stand. And then my back porch area and the dog bed here.
Okay. And it looks like in front of the bookshelf at the foot of the stairs is that a doggy?
It's a baby gate, but my dogs would wander upstairs sometimes and go to the bathroom sometimes when we couldn't get them out. So I would, at nighttime, or whenever we weren't home, make sure that they didn't go upstairs. And plus, Penny was blind.
There's an allegation that you pushed George down the stairs?
Apparently.
Or got him in a suitcase upstairs and pushed him down the stairs?
Supposedly.
Did that occur?
Absolutely not.
Is that bookshelf disturbed in any way?
No, nor the plant next to it.
I'm showing you composite, 2 photographs, identification M. Did you look at those 2 and see if you recognize them?
Yes, this is me sitting on the back porch with my dogs. And as you can see that we are both drinking.
All right, who's taking the picture?
I'm guessing George's, or maybe it's one that Lucas, Lucas wasn't over here, so it had to be George.
How can you tell y'all are drinking?
Because there's a cup here and then he has a beer.
All right. And there's 2 dogs. There's one sitting next to you. Who's that?
That's Penny. She's the blind dog. I used to have to pick her up to put her somewhere so she would stay there because she was unfamiliar with the area, especially since we moved from my marital home to the townhome. So most of the time Penny would be close or next to me.
Who's next to the film?
This is little guard dog Tess. She was the deaf dog. And this is the fence here.
Well, I'll show them that.
Okay. But this is Tess, and then this is deaf, blind. Penny and Tess.
All right, and the second one.
This is Tess on the back porch, taking a nap. She was never far from me.
All right, when George was sober, how did he treat the dogs?
Nice. I don't know if he was a pet person, but I mean he was nice. If I needed him to feed them, he would feed them.
Were there times when George was drinking where he would threaten to harm the dogs?
All the time.
You don't have to tell the jury.
One of the worst threats was Penny being blind. He would actually leave the gate open in the back. He wouldn't threaten me to do it. He would actually do it on nights that I had to go up to sleep or I fled the night before or something. And would tell me that he hoped that I would come back and find her bloated body dead in the pond across the way from our townhome. And Tess was notorious if I wasn't there to go look for me, and would say that he would hope that I would have to scrape up her dead body from the street that was out in front of our apartment complex.
Why was George upset with you? Why would he threaten to harm the dog?
Anything that he could get to try to have some type of hold over me.
Control?
And he knew I loved my dogs very much, especially that they were handicapped.
Were they afraid of him?
Yes. Penny would hear his voice and instantly go underneath the dining room table that we had. Tess was always fractious and very, very quick with his movements, but she was never far away. They never showed their teeth. They never growled. Tess would occasionally bark, but it was very rare. And he used to kick them and just...
For what reason would he kick them?
Penny would try to find me because she's blind.
Speculating in the mind of the dog.
Sustained.
I'd like to move identification M in the evidence.
Any objection? What's pre-marked as M will be received into evidence without objection as defense 16.
Can you describe this for the jury?
This is again is our back porch, and this is the fence that I made for the dogs to have a little bit extra space. Penny is next to me. She's the blind dog, and then Tess is down here and guarding the gate.
Are these fake rabbits? Is that?
Yes. I used to call my son when he was a baby. He was my bunny rabbit.
Overruled.
He was my bunny rabbit, so I used to collect bunny rabbits, and so I have rabbits here and there throughout my house and in my little garden area.
All right, this is the alcohol you are consuming?
Yes.
And this is a close-up of which one?
This is Tess. She's the deaf dog.
How old were these dogs at that time, 2020?
Gosh, maybe 9, maybe 10.
Reapproach.
Yes. All right, members of the jury, again, if you could just raise your hands to confirm that you complied to the court's instructions during the last break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. All right, with that, Mr. Owens, you may continue your inquiry, sir.
Just based on the court statements, identification A, I'd like to, this is one of the photographs that we introduced. Is this injury to your ear?
Yes.
And then this is your living room. This is identification C, the blow up.
Yes.
Identification D. TV. Identification E. Is that your arm?
Yes.
Identification F. Is that your knife wound? Identification G. Is this the curtain rod?
Yes.
Identification H. This is the I. Identification I. See your face shot?
Yes.
With the lip, the eyebrow. Identification D. And this is the back patio of the dog.
Yes.
Camel bounce a little bit. Spin. Let me go back to the night earlier in the evening when I think y'all may have been out on the back patio and you had suggested to George to call the children, but then I think, did he call his brother or his brother called George? Do you remember?
George called his brother.
Okay. And you made a statement about tell him something. Explain that to the jury.
I told him to tell his brother about you choking me the other day. This is a separate choking incident. We had been drinking, and I wanted George to tell him, but he didn't tell him, so I said it in the background, so he would be aware.
What did you tell him?
Tell him why you choked me, or that you choked me.
Okay. Now, you heard the testimony of the two neighbors, the boys that lived next to you?
Yes.
And you heard that they were actually questioned. I think the audio, they were audio interviewed. You heard from Detective Copsel. I think it was a couple of days later on the 25th of February, or 27th of February.
Yes.
And you heard their testimony earlier this week.
Yes.
Where they hear a kind of a thumping sound starting at the top of the steps, ending at the bottom.
Yes.
Have they got the night wrong?
Yes.
So explain to the jury that.
So it was the night before. Again, I was sleeping, and in the middle of the night with the door barricaded, he came in and ripped me out of the bed. And first got me with one hand, and then got both hands and pulled me completely off of the bed. And then, like a caveman, had my hair like this and was going down the stairwell, taking me with him to come downstairs so I could sit and drink with him.
Do you believe that's the noise that the two neighbor boys heard?
I absolutely do.
And it was just the night before?
Correct.
Now, some of the time when this abuse occurred, you called the police.
Yes.
And other times the police were not called.
Correct.
I want to refer to you the first time, I believe, you mentioned the 911 call. I believe that was July 25th of 2018.
Yes.
And That was the incident in which Georgia kicked you in the eye.
Stomped me, yes.
Stomped you in the eye. And you had grabbed his neck?
Yes, I was able to get my arms out from him pinning me down with his knees and grab his neck.
So law enforcement came and investigated,
Yes,
and both of you were arrested.
correct.
Do you recall asking the officer when you were arrested, why am I being arrested?
Many times, yes.
Do you recall asking the officer, why am I being arrested?
Yes.
And do you recall making any other statements to law enforcement as to why you did what you did to George?
That was the first time ever that I actually officially fought back.
Did you tell the officer that you were fighting back?
Yes, because I was in complete shock that I was getting arrested because of it.
Now, on the 2-minute video, the suitcase video, you mentioned to him, I think you said something, I can't breathe. He said, I can't breathe, and you said, that's how I feel when you're choking me. Were you referring to an isolated incident of the night before, 2 nights before, or whatever, or were you referring to in general?
In general, the more than 2 or 3, 4 times that he had done it.
Okay. And then the part about cheating, he didn't physically cheat on you.
No, he did not.
Okay. And just, I don't want to go into a lot of detail, but what are you referring to there?
George was, I believe, addicted to pornography, and a lot of that would be found on my phone from him supposedly wanting to call up job interviews. And as a solution, I sat him down and I explained to him, to me, that's you visualizing yourself with someone else, or at least having a pleasurable moment with someone else or watching other people. And to me, I told him that I considered that cheating on me.
Okay. And so he would download that on your phone?
Yes.
Why did you stay with him? You got to tell the jury.
As anyone who has ever been in love, or when you love someone, or primarily someone or something, you go above and beyond, and you tolerate and you endure and you persevere, and you try to make that person as spectacular as you possibly can, no matter the sacrifice that you may have to go through to serve someone else in a positive light so they can be better people for themselves, and to just make them a happier person. And love is very strong, and love is very deep, and love, I believe, is not fully understood in a lot of ways for how different people react to it. And I very much, deeply, and passionately love George. I love him to this day.
Did you not want to be alone?
Beginning through my divorce, it was very nice to have him around, and he was a man to me, and I felt protected. And very nice, and as lame as it sounds, he used to compliment me, and it makes
Sarah isn't wrong in her statement here, and we've repeatedly discussed how and why abused partners stay in abusive relationships. While it's easy to say that they should have just left, that they need to take personal responsibility, and the plethora of other comments we get on videos discussing this topic, it's exceedingly hard to do so. By the time the abuse turns physical, the abused party is often made to feel as if it's their fault, that they were only hurt because of their own actions, and that leaving would mean being alone forever. Abusers tend to shower their victim with care and affection afterwards in a bid to reestablish the relationship and ensure that they aren't left. Even if the abused party can wrap their head around leaving, doing so is incredibly dangerous. Usually even more dangerous than staying. Studies have shown that the first 2 years after leaving an abuser are the most lethal, with many abusers escalating their aggression because their victim is no longer seen as their possession. One of the other reasons we refrained from commenting in the past portion of the footage is because Sarah and her team deserve to make these points. It bolsters their argument, but it's also factual that she was abused. While she is responsible for George's death and deserves to be in prison for that, she was also brutalized by him, and that doesn't become untrue simply because she behaved erratically for the past 4 years.
During that period of time, when you first started seeing George, would it be fair to say that you had low self-esteem?
yes.
Now, we talked about this previous arrest where you told the officer you were fighting back and you got arrested. Now, I want to talk about your conversations with law enforcement, but first I want to ask you, why did you go to the police station that day when you were interrogated there? We saw the 2-hour video. Tell the jury.
The day of the incident, the detective Copsell gave me her business card with her personal cell phone number on it and said if I happened to remember anything or anything that I would like to add to the day for me to not hesitate to give her a call. So throughout the rest of the evening, something was off. I didn't feel comfortable with what she told me and how she told it to me.
So this is Sarah's defense team trying to establish that she was coerced into speaking with the police the day after George's death. As a reminder, she was asked to come in to retrieve her phone, and then was questioned further because of the videos that they found. She was lied to initially, but clearly consented to being interviewed. Her counsel attempted to get the interview thrown out, as we covered in our last video on this case, linked below.
How long were you at the scene?
Gosh, all day. From the moment that they were there to the moment that the coroner's van drove off.
All right, when it ended, did you stay in your home?
No, I raced inside and collected some pajamas and a toothbrush, and I went over to where my son was at my ex-husband's house.
Did you take the dogs?
I didn't even feed them. It was so fast.
All right, and then once you got over to your ex-husband's, what happened? As it relates to Detective Copsell.
Something just wasn't sitting right with me, and I had a suspicion that she just wasn't being honest with me, so I took it upon myself.
Sustained.
So you called her. Tell us about that.
I called her and I told her that I felt that she was being dishonest with me. She originally had told me that due to her being pregnant, it would just be a lot easier for her to have me come down to the station to pick up my phone. The original plan was for she and Detective Lowen to return the phone to my apartment. But she said that it would be a lot easier for me to just come down and pick it up because I remember when I was pregnant. That's what she said. You remember when you were pregnant. So I said, I feel that you're tricking me, and I feel that you're being very sneaky about something, and I don't believe that you're being honest with me. And I said, regardless, I'm still going to come.
Sustained.
So you agreed to come, but you understood it was to get your phone?
Correct.
All right, you came that afternoon to the station?
I did.
And the original agreement was they were to come to you?
Correct.
All right. When you got to the station, what happened?
I thought thought I was just going to be picking up my phone. My car was there. I had everything in my car. It was just a regular, I'm just going to go in, maybe sign something and pick up my phone. And there's people that are over here at the windows, and I thought that I was supposed to go over there to get my phone. And Detective Lowen came down and said that my phone was upstairs. So if I would just follow him upstairs, that's where my phone was. And then I was taken into I guess it was an interrogation room, and they told me to sit down, and that then I guess the interview or interrogation began, and I just simply was getting my phone.
Sarah did not think she was just getting her phone. Again, she came armed with her own list of questions and concerns, with the hopes that the police would comfort her and tell her she did nothing wrong. She was told prior to the interrogation that they needed her to answer more questions, and she signed a document stating that she consented to speaking with them. It should go without saying that if you were brought into a room with a police officer and they begin to Mirandize you, that they are not simply doing that to give you your phone back.
Sarah, tell the jury why.
Yes. You may proceed.
Miss Boone? Miss Boone? Tell the jury why you lied to the police.
I lied to the police. Basically everyone, because I was extremely fearful of being arrested. I made the first attempt of me calling 911 by telling them what happened, and I thought they were going to help me, but instead I was arrested for calling 911.
So you made a decision to lie.
I did.
Did you stay with that lie?
I did.
Are you telling the truth today?
I am.
Now let me take you back to the to this incident. Is it fair to say that when George Torres is sober, he commits no violence against you?
No.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that every time that he's intoxicated, or every time that you're hit by him or harmed by him, it's when he's intoxicated?
Yes.
As a result, when he's drinking, does it change your outlook?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury?
I'm always fearful, paranoia.
Why?
Because I try to protect and defend myself for fear something happens at the last ultimate second.
But you're always that way, fearful. Is it because of these prior incidences?
Absolutely.
Do you try to placate it?
All the time.
What do you mean?
With the puzzles and the painting and feeding the ducks across the way at the pond, listening to music, trying to go for a walk on the trail, anything that I possibly can. I told you I was running out of things to entertain him with.
Why do you think George, what bothers him?
Objection, false or speculation. Sustained.
Does he tell you?
Objection, false or hearsay. Sustained.
As a result of how he behaves towards you in that intoxicated state, how were you feeling the night of this event?
Objection, has to be answered. Overruled.
Extremely nervous. anxiety galore. Just, I can never relax.
When he's drinking.
Yes.
And the state of intoxication that he was at the time of this event, is that the state that scares you the most?
It's the tone, yes. There's a lot of alarms and red flags that go on throughout the day or night or whenever it is that we are drinking.
Tell us about that. How that does that heighten your sense of safety?
At all times.
But especially when he's drinking?
Oh yes, all the time.
And then his mood?
Yes, it depends on what mood he's in that day.
Well, do you have like a sixth sense of how he's doing?
Yes, I knew George very well.
Sustained.
Can you tell us what you mean by that? Sixth sense, or knew him very well?
I guess you could say that I was trained by fear with him. Just, it wasn't fun anymore when we would drink and we would hang out on the back porch. It wasn't fun anymore because I knew inevitably that something was going to happen to me, one way or another.
Miss Boone, you know, those bruises that we saw of him, they look pretty deep. Tell the jury what you were thinking.
From the bat, you're...
Yes.
I didn't want to die that night. I can't describe it to you. It's terrifying love to a certain degree, where my plan was to show him the next day, and just I wanted him to be better and treat me nicer and be the person that he was when I originally met him, and I knew that was in him still. I knew that it could be found, and I just couldn't figure out what it was that I was doing wrong in order for it to not be back to where that was. And I was tired of living in fear and just sick all the time of figuring out how I can entertain him so I don't die, and continue a relationship with my son and try to live a normal life. That wasn't a normal life for me. And just, bottom line is I didn't want to die. I would have died, or I would have been disfigured or maimed, or if it weren't me with the bat, it would have been him if he were to have gotten out.
That's all.
So that was Sarah's direct examination. Now let's go over how she did. Sarah and her legal team were able to deftly prove that Sarah had been abused by George, with direct, unflinching evidence. She was able to explain how she felt in that relationship, why she stayed with him, and how she navigated the abuse. However, there are key factors to this case that were not then justified. Her assertion that George's voice and behavior changed for the 11 minutes between the two videos is extremely hard to believe, especially given how his tone does not change in the videos themselves. The jury is meant to take her statements at face value, but by this point in the trial, the prosecution has showcased how Sarah would lie when it suited her, and that is very hard to move away from. The fact that the jury is meant to take her word for it that George threatened her while in the suitcase, despite all the direct evidence showing the contrary, is a hurdle that I don't think they quite made it over. But let us know what you think in the comments down below. Welcome back to another episode of Dreading, or if this is your first time here, welcome. Today, we are going to be ending our coverage of Sarah Boone by reviewing her cross-examination. Last week, we uploaded a video reviewing her direct, which was a mixed bag. The latter half of her time on the stand was impactful, with the defense going over all the documented instances of violence in her relationship with George, and how she had been sent to the hospital multiple times by him. This was done in order to make the jury and the public empathize a bit more with who Sarah is and her version of events. The narrative that Sarah had been trying to put forward since her arrest was that what happened that night was an accident, and that she only recorded the videos of George in the suitcase because she was dealing with intense trauma, that while she hadn't intended for him to die, she was also acting strictly in self-defense, and should be found not guilty. But while the evidence of him hurting her throughout the relationship was impactful, that didn't minimize what she had done to him. The defense didn't show the video of her mocking George as he begged for his life, but Sarah attempted to recontextualize the footage on the stand, saying that once he was trapped in the bag, she felt safe enough to tell him how she was dissatisfied with their relationship. She was angry, but recorded the video in order to play it for him the following day, so he could see the error of his ways. But that does not align with what we saw. Sarah wasn't sitting down, calmly trying to tell her partner how his actions have hurt her throughout the relationship. She wasn't making light of the situation and telling him that she wanted him to change. She was mocking him, telling him that he'd better stop talking since he was running out of air, and laughing when he begged to be let out. She said that it was revenge for all the times he had hurt her, and when he allegedly tried to get out, she hit the bag with a bat. The defense had no choice but to put Sarah on the stand, as the baseline facts of the case did not lend themselves to her defense. There was no version of events where Sarah didn't take the stand and insist that George's death was not her fault, but we cannot properly emphasize how bad of a decision it was. We have stated in no uncertain terms, countless times, that taking the stand in your own defense is the worst thing you can possibly do, regardless of if you are innocent of any wrongdoing and sincerely think that your input would help the jury understand your point of view. It's possibly the worst thing you can do if you were to go to trial. You have to come across as likable and sincere, while also answering questions from a lawyer who has likely spent the past couple months, if not year, going over how to lead the jury into thinking the worst thing they can about you. They will have studied your defense, gone over everything they can know about you, and you would have to try and defend yourself, all the while not coming across too hostile, lest the men and women of the jury find you abrasive. And in this case, Sarah's legal team only had a few weeks to prepare. While portions of the testimony were decent, we went over the numerous times where Sarah could not help but disparage her ex-husband, and George, in ways that felt spiteful and dehumanizing, which was obviously antithetical to their goals. But now, we are going to watch the prosecution's redirect, which they've been preparing for years. Every time Sarah was given a new lawyer and the court date was pushed back, that gave the prosecuting attorneys more time to put their case together and create the following line of questioning. Sarah's antics helped the prosecution without her realizing it. We'll leave a link to our coverage of the first portion of the footage in the description box down below, if you missed it. Again, we plan on having better internet by the end of November, which means longer videos at a more regular pace. As always, if there's a video you would like to see, or a story you would like to bring more attention to, email me at dreading.official@gmail.com. I'm constantly going through the email and adding your suggestions to the list, with the ultimate goal of covering every case that is sent to me. Be mindful, we are not a law enforcement or an investigative agency, so sending us information that should be sent in to the authorities or expecting us to solve a case is completely unreasonable. We are merely here to report the cases as honestly and respectfully as possible. If you write to us with the understanding that we will do anything more than report a story, we apologize for the confusion. But with all of that said, let us begin.
Any cross-examination?
George knows somebody named Crystal? Did you ever mention Crystal in your text messages about being one of his bitches?
I don't know. I don't remember.
How about Christine? Did George know a Christine?
I don't know.
How about a Pamela Erickson?
These may have been people that he was communicating with on whatever the platform was.
On your phone?
I believe so, yes.
And did you find these communications?
I believe I found one or two of them from some of them.
And did you send a long letter to his family to relay to him about George and his girls that he was cheating on you with?
I believe so.
Okay, so you do know those names, right?
I don't remember them. It's been however long.
Okay.
So, one of the main issues that Sarah has displayed through her pretrial antics and letters is that she doesn't like to feel like she isn't in control. It's the reason why she was going to have to represent herself, and why the legal team she has now, who is helping her pro bono, has made a significant amount of strange decisions throughout the trial. If Sarah has an opinion on a subject, she will demand that it be done her way. Our comment sections have labeled her a Karen for that very reason, as she cannot handle being told no, even if the other party explains why doing things her way would not work. This is a mild example of that. If you are on trial the way that Sarah is, and you were apprised of all the case details, which Sarah was, you would be aware of the names he just listed out. Moreover, you would assume that these names have something to do with the case, so feigning ignorance would be useless. But Sarah has characterized the prosecution in this case as being the main antagonist to her life. In her letters, she has directly accused the man questioning her as being part of a conspiracy to wrongfully imprison her, strip her of her rights, and profit from her case. She has stated that he is evil and should be disbarred for his crimes. So Sarah, like Robert Tellis and Tony Todd before her, is not going to help him in this questioning. She doesn't want to make things easy for the man that she thinks is single-handedly trying to ruin her life, and she certainly isn't going to agree to things, even if it would make her look better.
Now, on February 24th, 2020, you called 911 at about 1 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you were still feeling a little intoxicated, were you not?
It was more shock, yes.
Pausing once again, here is where Sarah's time on the stand during the pretrial motions hearing has come back to bite her. A link will be left to our coverage of that in case you missed the upload. But for those who are unaware, during a routine suppression hearing, Sarah was called to the stand in order to testify. This was and is still incredibly unusual, but it seemed that Sarah was of the belief that she could sway the judge to agree with their arguments if she had the chance to speak freely. This didn't work, and she managed to change her story while on the stand, stating that she was still inebriated when the police arrived on February 24th. Though she already appeared impaired on the body cam footage, she had maintained up until that point that she was sober the next morning, which was a completely unnecessary lie. The prosecution can easily argue now that her narrative cannot be trusted by the jury, given the fact that immediately after finding her boyfriend's dead body, she lied about unnecessary details in order to hide her involvement. She deliberately hindered their case, which they could argue she wouldn't have done if she were innocent. A defendant's testimony can only be impactful if the jury believes that it's honest. If you go on the stand and give a different story than you gave to the police, or repeatedly change your story and get caught in multiple lies, most jury members are going to walk away thinking that you are a liar. If you are proven to have lied a significant amount of times, all in ways that benefit you, what's to stop you from lying on the stand when your own freedom is at stake? Sarah taking the stand during the pretrial hearing was a monumentally horrible idea, but it's unlikely she views it that way. So let's see if that will sink in.
So you agree that you previously stated, I was still, I believe, intoxicated to a degree?
To a degree, yes.
So 1 p.m., it's about 14 hours after 11 p.m. the night before, correct?
I'm guessing so.
Right. Well, 12 hours prior would be 1 a.m., and then 12 a.m. is 13 hours, 11 p.m. is 14 hours, correct?
Okay.
And you were present here for the medical examiner, Dr. Zadovich, to testify, correct?
Yes.
And you heard her talk about all the effects of ethanol that it has on the human body, correct?
Yes.
And she also mentioned something that it, on average, dissipates at about 0.015 an hour. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
Okay. So, would it be fair to say that if you're still feeling the effects of the alcohol at 1 p.m., so that's 14 hours, 0.015, you were at approximately about a 0.21 at 11 p.m. the night before. Do you feel like you were 2.5 times the legal limit at that time?
I don't know how you came to that number.
Judge, I'm going to object.
Roach.
Pausing for another moment, whenever Sarah is given these few moments on the stand, or her lawyer is arguing on her behalf, you can almost get a sense of how she feels this case is going for her. She continues to bite back smiles and smirks, because to do so blatantly would be inappropriate when you are accused of murdering another party, but it seems obvious that she feels like things are going very well for her, which they are not. Nothing is more clear than that fact, but this still hasn't occurred to her, or if it has, she thinks that it's so ridiculous she simply doesn't need to pay it any mind. The evidence against Sarah is damning because of her own actions. She took the video mocking George. She left him in the bag, and even if she didn't intend for him to die, her actions in the video make it clear that she didn't care if that was the outcome. Even if everything else she has said has been truthful, the amount of goodwill and bias that the men and women of the jury would need to have towards Sarah would be immense for them to overlook that. So any sort of confidence in this endeavor is incredibly ill-placed.
You may proceed.
So you testified earlier that you all had about half of one of these bottles left from the night before, correct?
Yes.
And so would you agree that this is one of the 3 bottles that was purchased between February 22nd and the 2 that were purchased on February 23rd of 2020?
I'm guessing
Okay.
if it's like the bottle, yes.
All right, and it's 1.5 liters. Would you agree? And when you say half, are we talking about to the top of the label was left from the day before?
Oh, goodness, no.
All right, a little less, halfway through the label?
It's too right about.
Okay, about halfway through the label.
Pausing for a moment because I want to quickly assess how much trust you would put into what Sarah just said. Knowing everything we've already established about the case, going over everything she has said and done, do you believe her when she says there was only that much wine left in the bottle from the day before? This is a person who, when asked by the police, said she only had a couple of glasses of wine and didn't inform them that they had finished multiple Magnum bottles. This is a person who claimed that they didn't drink to excess the night when George died, then later claimed that she had blacked out, but only right before she took the video of him in the suitcase and came out of a blackout only 12 minutes later. Knowing all of that, do you find her statement credible? Let me know in the comments down below, because I think that would genuinely be interesting to assess. I hope not to color the results too much, but I personally don't think she's being honest. Though earlier in her testimony, she admitted to having a drinking problem for the past 4 years, she has heavily downplayed the role of alcohol in her life. She has lied about how often she drinks, how much she drinks, and will give herself the benefit of the doubt time after time. She already downplayed the amount of alcohol that she drank. And with the prosecution bringing the bottle, a visual symbol of just how loaded she was the night of the murder, it wouldn't be out of the question for her to lie about this detail in order to get the jury on her side.
So in addition to halfway through the label, which you began consuming after going to public at about 12:15, correct? So you all would have began consuming around 12:30, is it fair to say, when you got back?
I can't call exactly.
Okay. And after finishing what you all had left over from Saturday, the 2 of you consumed 2 1.5 liter bottles, correct?
I'm not sure about the second bottle that he purchased, if it was empty or not at the time.
Well, you did mention that the police would find 2 empty bottles in the top of your trash, correct?
Yes.
And we did all see that in the photographs, correct?
See that
Two.
they're empty in the garbage, yes.
All right, and you say you were about 100 pounds at the time?
Yes.
And we all know Mr. Torres was 103 pounds at the time of his death, correct?
That's what they say.
All right, so that's 3 liters of wine between 200 pounds split between 2 people over the course of a day, correct? And you testified today that you were intoxicated at the time that this occurred, the videos between 11 and 11:30 at night, correct?
Yes, at some level, yes.
All right. Now, what does that mean to you? Previously, have you indicated that that means the room is spinning? Do you ever recall saying that?
I do.
So what was your level of intoxication at this point in time when the first video was filmed at 11:12 p.m.?
Do you mean from lack of sleep or alcohol?
From the alcohol.
What was my level?
What were you feeling? Did you have trouble with your balance?
I was more tired than anything.
Did you have trouble with your balance?
I don't believe so.
So you were able to flip a suitcase over with a 100-pound man in it, right?
I mean, yes, it happened.
Okay. How about your speech? Do you feel like your speech was slurred?
Clearly.
How about your inhibitions? Do you feel like you were doing things that you wouldn't do when you were sober?
I wasn't thinking about that.
Well, on reflection, do you feel like this is something you would have done when you were sober?
I didn't know me and George.
I'm just asking you, looking back on this, when he's in the suitcase and you're telling him how you feel, and then you wait 11 minutes and you film another 22 seconds and then you go upstairs, upon reflection, is that something you would have done and left him in there had you not been drinking?
I don't know. I can't say.
Okay.
If I was scared, then it would be something.
This is a terrible answer, really just a fundamentally bad answer, but there's a reason behind its poor quality, so let's review. Sarah's defense is that due to the abuse in the relationship, she restrained George in the suitcase for her own protection, and he perished as a result of that. That his hand poking out of the bag and him demanding to come out put her in fear for her life. She also maintains that she never intended for him to die, and it was only because she was inebriated and passed out that she left him in the suitcase all night. If her defense was solely that she never intended for him to die and his death was an accident due to inebriation, she could easily answer that of course, she would never have left him in the suitcase overnight had she been sober, because she would have had the sense that he would die, that she would have never hurt him or killed him, because she loved him. But she can't say that, because half of her reasoning states that if he had put her in fear for her life whilst in the bag, she would have left him in there.
All right, now, today you testified about the time frame between the two videos, correct?
Yes.
So you came down from the shower where you were hiding, correct?
Yes.
And as you're coming down the stairs, before you even get to the bottom of the stairs, you can kind of see over your shoulder or towards your right that he's trying to hide in the suitcase, correct?
Yes.
And the lid is down, but it's not closed, and you can tell he's hiding in there. It's not a great hiding spot just yet, right?
Correct.
And so you come over to him, and you're laughing, right?
Yes.
And you move the suitcase around some before zipping it shut, right?
No.
No? You immediately zip it shut?
Yes.
Okay. And you're both still laughing about it, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then it's during this course of time, how quickly is it after you zip it shut that you begin filming the first video?
I don't know without watching it. I don't know.
In our video of the direct examination, we asked you to note just how detailed her memory from the night was. She went over the entire day, from when she woke up at 10 a.m., to George asking to get drunk, to cleaning the house, going to Publix, spending a few hours outside, coming back inside because she stated he needed a change of scenery, which is still fucking wild to say, telling him to call his daughters, doing some arts and crafts, and a puzzle, and more. Sarah recalled everything, times, feelings, and thoughts. But now she doesn't know. Now things are blurry. Like in the case of Robert Tellis, Nancy Brophy, and Richard Merritt, Sarah doesn't like the prosecution. He's the man who is actively trying to destroy her life, and she thinks that by agreeing with what he says, or responding to his questions, he wins. She wants to make his life harder, even if she comes across as spiteful and further hurts her credibility in the process. Put yourself in the position of a jury member. You've been in court all day. and you haven't been able to communicate with anyone about the case, and you likely want to return to your daily life as quickly as possible. You have been dutifully paying attention throughout the case, and then, after 3 hours of testifying on your own behalf, you watch as the defendant pretends not to remember things she just said. Not only would you be annoyed, any faith you would have that she was being honest would be thrown out the window.
Okay, I mean, the video's not going to catch you zipping him up because you're like 10 feet away, right? How quickly after you zip him up is it before the video starts, is my question.
I don't know.
Okay. And then during that 9 minutes and 14 seconds is when he begins to get angry, correct?
What 9 minutes?
Between the two videos, there's 9 minutes and 14 seconds between the end of 1061 and the beginning of 1062 and 1063. So you got the 2 minute, 3 second video that starts at 11:12:45, correct?
I guess.
Permission to use state 17?
You may.
All right, so we're looking at entry 31107. That indicates, according to the phone extraction, 2/23/2020, 11:12:45 p.m. Image _ 1062 movie begins being captured. And we have seen that that is about 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Entry 31113 indicates that image _ 1063.move disconnected. Okay. 31113, a second movie is captured at 11:23:03 p.m. Your testimony was that after that first video was captured by your phone and you, Mr. Torres began getting angry and trying to push his way out, correct?
Say it one more time, please.
Between these two movies, of which there's about 9 minutes and 14 seconds, Mr. Torres begins to get angry and try and push his way out and get out of the suitcase, correct?
He had been angry on and off throughout the entire day.
Okay. You didn't tell us that earlier. You said it was a wonderful, fun day all day, correct?
That's because I lived.
Okay. But you did not tell us earlier today that he had been angry throughout the day.
When would I say that?
You described your entire day of doing puzzles and arts and crafts and outside by the dartboard, and you said it was a wonderful day and everything was fun until he was in the suitcase. Did you not testify to that earlier today?
I did.
Okay. My specific question between these two movies is, this is when he begins to get angry and trying to push his way out and to get out of the suitcase, correct?
Angry again, yes.
I cannot properly emphasize how stupid this response is, and how damaging what she just said is. I was in a live chat watching this trial, and this moment didn't seem to stick out to the majority of people, so let's go over how her response just ruined any credibility she could have had. So Sarah is being purposely obtuse in a way that doesn't make sense for her credibility, but makes sense for her general worldview. The prosecutor needed Sarah to affirm that she had stated that between the two videos of her laughing while George begged for his life, that he attempted to get out of the bag and became angry with her. This is the crux of her defense, and the reason the battered wife defense was accepted. Because she wants to make her arguments as robust as possible and feels particularly defiant, she begins to add new details to her already established timeline. She had over 2 hours on the stand, where she went over everything that she thought, felt, and did leading up to George's death. How they had an amazing day together, how they laughed and joked, and had an all-around wonderful time. But now, less than an hour later, she is claiming that he had gotten angry at her throughout the day. She is trying to make her case stronger, without realizing she is hurting any credibility that she had. If they had gotten into other arguments during the day, if he had hurt her an hour before, or made threats against her prior to getting into the suitcase, that would have come up in her direct. They would have talked about it, gone over how those threats affected her, and how she was made to feel unsafe as the day continued. That didn't happen though, because she never told anyone prior to now that the day prior to his death had been anything less than amazing. So either Sarah has lied in her direct examination, or she is lying now, proving that she is the kind of person who will lie on the stand in order to make herself look better, which is the exact opposite of what you would want the jury to think.
And he was expressing his anger in what manner? How did he say this?
At which point throughout the day?
Ma'am, you know very well that I'm talking about between these movies. Please answer my question. Between these two movies, how did he express his anger with you?
Told me that I was going to fucking die.
Okay. Now this is happening after he's already told you several times he cannot breathe in the suitcase, correct?
Correct.
And he's been in there for whatever brief amount of time it took you to zip him up, and the laughter stops, and then you go over and begin to film, correct?
Yes.
And you're filming, your purpose of filming is to kind of teach him a lesson. This is your chance to say something to him when he can't say anything back to you, correct?
No.
Then correct me.
There was no lesson to be learned. It was just I wanted him to try to understand how I felt, so maybe he could progress in being a better person the next day.
So there was a lesson to be learned. That's exactly what a lesson is.
So you wanted him to understand how you felt in the past, and that's not teaching a lesson?
I just wanted him to understand.
Okay. All right, and so immediately prior to zipping him up and putting him into the movie, you had been upstairs, correct?
I'm sorry?
Immediately before coming down and zipping him up and then filming the first of the two movies, you had been upstairs in the shower, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to publish what has been labeled as image_1061, which according to the timeline was captured at 11:03 p.m. 31 seconds with her device. All right. Does this appear to be the suitcase that's in question in the two movies that are filmed at 11:12 and 11:23 p.m.? Huh? This is image 1061 taken at 11:03 p.m. 31 seconds. Does this appear to be the blue suitcase that's in the two videos that were captured at 11:12 and 11:23 p.m.?
Correct.
Did you take this image at 11:03 p.m.?
I don't remember if I did or not.
And again, we had, and by we I mean you and Mr. Torres, two 1.5 liters bottles of wine and plus whatever was left over from the day before, correct?
That's correct.
So you don't remember taking this photograph?
I don't.
Do you remember whether or not Mr. Torres was in here?
I don't remember taking the photo.
Okay. So, what is your memory of what happens between 11:03 p.m. and 31 seconds when that image is captured, and then when the movie starts at 11:12:45? What do you remember?
I don't.
Again, Sarah is being inconsistent with her memory when it suits her. All of her testimony and the defense's argument is based solely on her recollection, what she did last night, how she felt, and why she was somewhat justified in taking George's life. Though she said she was drunk, she was able to recall everything with her lawyers, even putting in small dehumanizing asides towards George throughout. But now she claims she doesn't recall basic things. She has no memory of taking the picture, no memory of what she was doing between when the picture was taken and when she began filming, besides everything she stated earlier that would make her not responsible for her actions. Her memory is entirely conditional. Anything she does that makes her look good, she remembers without issue. But anything that could make her look guilty, or just bad, suddenly she has amnesia. In our previous video, we went over how Sarah would subtly imply that her past partners were horrible people. She wouldn't state anything directly, but she would purposely use negative adjectives when describing them, and assert that they were responsible for everything bad, while she was responsible for everything good. In this setting, that kind of manipulation was easy to point out, but we discussed how it's a lot harder to recognize one-on-one. But this is obvious. The prosecution has already put forward the theory of what happened that night based on the evidence, and Sarah could easily deny their assertions. But instead, she just claims that she doesn't know what they're talking about, and she has no memory of the events she has already recalled in detail, and becomes obviously defiant. It's so blatant that it just affirms that she's lying.
Do you remember anything from that night?
I do.
You told the police on February 25th, 2020, when they first showed you the video, that you didn't remember taking that. Do you remember that?
I do.
And your testimony is you do remember taking that video,
I do.
but you don't remember taking that photograph 9 minutes prior.
Correct.
Is there something, did you have more to drink in those 9 minutes?
I did not.
Was Mr. Torres in that suitcase the entire time between 11:03 when that image was taken and then when the second video was taken at 11:23 p.m.?
I believe so, yes.
So for 20 minutes? Yes?
However long the time frame is.
Did he begin telling you that he couldn't breathe before the video, or do you not remember?
I don't remember.
Now, you testified moments ago that your two neighbors must have misremembered which night the loud noise was, correct?
Yes.
And now you're telling us that you don't remember taking the photograph at 11:03 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Based on the furrowing of Sarah's eyebrows, she doesn't seem to realize why this is being asked, so let's break that down because it's kind of funny. Sarah has shown that her memory cannot be trusted. She remembers everything she did that validates her narrative, until she randomly remembers other things on the stand or under cross-examination, despite the 4 long years it took for this case to go to trial. Everything that affirms her story is at the forefront of her mind. Meanwhile, any evidence that shows her own guilt or goes against her own narrative, she can't definitively recall. So the basis of her story? Destroyed. Worse still is the fact that she has directly criticized and tried to debunk other people's witness testimony in this case, stating that her two neighbors who recalled hearing Sarah and George fight and a loud thump, as if a 100-pound suitcase had been thrown down a flight of stairs, were misremembering. It's widely believed that George's injuries within the suitcase came from her pushing him down the stairs, that she made up the story about hitting the suitcase with a bat because that sounds less callous than the truth. But to be frank, both are bad, and we will never truly know. Back to what we were saying, Sarah is trying to assert that the only credible witness that night is herself, that the two neighbors are either lying or misremembering, even though her own memory cannot be trusted. But she doesn't seem to realize that, even when it's directly pointed out to her. One thing that we've noted over our coverage of men and women with these narcissistic tendencies is that while they have a very high viewpoint of their own intelligence, they fall remarkably short when it comes to following their own thoughts to their logical conclusion. You would think that if you were going to argue that you were impaired and don't recall significant portions of an event, that you would recognize that you cannot comment on anyone else's recollection, but Sarah doesn't. She wants to be viewed as the only true witness, the only one that should be believed, and she doesn't recognize that everything she has said up to this point has made her less trustworthy.
Did the police come out to your townhouse on Sunday, February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
I'm talking about Sunday. This is the Sunday fun day when we're going to Publix twice. Were the police out of your residence?
No.
It was the day after, Monday the 24th. Correct?
Yes.
And that Monday morning, you called 911, well, Monday afternoon at about 1 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And between that time frame, you were the only person in your apartment plus Mr. Torres in the suitcase, correct?
Yes.
So if anything had been disturbed in your apartment, you had all the time that you wanted to undisturb them before calling 911, correct?
If I wanted to.
Okay. And your testimony is there was no loud boom that shook the walls of your townhouse at about 11 p.m. the night of February 23rd, 2020, correct?
Correct.
To the best of your memory, correct?
Correct.
Now, that second video is 22 seconds where you just hear him say Sarah and you don't say anything, or you're familiar with that video, correct?
Yes.
It's after that you go upstairs, correct?
Yes.
How quickly is it that you go upstairs after that?
It was pretty quick.
Can you grab the dogs?
No, the dogs were upstairs already.
Okay. Did you call 911 and let the police know that you had zipped somebody shut in a suitcase and they had not been able to get out for 20 minutes?
I did not.
Did you go to Brian's house and tell him, I had to zip Mr. Torres up in a suitcase shut? We need to do something about that before he passes.
I believe that's what the phone call was.
Okay. Well, what do you remember now about the phone call with Brian?
I know that I called him. I don't know specifically what it was about.
Sarah doesn't realize she is saying conflicting things, which is frankly fucking strange to behold. She has had all the time in the world to prepare for this cross-examination, and she's doing so horrifically in a manner that I didn't think was possible.
Now, your testimony, it seems like you spend day after day finding things to entertain Mr. Torres to do, correct?
Yes.
Almost like having a child. You have your own child, correct?
I do.
What you described sounded like having a small child. Would you agree?
That's your interpretation.
Okay. Well, you take him from doing arts and crafts to doing puzzles, so on and so forth, correct?
When he's been drinking, yes.
Okay. And Mr. Torres was notorious for doing some of these things, correct?
What do you mean?
Well, you described Mr. Torres as being notoriously known for doing things. You described your ex-husband, Brian Boone, notorious for doing things like nagging and calling all the time. You remember your testimony calling people notorious for doing things?
Yes.
What would you say people would say you're notorious for?
I don't know.
And you would not answer Brian Boone, your ex-husband's phone calls, just so that you could let him know that you're busy and you have things going on, correct?
I knew that at whatever time it was that he was calling me, that he could wait for the few moments of me getting up to where Lucas gets out of school at 3 o'clock.
Okay. But you wouldn't return his call. You would let him call several times, correct?
That day, yes.
Okay. How about other days? Would he have to call to remind you to get Lucas on other days?
He wasn't reminding me. He was just making sure that Lucas was covered for a pickup or drop off.
That is what a reminder is. He wouldn't need to call you if he was certain you remembered, or was confident that you would follow through with your commitments. He had to remind you because you wouldn't do it.
All right. You didn't mention to the sheriff's office on either February 24th or February 25th about going to Publix with Mr. Torres at noon or 12:17, did you?
I don't recall.
So the best evidence of that would be the recording of those interviews?
Correct.
Did you not remember going to Publix with Mr. Torres that day?
At what point?
At any point?
No, I didn't.
You had indicated to the police that it was about 4 p.m. that you all had started drinking after doing chores. Do you recall that?
I do.
And your testimony today was that it was really more after you guys went to Publix at about 12:17 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And you did not tell the truth to the police, correct?
I'm sorry.
You did not tell the truth to the police about that, correct?
I did not.
And when they were asking you about Mr. Torres's injuries, you told them that you had nothing to do with it, correct?
Yes.
And that was not the truth.
Correct.
What did you all have for breakfast on the 23rd?
I don't remember.
Did you all have lunch?
I believe we had leftovers from, I think, something that we had in the fridge.
And do you recall what those were?
Not at this point, no.
Sarah is further destroying her argument because despite her quick recollection earlier, she now appears to have no significant memory of the day in question. She can't remember what she ate. She states that she didn't even remember going with George to Publix the first time. And that's a huge issue because her entire defense relies on her recollection. Remember when we discussed how George made a second trip to the grocery store, one where he took Sarah's car to buy more wine? Sarah stated that she had not given him permission to take her vehicle and made it appear as if it was a huge violation of trust. But ask yourself, how can she honestly say that if she can't recall the first trip? If she was so drunk that early in the day off of the half bottle of wine they already had that she didn't remember the first trip, how could she confidently say she didn't approve of the second? How can she confidently recall that he only called his family at her insistence, or that there wasn't a loud boom that shook the walls of the townhouse that night? Her statements don't line up, but she seems entirely unaware of that fact.
And then I believe you mentioned having a sandwich of some sort for dinner?
No, I believe it was for, I'm guessing he and I ate at the same time.
And at one point, Mr. Torres called his brother Juan, correct? And do you admit that you were yelling in the background, telling Mr. Torres to tell his brother that he had been choking you?
I don't know if I was yelling. I know that he could hear me through the phone.
Okay. So how long had that been going on that day? When did you start getting on Mr. Torres about choking you in the past?
He and I had conversations about it because he didn't remember doing it to me. And the next day and the day of.
Okay. Is it fair to say that there are just points in time where you don't remember what you do either, correct?
Are you talking about almost 5 years ago?
I'm talking about from drinking. Is it fair to say that you don't often remember things that you did while you were drinking?
I would not say often.
Okay.
Okay, Sarah cannot be doing a worse job with her answers. Her tone and general behavior is fine. She's not being openly combative, and we've certainly covered worse defendants, but she's doing such a terrible job without realizing it. So let's review what has happened thus far. Over the past 30 minutes of cross-examination, Sarah has added details to a story that she has been telling for 4 years, openly and objectively lied on the stand, and has repeatedly stated that she doesn't remember anything that occurred the night of George's death that goes against her defense. She has asked the jury to overlook the video evidence, the witness testimony, and any other evidence against her, and to trust her, even though she has admitted to having virtually no solid memories of the night in question. And now she is claiming that even though she admitted to having a drinking problem, she did not regularly black out or forget things while drinking, that this event was out of character for her, even though less than an hour ago she stated that that was not the case. Those two things cannot both be true. Any goodwill she had garnered from the direct examination is completely out the door now. Even when it doesn't matter or doesn't go against her case, Sarah will just lie and make shit up.
In the course of your relationship with Mr. Torres, are there things you don't remember happening that happened the night before between you and him?
I can't say that at this point.
But you said that you don't remember taking that photograph at 11:03 p.m. on February 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Was there anything else that you were telling Mr. Torres that he needed to tell his brother?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. Was there anything you were telling him that he needed to tell his daughters?
Not that I can recall.
Now, you indicated that Mr. Torres would use your phone to look at pornography.
Correct.
Were there ever any points in times when it was you that was used looking at pornography?
If I was, it was to go back and look to see.
Did you ever threaten to get Mr. Torres arrested if he did not do what you wanted him to do?
I wouldn't say threaten.
Okay. Well, were there ever points in times where you would like him to call you or return a call, and if he didn't do that, you would threaten to get him arrested?
It depends on if he had my keys or something that I needed from him.
Okay.
I think it's apparent that if you were telling someone that if they don't do something you want them to do, that you will call the police on them, that is a threat. Sarah would routinely tell George that she was going to call the cops on him if he didn't call her back. That's obviously not rational, but it's also a threat. One of Sarah's main issues is that she doesn't see her own faults, even when they are in the past. She could have easily stated that she did do that she was under the influence at the time, because she had an unhealthy reliance on alcohol. Even though that wouldn't excuse the behavior outright, her accepting blame and fault in that instance would help her look repentant to the jury. But instead, she tries to state that it wasn't a threat, and she only did that when it was appropriate, even though it obviously never was appropriate.
And it was your townhouse, correct?
Mine, yes. Flush hours.
Well, when did you get him off the lease?
I'm not sure what year it was, but I don't think he was actually removed from the lease.
Okay.
I think he was made a different type of tenant.
And did you change the locks so that he couldn't get back in at the points in times when you picked him out?
I did, sometimes.
Okay. And then would you leave the key in the hiding spot that he was aware of?
There were multiple hiding places.
Okay. On any of the 911 calls, did you ever mention that Mr. Torres was aware of where you kept your keys and that's how he got back into the house?
I didn't know I needed to.
Okay.
He would never break into my home.
All right, and it's your testimony that you did not push him down the stairs, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, it was him that dragged you down the stairs the night before, correct?
Yes.
Now, by dragged, did you leave your feet?
Yes.
And did you get scrapes on your knees or anywhere from the carpet?
I'm not sure.
Did you get any injuries, like bruises or abrasions or scrapes?
I was missing a wad of my hair. Yes, that was on the stairwell.
Okay. And you agree that you were photographed on February 24th when the police came out, correct?
The day of the incident?
Well, the afternoon after the incident. We're not sure when he passed.
Yes.
Some of those photographs showed ashtrays inside your house. I thought you said you guys couldn't smoke inside your house.
We couldn't.
But you did, right?
Sometimes, yes.
And you agree you would go to the hospital and tell them things that were not true, correct?
Yes.
There were times where you would go to the hospital and leave without getting treatment, correct?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that you often had alcohol in your system when you were going to the hospital, correct?
Sometimes.
All right, so just to summarize the day to make sure we understand it. You all wake up sometime in the morning, but it's an unknown time, correct? On February 23rd.
Or early afternoon. Yes, I had a problem with the detectives and them having me guesstimate times.
Okay.
Sarah is now saying that any definitive time that was present prior in this case is now the fault of the detectives, which is strange, because she didn't feel the impulse to state this earlier when she was discussing the day on direct examination. She had no issue giving precise times then.
Are you the kind of person, like most of us, that uses your phone when you wake up?
No.
So the first activity on your phone may have nothing to do with when you woke up. Is that fair for you?
Yes, other than looking at the time possibly.
Okay. So, at some point you wake up, it doesn't sound like you have breakfast, correct?
Right.
You do some chores, correct?
Yes.
So that is true. That part of it is true. You did do chores before going to Publix at 12:17?
Yes.
All right. After chores, you go to Publix and you get that 1.5 liter Magnum bottle of Woodbridge Chardonnay, correct?
I'm not sure what Magnum is.
1.5 liters. Instead of the 750s, it's the double size. It's like 2 bottles of wine.
Okay, yes.
So you got a 1.5 liter, right?
Yes, it is the larger bottle.
And you got home, and you at 100 pounds and Mr. Torres at 103 pounds began drinking this wine, correct?
I'm guessing so. I'm not going to guess times.
Well, don't guess. I mean, you got home from Publix. When was your first drink?
I'm not sure. I mean, we could have continued to do whatever was left over from what we didn't do before we went to Publix.
Okay. So you may have started drinking even later, correct?
Then
12:30 when you get back from Publix?
I don't know.
Okay. Was it 1:30 or 2:30 when you began drinking?
I don't know.
All right. Was it before any of the phone calls to the brothers and his daughters?
Yes.
And so you drink what's left in the bottle of wine from the day before that's halfway labeled, correct?
At some point.
And then you drink 1.5 liters of wine, and he goes out and gets another one on his own without your permission or suggestion about 5:30, correct?
Correct.
And then you all consume that one as well, and it ends up in the trash can at the end of the night, correct?
Apparently.
Okay. At what point in the night does your memory tape stop? Because you described that it wasn't on at 11:03 p.m. when that photograph was taken. What's the last thing you actually do remember prior to these videos being made?
I don't recall it at this point. I don't remember.
Okay. All right, and so it ends in hide and seek after arts and puzzles, correct?
Yeah.
He says, tag, you're it, but you run and go upstairs and hide, right?
Yes.
So does that mean he's it and he's supposed to come find you?
No.
Okay. So you both hide?
No.
Okay. How does this work?
I don't know how to tell you.
Okay.
I was it, and I went and hid.
I mean, my understanding of the rules of hide and seek is one person will be it cover his or her eyes and count to like 20 and then go find the person that's hiding. Is that your familiarity with the rules too, or do you guys have house rules?
I understand how the
Okay.
game of hide and seek
So
works.
explain to me, what was your expectation? You go up to the shower. Were you expecting him to come find you?
I was.
Okay. And after a while, he did not come find you.
Yes.
And that's when you returned downstairs.
Correct.
And because of the way your townhouse is set up, you can kind of see over where the suitcase is, and that he's trying to hide in there, but it's not successfully hidden just yet.
I mean, yes, you have to come down a good ways in order to be able to.
Right. Right. But you testified those before you got to the bottom.
Yes.
All right. And then you come over there, and thinking that it's funny, you zip him shut, correct?
Yes, we both thought it was funny.
Okay. Can the defendant stand down?
Entered into the well?
Yes.
Yes.
You go down?
Deputy, could we release her into the well, please?
All right. Ms. Boone, can you demonstrate for the jury where Mr. Torres' head was and how his body was positioned in the suitcase, if you don't mind?
His back was this way and his head was here.
All right, and then is it fair to say his feet are kind of down here, which would be the front left corner from their perspective in the jury box?
Yes.
And then his knees are kind of tucked up towards his face.
If I remember correctly, yes, that's the position.
Okay. All right. Can you help me understand how it was that you zipped it shut? Can you show us where you say you left an opening that his hand got out of?
Would it be easier to put it down here?
I didn't want to make you go down there. If you're happy doing that, I'll let you.
Hold on. Does she need to be wearing gloves?
Yes.
Agreed. She's going to be manipulating it.
What do you want her to do?
Just demonstrate how she zipped it shut.
Okay, well, where's the paperclip? And do you remember which one it was in?
This side.
Judge, the paperclip was on when this event occurred. When we pulled the suitcase out earlier, the paperclip was not attached. So now the prosecutor has attached the paperclip. We don't know if that's the way it was attached.
It's not even a paperclip.
We don't know if that's the proper way that it was attached. But he's asking her now to pull.
Is there an objection?
Yes?
Approach. Objections overruled.
All right.
You feel most comfortable, sir.
Madam Court Reporter, you ready? Can we see how it was that the two zipper parts were positioned when you say that Mr. Torres was able to get his hand out? If you want me to do it, I'm fine to take your direction.
From what I remember, this is how the suitcase was. This was up here. This was not this hard either. So this was like here.
Okay.
Right here.
About right there, ma'am?
Sure.
Okay. I assume this one was much closer? It's not over there? Where did you
You asked me where I zipped it.
When you say that it was zipped shut, show us.
Are you talking about how I zipped it, or?
When you're done zipping
Like
it
a
shut
hole.
and he's inside of it, where are the zipper components?
Just tell me where it's at.
I mean, it was the corner. I mean, the corner was kind of open. I mean, it's not. Yes, this one was already pretty much. Yes. From what I can remember, that's how he was coming with his hand out. It was like this from the corner part.
Okay. Thank you. You can return to your seat. Did you ever change the position of those zippers once you put it in that position?
I did not.
And so once he was zipped into there, there's some amount of time, but you don't remember specifically before you start taking the 2-minute video, correct?
Yes.
And then that's when you say what you say, and that's when he says what he says. We've all heard it, correct? And then between there and that second video of the 22 seconds length, it's at this point where he's beginning to get angry, and then that's when you take the baseball bat that's in evidence, and your testimony is start poking him with the end of it.
Did you say this was the second video?
Between the two videos, that's when you started hitting with the bat because he was getting angry and trying to escape, correct?
Right, I was not hitting him. I was, yes.
Sarah was hitting him. For her story to align with the evidence, she would have had to have hit George with the bat hard enough to injure him through the suitcase. Again, his injuries were consistent with either being pushed down the stairs in the suitcase or struck repeatedly with the bat. But now she wants to say she didn't actually hit him with the bat. Again, she seems unable to keep the story that her legal team prepped her on because she doesn't like being told that she did anything wrong.
Did you ever hit him with the bat while he was outside of the suitcase?
No.
So each time that he is hit with the bat is through this suitcase. And that's what leaves the marks on him, because you didn't hit him with the bat outside the suitcase, correct?
Yes, if you'd like me to demonstrate.
No, that's okay. The suitcase will speak for itself. And then you take the second video and you go upstairs and go to bed, correct?
I apparently went upstairs and I used the phone to make a phone call,
Okay.
and then I fell asleep.
All right. And at the point in time when you left and went upstairs, he was still inside the suitcase, correct?
Correct.
Was he still asking for you and calling your name?
Not that I can recall.
Did you say shh to him again?
I don't remember.
Did you tell him that this was his problem and it's on you again?
I don't remember.
Did you do anything to help him escape from the predicament that you zipped him up in?
No.
No other questions?
A redirect examination.
Ms. Boone, he just asked you the question that you poked him and you didn't poke it. You poked, every time you poked him hard with the bat, he was inside the briefcase.
The suitcase, yes.
The suitcase. But you remember when he put his hand out, did you not hit him in the hand outside the suitcase?
Yes.
Okay. So that was the only time the bat touched Mr. Torres's body outside the suitcase.
Yes.
Was when you hit him with a hand. But all the other injuries were with you poking him pretty hard. I mean, you bruised your hand, correct? Doing that. Thank you. That's all I have.
Ma'am, you can return to counsel's table.
So that was her time on the stand. Sarah felt seemingly confident with her testimony, and after the defense rested their case, the jury was sent to deliberation. After less than 2 hours, they returned, having unanimously found Sarah guilty of second-degree murder against George Torres. She is currently awaiting sentencing, but her lawyer has already filed a motion for a new trial, which has as much chance of being granted as she had of being found not guilty. If you have made it to this portion in the video, thank you for watching our coverage of the case. We've been discussing Sarah for 2 years now, and we hope that this is the last of it. Again, knowing her, it probably won't be. With that said, let us know how you felt about the video by leaving a like or a dislike or a comment down below. If there's a case you would like to see me cover, email me at dreading.official@gmail.com. And with that said, remember, stay safe.